Host YouTube, this is a compilation video of someone 100%ing every 6th gen Sonic game and playing Sonic 06 because this is actually a video about the adventure era of Sonic the Hedgehog. If you've seen all of these, you can give this a pass, but it'd be nice if you kept it on in the background. I'd really appreciate that. Also, leave a like and subscribe. That'd be really nice too. But I guess I'm just trying to sell myself in that what I give you is context. I think that is the most important thing I as a YouTuber has given these Sonic games, because I hear a lot of things like, oh well, all these games are different and they didn't know what to do with the franchise. But if you look at them critically, you realize that they built on themselves when they could, and they cut back when they had to, and every game just kind of makes sense on why it is the way that it is. The absolute gargantuan dev team that was Sonic Adventure, that was cut down to a dozen in Sonic Adventure 2, that then had to make multiple SKUs for 3 different consoles, that is Sonic Heroes, and then do it again for Shadow, which is a spin-off title, and then get built up again for Sonic 06, only to be cut down twice during that development. It's crazy. And that's pretty much why you have no consistency. But if you look at these games, it's not a consistency of style or game mechanics, it's a consistency of quality, because there's just not enough people there to make it happen. You have so many characters that carry over, playstyles that carry over, ideas like taking extra content and pushing that into the main game, and then you add in from Sonic Adventure all the way to Shadow 05, there's a consistent story that's being told. And I think giving you context for everything from gameplay to story to meta-narrative on why these games are made the way there is what this video is ultimately about. So sit back, relax, and grab something to drink while someone talks way too long about the style that is the adventure games of Sonic the Hedgehog. Os, YouTube. This has been a long time coming. Sonic Adventure has always interested me as a child, and like always, I didn't own a Sega system, but one of my cousins did, and one time he had a demo disc, and if he had the full game, I would have spent that weekend trying to beat it. But instead, I spent my time doing something else.
Ready?
Anyway, I was always chomping at the bit to get my hands on that game, and I did once the enhanced GameCube port released, the version I'll be reviewing today off my Nintendo Wii. It's the Blue Blur's first real adventure into 3D, and he's joined by old friends, new characters, and enemies alike. When you really break down the pieces of what makes up this game, there's a lot to take in. But I'm not here to give you a retrospective. I'm not here to just review the main campaign. I've fully completed this game, all 130 emblems and all missions completed. I'm here to fully analyze the Sonic Adventure experience and to express why this was a fantastic transition into the third dimension.
Sega! Sonic Team.
While this version is what we would consider a remaster nowadays, it still shows you why it was a flagship title for the Sega Dreamcast. The opening movie does its best to get you hyped up, and the start screen does its best to wake up everyone in your neighborhood at 2 in the morning. But from there, you open up the adventure mode to find out that there are 6 playable characters to possibly choose from. If the game didn't force you to start off as Sonic T. Hedgehog. The game wastes no time showing off its new 3D environment and Sonic's new voice.
Oh yeah! This is happening!
And before throwing you into a stage to get you used to the movement, we have a boss fight with an odd water monster. You can even test out Sonic's new move, the homing attack. Well, new if you haven't played 3D Blast, but not everyone was as blessed as I was as a child. Eggman agrees as he laughs maniacally at Sonic's unawareness of this fact, but also the unknown power of chaos. The next day we find Sonic chilling out, maxing, relaxing all cool, catching some Z's outside by the pool, only to be awakened by Tails crashing somewhere on the beach.
Tails!
Emerald Coast is our first stage, and it does its best to live up to our first stage expectations. Green and close. Wait, we're actually on the coast this time. We get to run through sand. Emerald Coast is really good representation of Sonic level in 3D when you break it down. The loops, the turns, the shortcuts, alternate paths that take a bit of skill to get to, it's all here. What's also here is the return of the spin dash, and it's... well, we'll get back to that later, but it's useful to say the least, even if I do think it has a bit too much kick to it. Even the way Sonic interacts with slopes and rolling into a ball and speeding up works. While not one-to-one to the classics, it still feels like it should. As most 3D conversions go, it's as good as it gets, at least in terms of just being Sonic the Hedgehog. To be a bit more diegetic, Tails is our goalpost, and after a quick rescue, he tells us that he was testing out a new plane that uses the Chaos Emerald as a power source. He invites us back to his workshop in the Mystic Ruins to check it out. And after this conversation, we've earned the right to play as our two-tailed fox pal. We won't be doing that. Right about now would be the time you notice that Sonic Adventure isn't a level-to-level video game. You have an overworld that's broken into smaller areas called the Adventure Field. It's where you'll be having your boss fights and get to levels themselves, but you can also talk to the NPCs and see what's going on with them. If you ever feel like you're lost and you don't know what to do, an NPC could probably lead you in the right direction. Or this ball of light that just tells you what to do and where to go. Normally I walk you through the game beat for beat while discussing plotting, gameplay mechanics, and piecemeal, but there's 6 characters here with their own mechanics and character arcs. I'm gonna try to go a little faster than normal, please mind me if I don't. Sonic's story is a simple game of cat and mouse with Eggman. We collect Chaos Emeralds that he needs to power up Chaos and rule the world. Our next 3 levels and boss fight express this. But after one-upping Sonic and Tails at every turn, even getting Knuckles involved, Eggman shows his hand by revealing his massive airship, the Egg Carrier. Knuckles has important business to do, so Sonic and Tails fly off trying to catch up in the tornado and a cool shoot-'em-up section. Suck it, original Sky Chase Zone. But they are thwarted once again and shot out of the sky. Why'd they do that? Separated, Sonic has to try and find Tails, but he gets a bit distracted. Either way, everything leads back to Eggman and he meets up with Tails for another chance at the flying base, and this time they make it on board, even with some issues. And then it's a who's who of everyone converging in one way or another on the airship. Sonic makes his way to Chaos, who's absorbed 6 emeralds by now, but still manages to defeat it, but Eggman also manages to get away. Chasing after him, Sonic finds himself in the thick jungle of the Mystic Ruins and runs through an ancient temple by following the tutorial light ball. There we see a mural of an ancient monster and see visions of a horrific past. Well, that was weird. Anyway, we see Eggman's base at the foot of the cliff and enter the final stage to take him out once and for all. And with all's well that ends well, we finish Sonic's campaign. About 300, 400 words, not that bad. The narrative itself is pretty much what you'd expect from Sonic the Hedgehog. Eggman do bad, go stop, but it's the first time he's been voiced in a game like this, and his cold, laid-back attitude and sense of justice make themselves clear. He's constantly on the back foot, but he never gives up. He may has his own way of doing things, but he can believe in his friends when he needs them the most, and trust their own judgment on matters they know best. But that doesn't mean he can't get a bit catty with them and tease them every now and then when they've made a mistake. While Sonic doesn't particularly have an arc and change in this story, Sonic's a special little ball of self-expression. He exudes confidence and coolness as easily as breathing. A little cocky, a little impatient, but a compassionate creature to his core. His design may be a little different, but he's the Hedgehog we've all come to know and love. Sonic's gameplay is just as simple as his story. Get to the end of the stage. Each stage, however, brings its own form of challenges and gimmicks, ranging from collecting enough rings in a pinball table to dealing with an airship changing altitude. If there's something that stands out for Sonic's levels, it's the set pieces, each one riding on the definition of cool. From outracing an avalanche on a snowboard to running down a skyscraper, little extra bits of gameplay changes help spice things up and space out simple point A to point B platforming challenges that make up his gameplay, like adding a karting section to Twinkle Park because Sonic Team just felt like showing off at that point. As for his evolution into the third dimension, it's done fairly well for what it is. He can still roll down slopes to gain speed, jump off enemies, and fling himself off hills and ramps to reach great heights. But with the extra dimension, a new move was added to ease with dealing with enemies. The homing attack allows Sonic to attack enemies quickly and accurately in a 3D space. Most of the time, there's just a few things you have to remember about it. While it can do some crazy homing loops, it does have an initial range to work in the first place. The second is that you can't homing attack enemies above you. Now you might be going, Hawk, I've done homing attack chains going upward before. But that's only because Sonic pops up after hitting an enemy. It's that extra height that moves you upward. In fact, it's that extra height that makes the homing attack more reliable than just mashing your way through it and ruining yourself. But I can also admit that it's not perfect all the time, especially when the camera doesn't feel like helping you. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh yeah, the spin dash. It's weird in this game. Sonic can roll into a ball in this game just by running and tapping the B button. In fact, Knuckles and Tails can also do that. But the spin dash takes priority for our blue little hedgehog, so he'll do a little charge. You keep moving forward, but if you keep tapping the B button, it's like you have a boost button from the modern games. It's great for blasting through levels for time trials, but I think it looks kinda tacky myself. One of Sonic Team's biggest questions in designing this game was, how do we make a game longer than Sonic 3 and Knuckles? Well, they decided to make a 3D Sonic the Hedgehog platforming video game. And something else. And that is the basis of the rest of our playable characters. It's a sliding dial from being like Sonic the Hedgehog to being something else. But even then, it's a bit more complicated than that, because some characters might have the same objective as Sonic the Hedgehog, get to the end of the stage, but some characters might just play a bit more similar to Sonic the Hedgehog than other characters, in terms of movement and abilities. But I think the one thing Sonic Team wanted to give all of these characters is a sense of tension, a sense of excitement. There's always something pushing you forward. So forward we shall go with our next character. Up next is Sonic's best friend, Miles Tails Prower. Now, Sonic Adventure is a game where stories intersect and characters share scenes, so most of Tails' scenes we've seen. We start off with him doing his test flight and get a crashing sequence, but after meeting up with Sonic, we've seen everything up until they crash after being blasted out of the sky. That being said, these repeating scenes are still fun to rewatch because they redo their lines and the focus changes on whoever the player character is. But after the crash, Tails has a dream about how he first met Sonic. He landed in the Mystic Ruins, and after a quick Emerald trip with a frog and another vision of the past, he fixes up the Tornado 2 and meets back up with Sonic. Blah blah blah.
I hate it when he doesn't listen to me.
Blah blah blah.
Hey, this ship is losing altitude.
And then him and Amy make their way out of there while Sonic finishes up the rest. They land next to Station Square, but Tails finds Eggman also crashing down. He's lost everything but still wants to blow up the city. He fires off one final rocket, but
No, it was a dud. I can't believe this.
he goes off to rearm it himself, and Tails gathers up all of his courage to face off with Eggman all alone. It's one final race through Speed Highway and a missing boss fight, but Tails manages to save the day all by himself. He meets back up with Sonic and the two share how their adventures ended before credits roll. It feels like Sonic Team really looked back at their past catalog of every game that came out to help build up how these characters would act in this new 3D iteration, and it really shows itself with Tails. I always felt like Tails coming back to save Sonic with a modified tornado in Sonic 2 was always a cool visual, but they really just picked up that idea and ran off with it. Even before this game, if you want to take Tails' adventure into account, he is a boy genius and whiz mechanic, so this game really feels like a continuation of all of the prior games that came before it. But it's not just the background material that they worked with, but his backstory for his debut as well. Tails was someone who was bullied before he met Sonic, and one day he just decided to follow this cool, fast guy that he saw. His story revolves around that aspect of his character. How to grow into a more independent person that gets started before the plot even gets rolling. We open in on him wanting to build his own plane for himself. The theme is set in the background, but by the time we get halfway through into the Mystic Ruins, the story has pushed it into the foreground with the completion of the Tornado 2. And then you add the climax with overcoming Eggman all by himself on top, and it's the perfect little character arc that takes something almost subconscious and turns it into a conscious desire, and that's what makes it great. I hope you can now understand why the writing in Sonic Frontiers with Tails rubbed me the wrong way. Sure, characters can have repeating character arcs, but it felt so... This is the first time that this has happened, and I've talked about it. Like, I guess it was the first time he ever talked to Sonic about it, but he's gaining independence, he doesn't need it, and the second game that comes after this is so... Anyway, Sonic Adventure did a good job with Tails, I really liked it. His gameplay, however, personally leaves just a bit to be desired. Everyone in Sonic Adventure other than Sonic has some sort of extra gimmick put on top of their playstyle. Tails is the closest in that he too has a normal point A to point B platforming level, but he has to race someone to the finish. That's fine, it's just that his advantage is his ability to fly, and it's done pretty well for a conversion. It's just that they also give him dash rings. It adds another dimension to the levels, and it's fun, it really is, but I just feel like I'm skipping through most of the level than actually playing it most of the time, so I can't say they aren't being true to the classics. I think Tails suffers the most from everyone in this game having to share the same levels. And don't get me wrong, there's generally an area in each level for a character specifically for them. I think Skydeck is pretty good for Tails in the first half, and I think Speed Highway overall is mostly designed for him than it is Sonic. I just think it would have helped if he had a bit more to himself. Next up is a character that doesn't chuckle, Knuckles, the Echidna. Knuckles' story takes place at the very start. The egg carrier looms in the storm clouds near the floating Angel Island, and Knuckles ruminates on his born duty as the guardian of the Master Emerald. But then a loud crash happens and it gets his attention. A monster is standing before the broken Master Emerald, and as Knuckles is knocked aside, it escapes the island and falls in the sea below. I don't know what it is about Knuckles falling down these stairs. I don't know if I'm impressed or it's just really funny. Like, it's a really good camera zoom out and angle, and it looks like it would hurt so much. Knuckles' mission is now to search for the broken pieces of the Master Emerald that have fallen around Station Square in the Mystic Ruins. As he searches for them, he has these visions of the past like everyone else, but they're more frequent than anyone else. The first one is about this girl that we've been seeing arguing with her father about the atrocities that their Echidna tribe have been committing. After waking up and wondering what happened to these two, he finds Eggman, who has a Chaos Emerald. One boss fight and upgrade later, we run into Sonic, who has a Chaos Emerald. And then for the third and final time, we kill Chaos 4. You big drip. Side note, I find it really funny that the important business Knuckles talked about was him just finding more pieces of the emerald. Let's not worry about this giant airship. Sonic and Tails can handle that. Knuckles, you were part of the problem. You should help a little bit. In the meantime, we have another flashback of the girl talking to the Master Emerald itself about her father's lust for war and violence. We're then transported back to the altar, but we're still missing some shards. Through the power of clairvoyance, we make our way to the egg carrier, get those shards, see the aftermath of the village trying to use the Chaos Emeralds, and have our own tussle with Chaos 6. Good job, Knuckles, now you're picking up the slack. The egg carrier falls into the sea once more, and we finally completed the Master Emerald. Knuckles once again thinks about his duty, but is at peace with it. Compared to everyone else, Knuckles' story is a bit more thoughtful, a bit more introspective. Knuckles has a clear goal, protect the Master Emerald, but why does he do it? It's his duty and he takes it in stride, but when his island is in crisis once again, he starts to find out that there's more to it than keeping the island afloat. That's why he gets the most flashbacks out of the entire cast, because they relate to him on a personal level unlike the rest. They tell him what his ancestors were actually like, their beliefs, their actions, and at the end of it all, he understands that a tragedy took place because of those actions and takes solace in the fact that knowing just that is enough for him to push on. Knuckles is characterized not so much by his actions, but the actions of his clan and how they affect not just him but the world around him. The strong warriors who pushed forward even to their own detriment, and the almost shrine maiden-like girl who wished for peace and harmony. Both represent our red echidna, who's so focused on his problems that he attacks his friends, but doing so because he wants to fulfill his duty to protect the Master Emerald that badly. It's a very good reflection. Much like Sonic, Knuckles doesn't really change, but he literally starts and ends the story the same way, but has a deeper understanding of his situation by the end of it all, as do we. So what about its gameplay? In a world where 3D platformers have already found their style, Knuckles takes full advantage of what's already been established. Unlike Sonic and Tails, Knuckles has to find 3 pieces of the Master Emerald in an open 3D space. It's a simple game of hot and cold where exploring the level is even more pertinent than ever. In terms of movement, he's just the same as Sonic and Tails, with his signature gliding making a return. You move around and see if your Emerald radar goes from green to red, far to close. They could be out in the open, inside an enemy, or maybe in the ground. You need to really get a grasp on each area for pieces inaccessible without opening a door or using a spring first. By the end of the level, you should have a really good lay of the land. Or you could just follow the balls of light littered around the stage that just point you in the right direction. The levels aren't really big enough for you to get lost in or have a hard time, to be honest. If the emerald isn't closed off by a level gimmick or in a hard to reach area, the orbs can really just make it a bit too brain dead. If there's one more complaint with Knuckles other than being kinda easy, it's that his punches don't get a lot of use. This is the first game where he really gets to use them. I mean, other than Sonic the Fighters, but you know. And it's not like it's particularly his fault, because his punches are fine, it's just there aren't a lot of grounded enemies, and even if they are on the ground, it's really best to jump into them. Try again. But this time, let's get to someone new with a familiar playstyle. While not her debut, one character who's changed the most with this new installment was Amy Rose. Amy is an interesting character to bring into this game. While she was created in Sonic CD, most teams made sure to include her in most of the spin-off games, but she's finally has her playable debut now. Amy is now a city girl who misses her thrilling adventures with the titular blue hedgehog, but when Eggman's airship flies over Station Square, a tiny blue bird flies down and crashes right into her. But that's not the only thing that's landed. A large green bulky robot starts chasing the two and she ducks away into the nearby shop. Safe for now, Amy decides out of the kindness of her heart that she will help to protect this bird. But as we run through the city, the NPCs tell us that Sonic is around and Amy can't think of no one better to help her with than him.
No way!
While messing around, the robot, Zero, relocates them, and Amy tries her best to throw him off her trail in Twinkle Park. Have a date with Sonic in Twinkle Park. Despite her best efforts, Amy gets captured anyway. While locked in the cell on the egg carrier, another one of Eggman's robots requests that she gives up the bird. But through the power of existentialism and pity, through the power of care and love, the robot seems to gain a bit of its own will and tells the two to escape. And after bumbling through another level, because she's not going to get a lot of them, Amy gets her designated flashback to see that Tikal wasn't the only one who stayed at the Master Emerald's altar. We return and make our way to the bridge, only to find that the reason Eggman was chasing this little bird around was to get the Chaos Emerald it was holding. With our usefulness at its end, he orders our robot savior, Gamma, to finish us all off. But being thankful, Amy stops the fight with Sonic, and with the help of Tails, she makes it back to Station Square. The game would be over, but while the little bird is presumably safe, we haven't figured out where their lost family is, so our new mission is now to find them. We head to the Mystic Ruins and find Eggman's base. With no other leads, we try to find answers and run into the Zero robot once again. Out of luck, Amy realizes that Birdie escaped from the egg carrier. We head back there and actually find his family, but we're assaulted by Zero once more. Finally having enough, Amy destroys the robot, and it's happily ever after for everyone. She's a changed girl. Next time Sonic sees her, it will be too late. While just a touch more subtle, Amy is right up there with Tails in having a clear character arc. She's bored and wants a bit of adventure, and her call to adventure is Birdie, but that desire comes from her past with Sonic, and he too comes to help at the start of her journey as well. Also, like Tails, her character is mostly built up by her past side games, giving her a solid background, her Pico Pico hammer coming from Sonic's The Fighters. Her most outstanding trait is her compassion for others. She finds someone in trouble and her first instinct is to help them. She sees an emotionless robot and she feels sorry that it doesn't seem to have a heart, and when it gains one, she stands up for them and wants the best for them. And it's this belief in other people changing that rounds out her change. She starts off running from zero to relying on Sonic so much that she lets her guard down to finally deciding to fight back for someone else's happiness. She completes her mission, the birdie found its family, and she learned that she doesn't need Sonic to have a heart-pounding adventure, but that doesn't mean she doesn't still want to chase him around, but now she doesn't have to wait. As for her gameplay, it's returned to simple point A to point B platforming. The trick this time is that she's being chased through the levels by the Zero robot. It's not really that threatening when you realize that it's super slow to actually attack you, even if Amy herself is painfully slow compared to everyone else. Her speed not fitting her body is the most off-putting thing, but her jumps are there to try and make up for it. They also try to put in these... puzzles is too strong of a word. They put in these distractions that try to spice things up, but it's more so tedious than it is interesting. I kinda can get behind the idea of being chased. If you hit the robot about 3 times, it becomes invincible and it won't take any damage or fall over ever again, really making you want to move forward, but it's just so slow. Even with the tension as high as it is, there's this whole gimmick of hiding in barrels that's worthless. It's an interesting idea, but if only she was a little faster. Anytime the levels play with verticality or long jumps, it's really interesting, but it's too far and in between. Also, who took those birds' picture? Who made that locket? Who put that Chaos Emerald in there? Those are the real questions that need to be answered. But all this adventuring is tiring me out. Wish I could just take a break. Big the Cat. I think I'll take my time and fish a little bit. Big the Cat is our first brand new playable character to this game, and he's here to slow things down. We open up on a peaceful night until a familiar drop of water falls from the sky. Big's pet, Froggy, goes to check it out. He comes back with a new tail and an appetite for a Chaos Emerald. After eating it, it runs off, and so does the giant cat, chasing down his rogue Pollywog pal. From the bustling city of Station Square to the jungles of the Mystic Ruins, he's always one step behind his froggy friend. It's only when following the mechanical Gamma does he manage to corner his friend on the egg carrier. But he too is given a vision of the past about the Master Emerald, the controller of the 7 Chaos Emeralds. But on our way out, we run into Eggman and Chaos. We learn that Froggy's new tail actually belongs to Chaos, and the amphibian gives up both his tail and the Chaos Emerald as it's eaten by the monster. With our excellent fishing skills, we get our friend back and let the heroes do what they need to do best, and take Tails' Tornado 2 back to his hut in the Mystic Ruins. And all there is left to say is that wasn't a lazy day. Big's story and campaign is here to intentionally slow the pace. The simplest to understand because of his plot and his character. He's a background character in a story full of strong players moving the narrative around. You see other characters carrying on the most in his story and only run into Tails before the end with Sonic. Even those interactions are small and inconsequential. The irony of this large character playing such a small role isn't lost on me. He's just a guy who wants his buddy back, and he does just that. At the end of the day, it's all a matter of presentation and preference. I can kinda understand where developers were coming from with this intentional pumping of the brakes, but also that's what side content is for instead of a whole playthrough, no matter how short it is. It's quite the big adventure for such a short playtime. And by short playtime, I mean like 30 minutes with cutscenes, 8 minutes if we're just talking about the stages. Big the Cat plays drastically different than everyone else. Amy may be slow, but she still has the same objective as Sonic and does traditional platforming. Knuckles may have a different objective in his levels, but he moves like Sonic and Tails for the most part. Big the Cat fishes. I'd complain how slow he is, but that doesn't matter. He's like a mini-game that you're forced to play because you have to unlock all the stories to get something at the end. His fishing isn't even hard. You press the action button to throw your line. You bait the fish by moving your control stick around. You hold down on the stick when you get a bite, and you alternate your reeling speed with fast and slow to not max out the meter and break your line. It's honestly really simple, and once again, the game is nice enough to tell you how to play if you choose to read, but I get why this can throw some people off. I came here to play a Sonic game, not Sega bash fishing. And while I'm Mr. Wacky, what exactly is a Sonic game anyway? There's always a line in the sand, and we've clearly crossed it. In and of itself, the fishing in this game is pretty okay for what the campaign wants you to do. Big also has some of the most explorable areas in this game, secret areas and coves just so he can catch more fish. It's honestly so short and simple it's inoffensive to me. The hardest thing to do is actually find Froggy, and he's generally at the start of most levels, meaning that those hidden areas don't even matter. Oh, I better mention this now. Characters get upgrades in this game. A lot of them are just story focused to help you progress through the plot, and Biggs are probably the most useless in his main story, which are a lure upgrade and a water ring. Those lure upgrades will come in handy later, but not now, not here. But we're finally at our final playable character of the game, and we're back to our majority point A to point B gameplay with the metallic E102 Gamma. We awaken to Eggman's beautiful face, and he sends us off on a test of our abilities. While Gamma's movement is fairly normal, though his body size make it a little bit awkward, his gimmick is that his stages are timed. If you run out of time, you lose a life, but you can get more time back by gunning enemies down for a continuous lock-on combo. We take out these fun Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles plushies, but we have one more task, which is to take out our predecessor, E101 Beta. The winner will be let on the egg carrier, and that's us. Our mission, along with the rest of our brothers, is to capture a familiar tailed frog, but in turn, we are captured by a familiar ball of light. Once again, transported into the past to learn about the Chow, their protector, and the indifferent echidnas who care not for their habitat. We snap back to reality and give Eggman his frog, but see our brothers teleported to who knows where and without any care. We're ordered to retrieve a captive, but we make the wrong turn and see the horrors of mechanical life being manipulated. When he said Beta would come too, I didn't think it'd be like this. Anyway, we go to the right room and we get brainwashed and letting a little girl and her pet bird roam free. We awaken to justice. We pick up a cool hover jet and head outside for our battle against Sonic, but just before we can finish the fight, Amy asks us to stop, so of course we have to stand our queen and listen to her. Still not understanding why she would help us, she states that she just wants what's best for us, which would mean leaving that bad Eggman behind, and as the ship is going down, we do so literally. But as we float down to the Mystic Ruins and run through our days past events, we also do so figuratively. New mission, save our friends, the E-Series. And save them we do by blowing them up and releasing the animals that reside inside of them. And after doing so a few times, we come to realize that there are only 2 of us left. We have a funky battle with an upgraded Beta, and then finally self-destructing ourselves, freeing the animal inside. Those 2 birds look familiar to me. Unlike every other character, Gamma gets a full self-contained story. Wakes up, gains sentience, kills his brothers and himself. I was gonna make a speedrunning joke, but now I'm kinda depressed when I say it out loud like that. When you dive into it, it's an interesting little story. Sonic has always had a nature versus technology theme going on in the background, and they don't even shy away from mixing the two naturally. However, it's never been personified like this in a game, and Gamma is the personification. Even OVA Metal Sonic can eat its metallic heart out. Eggman captures animals and does his best to try and take away their free will, but as you watch every robot, you find out that he either can't do that completely, or the E-Series awakened something unexpectedly. And to further that awakening, you have Amy just showing unbiased kindness to everything that she sees, and doing that twice fully awakens a robotic heart. And that awakening means destroying his brothers and freeing the animals inside. You'd think Amy might have awakened the animal's own will, like a small mech pilot, but it's as if the animal and robot have created a true symbiosis. Gamma isn't just the animal inside or the robot, they're both. This is held up by the fact that Beta wanted to go on the ship even though it lost, and Gamma reacting on his own to the blue flicky that accompanied Amy. This gives Gamma his own personality and agency, and this makes destroying the other E-Series robots all the more somber. Something was lost, but in turn, something was saved. That's at least how I read it. As for the gameplay, it's time to shoot 'em up. Gamma follows Sonic's basic lead in game structure, but he brings back the meaning of these games keeping track of your time. The clock runs down, and if it runs out of time, you lose a life. You get more time by killing enemies. Gamma locks on the shoot, so the more enemies you lock onto, the larger your combo, the more time you rack up. I wouldn't say Gamma's platforming is high speed, but the hover upgrade somehow manages to stand out even when compared to Tails and Knuckles, giving you unique situations. The rush of blowing up everything that stands in your way as the clock counts down and you try your best to rack it back up is pretty exhilarating and gives you a fast pace that you can't find with anyone else. Then you add in that most stages end with a boss fight, it gives you an even fresher feeling, even if you don't have to move to kill most of them. But with all of that out of the way, we've finally gotten through our whole roster of playable characters. So while we've unlocked a new, going back to overview a few things from the story would be best before wrapping it all up. Sonic Adventure is the definition of bold. 2D platformer narratives weren't the most fleshed out, but the jump to 3D gave a lot of them a kick in the pants. But I still consider Sonic Adventure something special with its split character stories and overarching narrative. Each character is a piece in the greater puzzle of Eggman is trying to rule the world with a giant airship and an ancient water monster. While the stopping Eggman part is played as straight as usual, it's the ancient creature that gets focused on in the background with small vignettes to an ancient civilization's past, all focusing on a tribe girl, the Chaos Emeralds, Chao, and the one who protects them. However, these two plotlines are what glues our characters together. It's still a character-driven narrative after all, each playthrough giving insight to each one of them. Something interesting they do with repeating scenes, as I said before, is that they give the focus to whoever you're playing as. The dialogue is tweaked, there's different line readings giving you different perspectives on the situation, like the fight with Knuckles, or Sonic running into Amy. But that's not the only thing that connects them. The world they live in is one that reacts to the events around them, and some have their own lives that they live independent to the plot. While the floating ball of light will always tell you where to go, the newsstand in Station Square will give you an in-universe take on the current events. The other NPCs are just as reactive. You might find one that gives you a tutorial because you didn't bother to read it the first time. They have their own plot lines going on, such as the train strike that conveniently keeps you in Station Square so you don't get lost. Some rando is two-timing two girls, or there's a mom with a gambling problem. Most people knowing Amy by name in Station Square is very endearing, but then they proceed to give her Sonic's location, which is hilarious. They even react to cutscenes. Look at Bro, he's flabbergasted after seeing the egg carrier. At least the strike seemed to have worked out. That little girl got to see her dad again, and those guys got a raise, I think. Good for them. Another thing keeping these characters connected is the plot point with the Chaos Emeralds. While not an origin story, it does put some things into context. Generally, whenever a character has a Chaos Emerald in hand, they get a flashback to the Echidna tribe and their situation at the time. It's hard to say if they've recently found the Chaos Emeralds or if they were always there, because Tikal speaks as if they're just now using them to further their expansion than normal. It's those private moments that make it feel like it's something new and something special just to her that her father then decides to trample upon. And well, they did. Hats off to them too. They set that fountain on fire. That's pretty impressive. And then you have the mural in Lost World that depicts the monster that they've wrought upon themselves, carved out by probably the last of their tribe as a warning to not commit the same atrocities they did. Either way, to get to the bottom of all of this, we gotta go pick that last character. Strap in tight because this is all cutscenes and running around until we get to the end. We get a lot of setup. A shot of the Tornado 2, catching up with Eggman, Knuckles falling back into the ocean below. Nothing's going right, and Sonic and Tails go to check on Angel Island first. Eggman and Knuckles have been attacked by a returning Chaos and has taken 6 of the Chaos Emeralds Knuckles had with him. Before they can race to the last one on the Tornado 2, Sonic gets one final vision. Not only does he see the events that lead to the downfall of the Echidna tribe, he sees how chaos was sealed within the Master Emerald hundreds of years ago. But we don't have time for that. We gotta get to the Tornado 2, just in time for Chaos to slurp up that emerald. The game's opening cinematic plays out and the city's looking kinda rough, but look who's come to help. It's Tikal. She's been leading us around this whole time. That was nice of her. Let's all pretend to be surprised. She's even willing to seal Chaos back inside the Master Emerald, but Sonic brings up the fact that that won't solve its problem of its unending rage. Chaos has used up a lot of the Chaos Emerald's powers, but as Tails states,
Chaos only used the negative power of the emeralds. Sonic, you should be able to harness their real power.
The crowd cheers, the music builds up, and Sonic transforms into Super Sonic. It's pretty cool. It's really cool. I really like this. While Super Sonic was required to get the true ending of Sonic 3 and Knuckles, this is the first time it's ever been made mandatory to just finish the game, and it's given the gravitas it deserves. The opening theme, Open Your Heart, kicks in, and you have to dodge attacks to gain enough speed to climb up the water monster's body and blast through its head to deal damage. Do this 8 times and you've beaten the game. Chaos's anger has been quelled and is at peace knowing that the child live in harmony with the people on Earth. Tikal thanks us in a sentence with the creature, as Tails says,
All's well that ends well, right?
I guess. But Sonic sees Eggman getting away and runs off for another adventure. Very impactful. Stakes have never been higher, seeing as a whole city actually got destroyed this time. Oops. If I'm being honest, while the final act does bring everything together, it feels a little slow until you get to the FMV. Like I said, you're just running from cutscene to cutscene, and while everyone does get together at the end, one final playable lead up would have just made this hit a bit harder. I don't know, get everybody to do just a little bit of something. Oh well, maybe next time. But it is interesting that while we do just fight the final boss like normal, the context is that we have to find a way to save its spirit. The extra context given to the Chaos Emeralds as reacting to emotions gives them an extra bit of mysticism. Chaos, the ideal, not the monster, is unbiased after all. Though you could say the same for the monster as well in this game. Given kindness and it will act in turn, given rage and hate and it will lash out at you. And then Tikal having her plot weave in from the very start of the game gets wrapped up nicely. Even beyond the grave, she gets just as much agency as everyone else. I don't think Sonic Adventure is that hard to grasp. Its themes, its characters, their arcs, they're all pretty simple. Honestly, I also wouldn't be able to tell you what being deep means either. A lot of things people consider deep, I think, are shallow and pretentious, but, well, All I can tell you is that I know what a consistent story is, and Sonic Adventure is very consistent with its themes, with its characters. As long as you think about one thing, it will lead you to another, and it just builds up upon itself. But maybe that's deep, who's to say? But with the story out of the way, let's just jump into presentation. You put your disc in, you see your logos, the intro plays the music, it hums, it greeted one of the loudest games in existence. From the outset, the music sets the pace for a bombastic adventure, but it mellows out and it gets a little funky as you explore the menus. Honestly, in terms of soundtracks, Sonic Adventure might be one of the most diverse ones in the whole series, and I will continue to say this sentence as I continue to review these video games. From the rock of Open Your Heart to the funk of Crazy Robo, and everything in between, before and after, musically speaking. Both themes of Red Mountain have the same melody, but they're from two completely separate genres, and then I think the greatest thing that Sonic has ever done was decide to give its title characters completely different musical genres that fit their character themselves. The rock that is Sonic the Hedgehog, the pop that is Amy, the electronic that is Gamma, all of them weave together to give you a very worldly feel. Even in the open world, it's still there, like how Station Square sounds like a song you'd hear in a Japanese supermarket. Are the treble-like drums and vocals from the Misted Ruins. A strong and varied soundtrack aside, what about the graphical design? Well, that's where we run into a bit of a personal bias. You see, what I'm playing for you is Sonic Adventure DX, a GameCube port of the original Dreamcast release. Different graphics, a doubled frame rate, new character models, but the same old skeleton rigs. That clipping is bad. Brand new textures were added to multiple spots in the game. Look at City Hall, it's the greatest example, and I don't even need to boot up the old game to show you. Look at it in the open world section. Now look at it in the stage. The stage is how it looked like previously. See the difference? And then the frame rate being boosted to 60 FPS gives you a mostly smoother experience. Mostly. I think now's about time we should talk about bugs and glitches, because everyone swears up and down that the original Dreamcast version wasn't this buggy, and I don't know about that. And even if it wasn't, the bugs in the DX port really aren't that bad. I can't speak on the PC version. Yes, I can. I beat that version. It was also fine most of the time. I could recreate most of the bugs people run into this game most of the time. Maybe I will if I feel like it. But the point is, half of those you really gotta try. I've ran into some way crazier bugs. You know the bit in Red Mountain where the ground starts shooting up lava and Sonic gets flung forward? One time, I got flung forward over the edge and Sonic fell, and I guess he either A, missed the death plane, or B, when he's in that falling state he's invisible and I just fell out the level. I can't get that to happen again, and recently, while I was recording this, I flew Tails to the newsstand and he just fell through the world. I can't repeat that, but I can get pretty close. At worst, these bugs are going to lose you, 30 seconds of gameplay? There's nothing that will crash your system. There's nothing that will delete your save file. Get over it. Oh, and the broken textures, yeah, it's bad, but who cares? Who actually cares that grate doesn't have the right texture on the ground? No one. We can talk about irredeemable things and things that should and shouldn't be there, but at the end of the day, none of these bugs will ruin a normal playthrough of this game. And while some of these textures are still different, I think the charm of the Dreamcast version still shines through, even in the DX port. It is a beautiful game for its time, and nothing's going to change that. As for the graphical style, it takes a more realistic/anime approach to it. You have your city like Station Square and your anime like people walking around, but then you have your very inspired South American forest that is the Mystic Ruins. But the stages still fall in line with how the classic games portray themselves. Loops, turns, dash pads littered around the stages, and their varied scopes and themes. From the beautiful beaches of Emerald Coast to the rocky red mountains to not only the nighttime skyscrapers but also the early morning cityscape that is Speed Highway. But it's just as cool as it is pretty, with set pieces like being flung through a tornado, out snowboarding an avalanche, or running down said skyscrapers. It's just a shame that it's mostly done with Sonic, but everyone gets a little bit of something. Getting back to the gameplay, I feel like I talked about them well enough by themselves, but how do they blend together? This is a game with multiple characters with different playstyles running through the same stages and areas. Sonic, my name is on the title, Hedgehog, runs through most of the areas of this game, but certain levels feel designed for specific characters or have segments specifically built for them. It could be as small as Emerald Coast getting rid of its guardrails for Gamma and putting up tables, to as large as Big the Cat having fully explorable areas to himself in most of his stages. Speed Highway and Red Mountain feel like they were designed for Tails and Knuckles respectively, but they have just enough elements or full sections and set pieces just for Sonic to blast through. I feel like this affected the design philosophy for the stages to open them up, even if let's say someone like Knuckles or Big isn't even in them. There's surprises hidden in nooks and crannies, items in areas that look like you really shouldn't even be there, ways to move around that just go, oh, this goes around here, I didn't know that. A level like Ice Cap feels like an obstacle course, while Twinkle Park is full of railroaded attractions. Speed and movement based for Sonic are cryptic and confusing for Amy. No matter the level, everyone gets a little something for themselves. At least the bosses in this game are pitifully easy, even if you have to repeat them, Chaos 4. Most of the bosses in this game are actually okay though, a little easier than our previous 2D games, but some of them can get interesting, funny bugs aside. I learned that if you keep attacking Eggman in the first boss, he won't die. It's pretty funny. One or two of them might have a fun trick like in Chaos 6, where you can take half of his life using up Sonic's and Knuckles' charge move. Why can't you have a weakness like this, Chaos 4? Though I do have to say that most of the characters' final boss fights are pretty good and interesting. Even Super Sonic can be funny when you hope that the game will give you the mercy of counting that last hit, even if you run out of rings. It didn't. Then add in the 2 extra missions everyone gets in their stages for even more things to do, even if most of them range from go faster to keep a certain number of rings by the end of the stage. You'd think most of the A-level final missions would give you trouble, but it's actually just the first couple of levels because they got really good at them. They know what they did with Sonic Spin Dash. They abused that for those time trials. You can also tell that they knew how small Knuckles' levels were because all of them have 1-minute time limit missions. This is when I tell you that when you hit restart in this game, it sends you back to the last checkpoint. The last checkpoint in Knuckles levels is when you found the last shard, which means you can just timer scam the whole thing. Or you could just scope out the level itself, because when you restart the level in this game, the shards don't move. Find out where they are beforehand and then pick them up within a minute. That's what I did. With tricks like that, everybody was pretty easy to handle, even Gamma, who I thought I'd have a harder time with, but no, just the same first level blues. But the worst by far was Big the Cat, because apparently you need to find all of his lure upgrades to even be able to do his A-rank mission, or at least that's what I read. It's not hard to get them, but that's not the problem. Alright, the A-rank mission is to find the 2,000 gram fish. It's not about total weight, but about that one singular fish, and then you also have to catch Froggy, which makes me wonder why the game counts total weight in the first place. And then it doesn't help that the first stage, Twinkle Park, is an RNG mess where you have to catch a couple of fish before a 2 kg fish might even spawn. It's only during this mission do I feel that every complaint that anyone has ever had with the fishing in this game hit me straight in the face. But they'll also say that about Froggy, and Froggy is very easy to get. The reel-in meter goes up way too fast. I can't really pull the fish back one way or the other. It just keeps moving on its own and I lose control, and it's constantly locking up the reel in the first place. Now this is something that I've read, and I don't know if it's true, but it sounds believable enough that it might be a problem with the DX version of this video game. Maybe. I looked online and I found sources that said lowering the frame rate of your PC version might make the fishing easier, so I wonder how hard it really was on the Dreamcast in the first place with just 30 FPS, because there are a couple of FPS problems with this game. No one will tell you about them if it doesn't do a funny glitch, because who cares about Big the Cat? They're too busy worrying about broken textures. But if you want to do things the hard way and mods haven't fixed it yet, let me give you some tips. 1. Be patient. 2. When it's pulling away, just try to pull it left or right. Don't even worry about reeling it back. Like, you want to, but you want to just see if it starts to move. If it starts to move, immediately let go of the stick and then just try to reel. When you reel back, you can reel slow and then reel fast at the same time. Just tap the button, just keep tapping it, just alternate it back and forth to make sure you don't break the reel. If it swims away from you right when you catch it, might as well give up. You can get it back, but you might as well give up. Apparently there's a speedrunning trick to get it to swim towards you, and it happened for me a couple of times. I don't know how it works. Pray to whatever god you believe in, I'll do it for you. RNGesus, please do them a big solid for me. For our final bit of original content, we have the Chow Garden, a virtual pet to take care of while you raise it to run some races. These little buggers are quite complicated, so let's run through it thoroughly so I don't have to try so hard during the next game. So during night, Sonic Team made a simple AI system that reacts to players' actions. They decided to flesh this out for the Chow system in this game. You can pet it, feed it, shake it, bop it. I mean, you can play with it and it will like you, and if you do actually bop it or spin dash it or throw it, it will come to hate you. It has 4 stats: swim, fly, run, and power. Ignore stamina, that's status for the next game. You raise their stats by giving them animals you find from enemies in the stages. Swimming animals work best for swimming, flying ones for flying, so on and so forth. By raising these levels, they do better in the races, and if you beat all 5 races twice, beginner and jewel, you'll be rewarded your emblems for this section of the game. It's pretty simple. Now, because this game is a port that came out after SA2, the Chow revisions are the base for this version. The original version of this game didn't have this nice UI. You just had to stuff its face full of animals and pray that it had enough to max out the stats at 999. Stamina didn't exist, but it still had health points, and if it went to 0, it would die, which is ironic because Chow naturally grow and then reincarnate, retaining 10% of their skill points. Animals only used to increase base stats, but in SA2 they added a stat growth meter along with clearer level indicator. They broke the 999 limit, so not only do animals have increased stat growth, they also lower the growth of other stats. Growth is an important term here because while you can lose progress, you will not lose those levels that you've already gained. The blue bar go down, the yellow bars stay up, and then turn red when you get enough points. The Chow also adopt the animal parts of the ones that you give them and learn emotes and different skills from different ones. It can learn how to swim backwards from the otter, learn how to draw from the deer, or learn how to put on hats from the koala. Normally, raising a Chow would be a long and tedious process, so I did the only reasonable thing. I cheated. But don't worry, I didn't edit my save file like a big loser. I used a glitch, like a civilized person. This one works even in the original game. You grab an animal and you place it down right in front of your chow. If you do it right, it will turn to look at you. Then you pick it up and place it down again, and it will act as if you've given your chow the animal yourself, but you'll still be able to pick it up again and then put it back down again. You let this animation play out and then repeat the process until something gets in your way or your angle just gets messed up. Personally, I would follow a guide to make sure my stats are at the right levels to safely win all of these races, and also I would use one of the special chow you can find in the adventure field. SA2 brought in a lot of hidden stat growth variables that I think special chow just have a better chance of having higher levels of. The chow you'll be racing are also based on SA2, so it's better just to max them all out in the first place. Another tip is that you should definitely let your chow evolve into an adult. No matter how high your run stat is, or if it walks in the chow garden, they're still considered a baby and they will crawl during the races. At least mine did. And this also gives you a good time frame on how long it took me to do all of this. In the original Sonic Adventure, a chow year was about 1 hour for it to evolve. In Sonic Adventure 2, they boosted that to being 3 hours, which means I maxed out my chow before I was in the chow garden area for longer than 3 hours. And that's the time frame that you have to keep for yourself. If you aren't trying to min-max your time, the chow garden is a nice place to relax and interact with something cute. There are 3 total gardens to go to, and it's a nice distraction to sprinkle around your completionist playthrough. The races are just as fun and endearing as the chow themselves. Goldie's a little sleepyhead, and I've had him for only 3.5 hours, but if anything were to happen to him, I'd kill everyone here and then myself. And if you just want even more content, DX added a mission mode. This is what I would like to call game guide content. You find mission cards in the adventure field, and then they give you a hint on where you find your special objective. It could be there in the adventure field itself. It's most likely going to be in a level. In fact, getting these cards can be kind of a hassle in and of themselves, and then figuring out where they want you to do can be a bit cryptic. Then the missions will either A, be the easiest thing that you've ever done, or kinda suck ass more than it should. So a guide will be appreciated in doing tasks such as saving the Burger Man statue on multiple occasions, or finding that very specific spot in a level. Those are the worst. But there's ones that are just a little bit worse than that. So let's go through some of my favorites. They really make you appreciate the restart feature in this game. But what's most annoying are 2 of Sonic and Tails Ice Cap missions. For Tails, you have to do some pretty precise movements on the snowboard, but for Sonic, it's jumps. I lost over 15 lives doing this. Hold up and tap A at the very end of the jump. Very simple, extremely precise. If you bounce up just before the 3rd ramp, you might as well just restart, but hey, who am I to say, give it a try. But that little piece of advice is what helped me dialed in and actually get it. I didn't film that, so I spent 3 more tries to get it again, and I did. So, you know, it's consistent at least. But what does doing all of this give you? If you're playing the original release, nothing at all. But for the port, if you get 130 emblems, it lets you run around as Metal Sonic in Sonic stages. It's just a skin, but it's interesting. Not really worth it. As for mission mode, that's related to the other extra of this port. They also brought over all of Sonic's Game Gear games. As you collect more emblems, you unlock more games, but a few of them are also attached to completing mission mode as well. Why does Tails' adventure look so dark compared to everything else? I'm not going into the intricacies of this Game Gear emulation, I don't care. You might be asking, Hawk, why go so far? And well, just like all of my other game reviews, I want to know what makes this game tick, how developers wanted you to learn the ins and outs of its gameplay, the secrets they put in for fun, and in doing so, see what will carry on in future titles. There's some very obvious stuff that will carry on, but it'll just feel different. That's basically all I got. I mean, comparing it to Sonic 3 and Knuckles, I mean, what do you want? They took the very basic, you have 3 playable characters, they're all slightly different versions of each other, running through slightly different levels, except Tails, but they just took that and then exponentially made that way more than before. We have more characters, we need to make them all even more different than they were before. We have a larger story, alright, we need to make it more interesting than it's ever been before. We have more levels that we need to put in 3D, alright, let's do that to the best of our abilities, and they did it. In terms of getting people used to the 3D environment, they might have tried too hard because the first couple of levels are a bit too easy and the last couple of levels might be a bit too hard. They will just throw you down a pit and go, "We put enough platforms down there, they'll be fine." But honestly, if you get through Sonic, no one else should give you any real trouble. They might be annoying in that they aren't Sonic and they aren't playing like Sonic, but in terms of difficulty, it's not hard. It's all about how much you want to engage with the game design. Knuckles is a game of hot and cold in very small areas that hardly have any rooms in them. Biggs fishing isn't hard, though what is annoying is that even if you get all those lure upgrades, it doesn't feel like it helps catching Froggy. I think the hardest time that I've ever had with any character is Gamma, and if you have a hard time with Gamma, you aren't interacting with the game well enough. You run forward, hold the B button, and then you let it go. There's nothing difficult about that. Lock onto as many enemies as you can, and let go. Honestly, with this game, more so than learning a new technique or a new move or anything that matters in terms of gameplay, the levels themselves stand out as the main things that are being played here. If you learn the level, you've basically beaten the game, much like classic Sonic games. Yeah, I love the Insta-Shield, but the Insta-Shield helps exemplify what's already there. The strong base is the level design, and I think that's still here. And what else I think is here is just the very essence of Sega and what it was at the time. I feel like every little bit of what makes Sega what it was is in this game. Platforming, racing, shooting, fishing. To me, Sonic Adventure is the quintessential Sega video game. It has everything you need to know about what made that company tick, for both better and worse. People really love to talk about things like care and ambition in video games. They like to use them to hold things up that didn't live up to their perceived potential and bust them out when the only thing the game did was live up to their shallow expectations. Sonic Adventure didn't age well. It's a rough transition into 3D. Sentiments I wholeheartedly disagree with. Every game has its problems. Even re-releasing it may cause new problems. Heck, there are things in this game that aren't problems, but I think are just stuff people don't like. But this game is something special still to this day. The immense care to translate 2D gameplay into 3D. The ambition to shake up every character, to make a game world feel like more than just a hub world, to write a story unlike ever before, and express its characters like never before. While Sonic Team may have made many games try and feel similar to this in smaller, or maybe even worse ways, the original Sonic Adventure is a game special all its own. It's an experience you can't get anywhere else, and it's the start to a fantastic evolution of a franchise. I love 3D Sonic just as much as I love 2D Sonic, and I'm excited to continue talking about them. Os YouTube, Sonic Adventure 2 is one of the greatest video games ever created. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe if you want more in-depth reviews just like this one. But seriously, I love this video game. I would say this would be the last time you hear me mention touching a video game, thanks to my family, but a different cousin than the one in the last video had this on the Dreamcast and I played it there first as well. But more than anything, this was one of the first games that I got with my Nintendo GameCube as a Christmas present, and after that day, I've never been able to look back. I hype up 3D Blast because it's technically my first Sonic game, but Sonic Adventure 2 is the first mainline Sonic game that was mine. It's special and I'm nostalgic for it. So, I decided to turn that nostalgia into psychopathy. I know too much about this video game. I play it at least once a year. This game is now in my DNA forever. I'm not blinded by nostalgia. I'm literally built different than you. So in being built different, I just 100%ed this game a few years ago because when I was younger, it was too hard and I didn't know that you didn't have to get all A ranks in all stages then. At least the game gives you something for getting A ranks in all character missions, so it still counts as 100%, I guess. This isn't a video that's like SA1 where I complete that game again for the first time. I'm not doing that again, I already did it. Don't get me wrong, I can show you everything and give you a good approximation on how to do it, but yeah. This is just a super in-depth review of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle for the Nintendo GameCube, played on the Nintendo Wii for the sole purpose of fulfilling my own selfishness of talking about this game, because seriously, who are these videos for if not me?
Sonic Team.
I'm Knuckles the Echidna.
My name is
But
Rouge
you
the
can call me
Best, better
Knuckles.
known as the Treasure Hunter, Rouge.
I'm Sonic.
I'm Shadow
Sonic
the Hedgehog, the one and only ultimate life form.
Now witness the beginning of the greatest empire of all time.
First, remove the spherical space colony, ARC.
Stop fooling around and give me back my emerald.
What you see is what you get. Just a guy that loves adventure. I'm Sonic the Hedgehog.
I can't let you live. Your adventuring days are coming to an end.
Sonic Adventure 2. Wishes are eternal.
Sonic Adventure 2 is a game about the duality of hedgehogs, good versus evil, hero and dark. So we only have 2 campaigns this time around, but we still have 6 playable characters, but 3 pairs of shared gameplay styles. And the cursor lands us on the hero side story with Sonic, Knuckles, and Tails, because you'll be getting to those styles the fastest with them. The game starts out the best way it ever could, in medias res, which means starting in the middle of a story. Sonic's been arrested, and in the middle of it all, he decided that he didn't feel like being arrested anymore. Yeah, this is just set up for one of the coolest openings in video games history, but it's also funny to imagine that Sonic just wanted to see what it was like to be handcuffed. This is also leading us into one of the greatest first levels ever created. City Escape is the coolest thing ever. We've done this snowboarding bit before in Ice Cap Zone twice, yet it still hits. Just remove snow. Add some great vocals and you have a first level that just makes you feel like you're the fastest thing alive. At the end of it all, we get a boss fight that's fairly decent for Sonic standards. A camera still locks onto the bosses like the last game, so if you lose sight of it, it might be your own fault. But after that, we finally meet the mysterious black hedgehog who's been on our box art. He's just standing there, monologuing. But Sonic's figured out why the military has been after him. What? Someone who's faster than Sonic?
It's not its speed. Must be using the Chaos Emeralds Award.
Neat trick, and it's distracting enough for him to be apprehended once again. Now we could continue the story and see how Knuckles is doing, but as I said, we started this narrative after the beginning, and once again we have scenes that repeat, so let's just do our best to do this in the correct order of events. The real start of our tale is Dr. Eggman, who's broken into the military base to find the secret weapon created by his grandfather. It returns the Gamma style that we've come to know and love, that I've come to know and love, but that's for later. What he comes to find is not Sonic the Hedgehog, but Shadow the Hedgehog. To show his power, gratitude, and loyalty, he defeats a defense robot and promises to grant Eggman one wish as long as he gathers more Chaos Emeralds and meets him aboard the space colony ARC. And next we have the most contrived scene in this video game. Knuckles is being assaulted by this Batgirl. Why did they... Anyway, she's come to take the Master Emerald, but for some reason, Eggman is also here, and to prevent him from stealing it, Knuckles decides to shatter the emerald knowing he can put it back together again. But this time he has competition with said Batgirl who's just really greedy. Being honest, this whole plot doesn't need to be in this story, but it will be a cute plot point later, I promise. Eggman makes his way back to his base through another level and, he turns on the news to find Sonic has still Shadow. He's robbed a bank and the police are on his tail, and we find out his motives. He knew this girl on the space colony and something horrible seemed to have happened, and she sacrificed herself to save him. The people on Earth caused this tragedy and he will have her promised revenge. Then we run back into Sonic. The lines in this game aren't really redone, but they will sometimes use different angles for the same scenes, and they will modify the script slightly depending on the point of view. Rouge, on the other hand, seems to now be hunting down Eggman for someone, so she really just decided to accost Knuckles because it was on the way. She finds out that he decided to take up Shadow on his offer and headed off to the abandoned ARC, littered with still operating military robots that haven't changed over the past 50 years. Yeah, that checks out. But he made his way to the central control room. Shadow lays out his plan. The ARC, the first ever space colony, was also a research facility for weapons of mass destruction. One such weapon is strong enough to destroy an entire planet, the Eclipse Cannon. It needs the power of the 7 Chaos Emeralds to fully function, and Eggman thinks he's found his ace in the hole, but unknown to the two of them, a familiar bat decides to drop in. Rouge not only offers them a Chaos Emerald for an Emerald Radar to find the pieces of the Master Emerald, she also gives them intel and help on where to find more of them. With that, an unholy trinity is born. The three make their way back to Prison Island because the Chaos Emeralds aren't there for some reason. They split up off to do their own levels. Eggman's the distraction, Rouge is the thief, and Shadow is on the bomb squad for a clean getaway. After clearing the way, the trio runs into Amy Rose, who somehow made it to this island military base on her own, even with her horrible eyesight. Eggman goes to deal with her, but Tails has also made his way to the island after finding out about Sonic's arrest. Eggman and Tails fight to a standstill until he realizes he can't be wasting so much time. I really think the best parts of this story is when it intersects, so this one's gonna get really good. Tails and Amy make their way into the building to break out Sonic, who's in an interesting cell. Meanwhile, Shadow is setting bombs and Rouge is stealing the Chaos Emeralds. There's only 15 minutes left before their operation ends. Rouge takes up 5 minutes and Shadow takes up the other 10 because someone got locked in the vault with the Chaos Emeralds. But Sonic has been on the hunt and he's finally found that faker. But once again, we have another even match and both of them are out of time. The island is going to blow. Sonic gets one final stage in and Shadow makes his way to Rouge in the nick of time to save her and get the Chaos Emeralds. Meanwhile, Knuckles is on a spooky hill all by himself. Back on the Ark, Shadow is remembering his time with Maria because of similar events playing out on the island. This Shadow of the past wonders why he was created. Professor Gerald dedicated his life to helping the people of Earth, so he thinks going down there might help him find out his purpose. But Rouge manages to snap him back into reality, thanking him for saving her even if he does put up a front of just doing it for the emeralds. Shadow, we saw those cutscenes, we saw those flashbacks, you can't lie to us, the viewer. Eggman can't let it get too sappy though. Let's get this show on the road and show off the power of the Eclipse Cannon. And it's pretty impressive. It blows up practically half the moon, and Eggman gives the world leaders a day to think about putting him in charge. Meanwhile, Sonic and the others are shocked at the level of destruction. The military is still after them and they have to make a break for it as they try to figure out where Eggman's located. Pesky federal offenses. Meanwhile, Knuckles finds himself in a spooky mine, but manages to somehow find his way back to the plot and his friends by the end of it all. Tails, on the other hand, figured out that Eggman might have took the emeralds to space and hijacks the president's car to figure out he's on the Ark, but he also figured out where his Earth base is too. Our villains, on the other hand, have to find the last Chaos Emerald, but luckily, Tails has it, and they're keeping track of him as he makes their way to the desert base. Through the power of teamwork, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles make their way to the intersection of the base to try and find a spaceship, but Eggman tries to intercept them and fails. Also, why does Eggman have like a normal rocket ship in the middle of his base? Like, him having a rocket makes sense, that's what he does, but why is it just so normal? Back on the Ark, we find out what Rouge is actually up to. She's working for someone who wants info on Project Shadow, and with Eggman tied up, she gets the password to snoop through the files on the Ark. She's shocked by her findings, but is distracted by the fact that Knuckles and the others have made their way onto the ship. Sonic and Tails run down their plan while they leave Knuckles to pick up his lost cargo. Lucky Rouge. Tails has created a fake Chaos Emerald with the same wavelengths and properties as the normal ones, but less powerful. If you stick it in the power source of the cannon, it will mess with the power and destroy it for good. Tails will power down the main colony system while Sonic slots in the fake emerald. Meanwhile, Knuckles and Rouge track down the last pieces of the Master Emerald and face off for the final time. The fight leads to a draw, but Rouge slips off the beam, but even if he hates what she did, he can't let her fall to her doom. Or lose the Master Emerald shards. Or lose the chance to hold a woman's hand. Anyway, it's a cute scene, and it's nice that Rouge gives back the Master Emerald pieces as thanks, and gets back to her secret mission. Whew! The tension between these two. Sonic and Tails are still on their way to their own objectives, but Eggman manages to figure out their location and how to find out which one of them is holding on to the real emerald. He makes his way back to the colony and kidnaps Amy at gunpoint. He holds all the cards as he traps Sonic and tricks Tails into revealing that Sonic has the fake emerald. He then sends our hero on a one-way trip to an explosion in space. I guess he was just an ordinary hedgehog after all. Or is he? While Eggman is reveling in his own victory, Tails gains courage from Sonic's final request to finish the job. The two do battle. Rouge is making a move on the Chaos Emeralds, however, but Shadow stops her in her tracks, but she in turn brings up his legitimacy as the true ultimate life form, as the true Project Shadow. He's not a giant lizard. Rouge brings up the fact that his memories may be fake, but Shadow says that even if they are, he's still Shadow and he will fulfill his promise to Maria, and to do that, he has one last showdown with Sonic. Oh, he lived! Let's play the hero version of this scene. There we go. See, everything comes full circle. It's hard to say who wins these last fights. Eggman gets his hands on the last Chaos Emerald anyways and makes his way to the control room to toss it in, and a warning sign starts blaring. For character and narrative reasons, I like to think our heroes won because even if Eggman and Shadow lose, Shadow still wins. And with that, we've unlocked the last story. So, Eggman has all 7 Chaos Emeralds, but why won't the cannon fire? Instead, a video of his grandfather, Gerald Robotnik, starts to play. Like Shadow, he also wanted revenge, and the final stage of his plan is to destroy the Earth by causing the Ark to crash into it. I wonder if Sonic recognizes where that video was taken. Hey, I know that wall! See, Amy? I told you that was dried blood on the floor! Anyway, everyone is gathered in the common area while Eggman hands over a record of his grandfather's diary to give further insight on why he wants to destroy the world, though I think we can all take an educated guess. The professor wanted to create the ultimate life, for the good of the people, but the military thought he went too far and raided the colonies, shutting it down. That raid unfortunately had casualties, and one of them was the professor's granddaughter, Maria. So he went a little crazy and devised a plan to make the colony fall, and Shadow was completed to fulfill that plan. They devised a plan to get to the cannon's core to try and stop the Chaos Emeralds from overloading by using the Master Emerald to stop them. See, that's why we need Knuckles and the Master Emerald. He still doesn't need to be here, but I'm glad that he is. Remember when I said that I wished SA1's last story wasn't just a bunch of cutscenes and had a playable lead up to the final boss? I was talking about this. Yeah, it's really good, it's really cool. You relay from character to character, completing each section until you make your way to the cannon's core. You even stop time, like using Chaos Control. It actually stops the in-game clock. It's really cool. In the meantime, Amy is still pissed that she's not a playable character in this game. I would be too, but she decides that maybe she can motivate the last playable character who decided to sit out on all the fun. Having fulfilled his purpose, Shadow is oddly apathetic to it all, but only when Amy jogs his memories of what Maria really wanted and what he really promised to her does he realize he did a big oopsie and rushes to catch up with the others. Sonic and Knuckles have made their way to the core, and there's a very nice replica of the Master Emerald Shrine, but they're stopped by the prototype of the ultimate life. Shadow comes in to take the boss fight for himself as Sonic and Knuckles make their way to the shrine and succeed in stopping the Chaos Emeralds, but the Bio Lizard prototype said, nah, I'ma finish this myself, and starts dragging the entire Ark down to Earth with his own body. With nothing left but all 7 Chaos Emeralds, Sonic and Shadow turn super and bring the fight outside to the final hazard. You have 5 minutes before the colony enters the atmosphere, and you're constantly switching between Sonic and Shadow to attack its weak points, while dodging orbs and laser blasts. Live and Learn is blasting in the background, and your friends are cheering you on while giving you instructions. Out of respect, Shadow admits that Sonic might be the true ultimate life form, and while he seems to be having a harder time staying super than Sonic, the Blue Hedgehog understands that his partner isn't going to stop the fight until it's over. The two destroy the Bio Lizard and then combine their powers to perform one final Chaos Control to put the Ark back in orbit, but Shadow used up too much of his power. He falls down to Earth knowing he's made right by Maria at the end of it all. Sonic returns to the Ark to give everyone the bad news. Everyone ruminates on what transpired. What was Shadow's true purpose? Did Professor Gerald really want to destroy everything? Knuckles and Rouge are getting really cozy, and Sonic wonders what creating the ultimate life really means. Well, that's for later. It's time to go home, so adios, Shadow the Hedgehog. We'll see you again, relatively soon. Man, SA2's story is so cool. The parallel narrative, the characters, themes, how it expresses itself. I gushed over the hero side opening, but starting the dark side as Eggman is also fantastic. You're evil now. Play as our long-running antagonist first and foremost. What we have is a story of revenge, hope, and promises. This narrative is kicked off by Eggman, but Shadow is the one running the show, doing everything in his power to gather the 7 Chaos Emeralds to cause the Ark to fall and explode into the Earth. Eggman is just a willing participant thinking he's going to rule the world like normal after getting a giant space laser, and Rouge, she's a secret government spy who feels like she's just trying to play both sides. Along with another side hustle she just casually commits on her way to work. This game is full of voiced recaps to give you more info on the plot and remind you about what you've been doing when you put the game down. For example, Rouge had already stolen the Master Emerald from Angel Island before Knuckles caught up with her in the desert. She was on her way to Eggman's base, which is why he's just passing by over the two of them. Sonic isn't apprehended because Shadow broke into the bank earlier. Sonic is apprehended because Shadow broke out of the military base and they confused them. There are little things sprinkled around in those recaps, things that'd be nice to know but aren't necessary. But this means that the story's overall pacing is extremely snappy and doesn't linger on things long. The hero side plays through like an action movie, while the dark side has a strong character through line with Shadow's ambition. The mystery on who he is what ties the two plots together. And the giant space laser. And then the twist ending really plays into it all. Can you pick up on the fact that the actual plan is to drop the Ark into the Earth and not shoot the giant cannon? No. But can you pick up that there is something deeper than what the game is presenting you with Shadow constantly mouthing off about revenge? Yes. Would letting Eggman rule the world really be a good enough revenge plan for Shadow? Is he even really the completed Project Shadow? What's that giant lizard about? And then you learn the fact that Shadow's ambition is Gerald's ambition, and then that just naturally leads into itself. In fact, I think the fake out at the end is really cool. The laser could have just fired at full power and done a good enough job, but the professor hated the world and what the Ark stood for so much that he just decided to destroy both of them. That's powerful. From a character standpoint, let's go from weakest to strongest might not be the right order. So let's go from how much I have to say about them. Someone must have really liked Amy because she's still here even though she's not playable. They at least give her a few things to do and some good scenes with both Sonic and Shadow. After playing the last game, Amy should be the one to champion having faith in other people. Next up is Knuckles. I almost have to ask why he's even here. I mean, I know why, but narratively. People make a big fuss out of Rouge and Tails being in this game, saying they were late additions because they weren't revealed in the initial trailer like the other characters. But they matter way more to the story than Knuckles. He's lucky he has fun scenes with Rouge. They play off each other really well. The straight-laced kinda dumb guy playing off the sassy, conniving lady. I love it. Also, what's with all the ghosts? It's so out there that it's kind of funny, but also why? Tails is next, and it's nice to see that the independence he gained from the last game is already paying off. He went to save Sonic by himself, he's going toe-to-toe with Eggman on every level, he's reached full team planner position. If Sonic Adventure is a game about doing, Sonic Adventure 2 is a game about planning, and slotting Tails in that position is a great place for him to be. They even make a nice little reference to the last game by him getting the Chaos Emerald for defeating Eggman. But the icing on the cake is what he does when he thinks Sonic has died. Some people think it's just retreading SA1, but you have to understand that in that game, Tails did those things for himself and he wasn't asked to do them. The thing that makes this moment special, and he says it himself, this is the first time Sonic has asked him to do something. At least something of this magnitude. Being recognized by his hero through his action is the completion of his original arc. It's good. And it's why I'm still mad about Sonic. Sonic T. Hedgehog may be our protagonist, but he's the same as he's always been. Honestly, he shouldn't be this high, but talking about Knuckles led into talking about Tails really easy, so... Sonic meets his match in Shadow that isn't like anything else. Shadow's not as mute and has more agency than any of the mechanized Sonics he's fought, and while his agency can come into question, he's not being duped like Knuckles was. If this rivalry does one thing, it allows Sonic to become better than he was at the start of the story. He learns a new move, even if he does only use it like one more time after this in the games. But through all of his fighting with Shadow or being outsmarted by Eggman, we see Sonic push to a limit unlike ever before, and for characters like him, that's all that needs to happen. I played this game when I was young enough to believe he might have died in that capsule in space, but he managed to pull out a trick that even surprised his double. But in terms of character writing, our villains take the cake in this game, and of course they do. There's 2 new ones, and you get to play as Eggman for the first time. Rouge is multifaceted because she's playing two sides the entire game. She's pretending to help our villains by gathering the Chaos Emeralds, but her real objective is to find out the truth of Project Shadow and in turn, find out if Shadow the Hedgehog is really its true form. She also brings Knuckles into the plot, but I think that strengthens her character. She claims to be a treasure hunter, but everyone calls her for what she truly is.
You are one pathetic creature.
I was going to say thief, but pop off. But it's that disposition that is also perfect for a spy. Even though she's a greedy little gremlin, she can also be sentimental. Even though she's playing to ruin their evil scheme, she's grateful to Shadow for saving her and genuinely seems worried about him not being who he thinks he is. When she goes to try and steal the Chaos Emeralds, it really seems like she's trying to talk him out of going through with his plan. Don't know why she still didn't just steal the Chaos Emeralds when he left, but whatever. Plot's got a plot. Eggman, however, has a one-track mind for world domination. I don't think we'll ever see a game where Eggman is portrayed as more human than this. Oh, he's just like me for real. But seriously, he's so motivated that it becomes endearing. I don't want to see him win, but I like seeing him work. The connection to his grandfather is also interesting. He looks up to this great scientist that from the outside just wanted to help mankind, but finding his secret journal of weapons of mass destruction must have made him giddy like nothing else. He's even a little proud that his grandfather had a plan to destroy the world, but is still taken aback at the length that he would have gone to have his revenge. Eggman would never destroy the world. How would he be able to take it over? But those mixed feelings are interesting. But what's most interesting is how even he is susceptible to the camaraderie that permeates this video game. He's put in a position of trust with people he can't fully control for the first time, and after they've proven themselves to him, they have his faith. He gives Rouge the password to the central control room, even though that was a mistake, and he asks Shadow to finish the job if he gets done in on his way to face Sonic and Tails. It's nice. And that leaves us with Shadow T. Hedgehog, someone who can only live by serving others. Oh boy, there's a lot to unpack with this guy, and I don't know where to start. Let's run over his narrative. I'll be using information gathered from a translation by Brownie's Hideout on WordPress of the game's Japanese perfect guide written with notes from the creators and writers. Information that's long been on the internet and that I've long known about, but I can easily link it to you in the description below and not sound like a crazy person. You know, not more than I already am. Shadow is the ultimate life form created 50 years ago on the space colony Ark, created by Professor Gerald Robotnik, and was friends with his granddaughter Maria. Her having an incurable disease is the reason the professor agreed to make an immortal perfect being in the first place, trying to find a way to cure her. But the colony was raided by the government that put them there in the first place to secretly put an end to Project Shadow. In Shadow's mind, Maria gave her life to send him down to Earth, but he was presumably captured and completed while he and the professor were held captive on Prison Island. The professor, on the other hand, was overcome with grief after finding out his granddaughter died in the raid and decided that he would take revenge on the entire planet, and Shadow, quotation marks, would be the one to shepherd that revenge if someone dared to awaken him. Shadow's motivation is defined solely by his promise to Maria. As she sent him down to Earth, she wished something and he interpreted it as revenge, but for someone who's so focused on his goal, he too is still swayed by his emotions. No matter how much he says otherwise, his memories of Maria motivated him to save Rouge a bit more urgently than expected, even if he found the time to snark at Sonic. And as for Sonic, he gained Shadow's respect even before the end of the story. He was disappointed by the fact that he thought the blue hedgehog blew up in space, and even gave Rouge a warning when she was trying to steal the Chaos Emeralds instead of dealing with her right then and there. I mean, yeah, Sonic got in the way of that too, but he at least said, "Go take the fake emerald and please leave us alone." Shadow is fairly proper and a bit pompous, but he shows respect to his teammates, even Eggman, who's the grandson of his creator, by always referring to him as the Doctor. Shadow has so much personality in this game. He's smiling like all the time. Don't get used to this. And he's able to cry at the realization of his actions and Maria's true wish. And it's that true wish that is the linchpin to his agency as a character throughout this entire narrative. Not even implied, the story outright tells you that the Shadow from Prison Island has his memories manipulated by Professor Gerald to enact his revenge plan, because he does. beat for beat. In fact, it's hard to say when the professor was even captured. He had to be free long enough to make the changes to the Ark and the Bio Lizard. And as for finding Shadow, the real completed Project Shadow, there's a lot to be implied there as well. So I'm sure some of you people out there know that at some point when writing the story, Shadow was supposed to stay dead at the end of Sonic Adventure 2, but as you all know, that didn't happen. But also, there were so many outs that they gave themselves if they wanted to bring Shadow the Hedgehog back. In the Perfect Guide, they state that the capsule that Maria sent down was never recorded as found. The completed Project Shadow, the one that we're with this entire game, could have been found at a later date, or it could be a replica Professor Gerald made while under gun. Sonic X's interpretation has Maria sending down 2 capsules just to make things more complicated, and Sonic X did have game writers working on it. The idea of another Shadow has always been around. The good thing is that it doesn't muddy up the plot of this video game. In this story, the idea of another Shadow is solely expressed through his link with the Bio Lizard. It's the Bio Lizard that's on the secret documents that Ryu shows him. It's the Bio Lizard that's more worried about finishing the job than Shadow was before he decided to change his mind. And even if his memories are just a copy of the true Ultimate Life Forms and he's just a replica built on Prison Island, his experiences in this game and the true memory of Maria are what motivates him to change. Because even if his memories aren't real, he's still Shadow, and Shadow still loves Maria. When I was a kid, I was never bothered by the fact that Shadow came back to life, and even as I got older and I realized that character deaths can kind of mean something and should mean something, I still was never bothered by the fact that Shadow was still brought back. I always thought, what would Shadow have done if the professor never messed with his mind? If he had always remembered Maria's wish? Would he have still gone through with the plan, drowning in despair like Gerald? Or would he have refused by truly upholding what she wanted? It's thoughts like this that him coming back doesn't bother me. It's the fact that they keep reusing the same story over and over again for him that bothers me. There goes Shadow again, getting caught up in his own memories, asking what his purpose is, all the time. The true out for him in this video game was blinking out when he fell to Earth. You can do whatever you want with that. But at the end of the day, he was what he was, a brave and courageous hedgehog. Now, as we transition into the presentation of this game, let's keep our finger on the writing for just a bit more because the dialogue feels more alive this time around. Sonic Adventure was a game of individual stories intersecting, but SA2 from the get-go pushes its characters together as fast as they can. You have them bouncing off their teammates and clashing with their rivals, and it's never been cooler. When Sonic says he'll leave finding Eggman keys to Knuckles, who then complains, calling him the world's greatest treasure hunter feels just as sincere as it does smarmy. Or when Eggman shows up in the Egg Golem, both him and Sonic are fighting for who's leading that moment. This is highlighted by the coolest scene direction this series has ever had, bar none. No other game in this franchise has matched the sheer number of cool, dreadful, and sheer sweet moments as this one. Geeking out at catching a rocket ship to space, catching feels anytime Shadow and Maria are on screen, or getting scared at an old man's dying words before getting blasted by a firing squad. This leads into the music that is once again fantastic, and maybe is the most varied soundtrack in the entire Sonic the Hedgehog series. Oh man, who's new? Oh, well, the leitmotif that is Live and Learn is plastered everywhere with shortened and arranged versions being used in the menus. Everyone once again has their own genre of music attached to them, but because they have their own personalized levels, they also get their own personalized songs. Knuckles has leaned more into the R of R&B, Rouge is grooving out with jazz, and the other four give you different tastes of rock. I can't really tell you the difference between them, but I feel it, like how Sonic is really upbeat and Shadow's got those scratchy vocals, and they all carry those moods along with them. The urgency that is Green Forest, Death Chamber is as prodding as it needs to be, and Final Chase is really frantic. Even the graphics got a nice bump up in quality. That's what happens when you work on the same consoles 2 games in a row. Even the Dreamcast version ran at 60 FPS, but the GameCube port allowed the multiplayer to now also run at 60 FPS. The models have been slightly updated, there's more items in the background in certain places, but also once again certain graphical things have broken because that was hard-coded using the Dreamcast actual hardware. Emulation is hard, but not impossible, because if you want to fix all of these graphical issues, you can play the PC version that has mods, and it also fixed some game issues that came with this port as well. Nothing game breaking. You won't notice it unless you played the Dreamcast version like I played the GameCube version, which means you're a psychopath. And now we're finally at the meat and bones of most video games, the gameplay. Sonic Adventure 2 is clearly built off the back that is Sonic Adventure 1, but there's been a lot of tweaking done to this game's systems, from movement to level progression and even the scoring system. So let's start working our way from things affecting everyone before getting into specifics. On a game level, the adventure field is gone, giving us a more streamlined experience. There are only 3 playstyles brought over from the last game: Sonic's point A to point B high-speed platforming, Knuckles' treasure hunting levels, and Gamma's point A to point B shooting stages. Now that characters don't have to share stages with each other, that means everyone gets levels completely designed for their playstyle. But if there's one lesson Sonic Team learned from SA1, it was their ability to reuse assets and make them stand out from each other. Knuckles and Shadow run through the same Halloween mountains, but their playstyles drastically change how they interact with it, even more than when Sonic and Knuckles cross paths in the previous game. Eggman and Tails run through the same desert base, but clever level design and atmosphere keeps them feeling fresh even though those two share the same playstyle. Beyond just who's in it, a level may have a gimmick like a time limit, or an invincible enemy that you have to hide from to keep things new and exciting. In that aspect, even if Amy and Tails' previous aspects aren't directly here, the lessons learned for their campaigns can still be used now. Because what is a time limit if not a different type of race? And why did they bring back Slot Item into Hole in Pyramid Cave? That didn't need to be brought back. Bosses are just hands down better in this game than they were before. Like Chaos 4, there are 3 different gun robots that you fight and they're pretty similar, but unlike Chaos 4, they at least give them different moves, put you in different areas, and just designs it differently for each of them. While still also fine, the rival character fights have been improved as well. First off, your opponent actually moves around and tries not to get hit, but later versions of those fights give those bosses actual special moves and put you in arenas that exemplify their style of play. They all even get progressively harder as the fight goes on and they lose health, forcing you to think of new ways to attack. Knuckles and Rouge isn't that bad. Eggman and Tails has a little bit of luck involved, you just gotta stick close and move out of the way fast. And Sonic and Shadow is legitimately difficult if you don't know what you're doing. But I could say that about any video game, especially this one. Upgrades return and it's by far the clearest improvement from the last game. They actively change how you interact with the stage in a thoughtful and kinetic manner. The easiest example is the Lightspeed Dash no longer needing to be charged. Knuckles, without a doubt, uses his Shovel Claw way more. The Jet Booster Gamma got in the last game was fun, but this time the game forces you to use it way more often, and it's all the better for it. They really thought about the skills you would get even in the past stages where you don't have them, because going back to them with them makes them more compelling. City Escape has a use for every single one of Sonic's upgrades just so you can refresh yourself on them. But beyond just that stage, you'll have to use everything this game gives you if you plan on taking on the expanded level missions from SA1. Instead of just 3 missions, there's 5 this time around, each of them giving you an emblem. The normal stage mission, collecting 100 rings, finding the lost Chow, a time attack, and finally hard mode. It's the same for everyone across the board, except the kart racing missions. Drive slow, unless it's the last mission, in which case go as fast as you possibly can. But for everything else, they'll ask you to not only master the stages, but also your character's abilities. And then depending on the stage, the mission itself might end up feeling more like a puzzle than just an outright challenge. For example, the 100 ring mission can either be the easiest thing ever, or the biggest trial you can have. Sonic and Shadow get it pretty easy, but the other 4 it's very level dependent. It's a toss-up if Eggman or Tails will have to run through the level fast enough to loop back to the start to realistically get 100 rings in the first place. As for our treasure hunters, it's more so an honest game of hide and seek for the ring boxes, but some will give you a switch up. The Mystic Melody ability is something all the characters get so they can find the lost Chow in the 3rd mission. Security Hall, however, uses this to help you finish your 100 ring mission. In fact, to get that Chow, you have to use your power-up that makes invisible items appear. The extra treasure hunting missions will have you using that one for her and Knuckles quite a bit. And then this leads into another comparison with the original. While Sonic Adventure is a more open game in how you choose to go through the level, if you combine these extra missions and hidden power-ups, I think SA2 has way more secrets. And I think the upgraded blaster for Tails is a great example for this. In the final room of Prison Lane, there's a locked gate and it only rises when you destroy all the enemies. It's really hard to see them all, so you'll only be clued into the last one when you complete the stage and you see the mission tally. Alright, you saw it, but you still can't get to it because you need a power up from later in the game. And they get to be a little cheeky about it because even if some harder levels require you to have other upgrades, you don't need that one. It promotes replayability, just like the Hidden Child missions that will have you running to places you never knew you could interact with, like the other side of the bridge in Radical Highway. I know some people love going to places the developers never planned on you reaching, and I enjoy a bit of that too, but I really like thoughtfully crafted puzzles that play with the idea of space, items put in places that you think, oh, I'm pretty cheeky for doing this, and the developer goes, nah, me too though. More so than feeling special, I like to feel rewarded, and that leads into one of the biggest changes that has stuck with this franchise even to this day. Because while you can choose to ignore it, it did change how all of these characters interacted with their levels, their gameplay, and even the level design. It's the ranking system. Sonic has always had points. In the classic games, they gave you continues. In SA1, they were actually worthless, so SA2 decided, why not make them mean something? So they now are used to judge you. In terms of just beating the game, they don't matter. In terms of judging how someone plays the game, they also kinda don't matter because they reset back to 0 once you die, so if you mess up a perfect run at the end, you need context. But getting all A ranks for a character does unlock something. Getting all A ranks in the last level does get you an emblem, and that does unlock a secret, so we'll get back to this while we dive into each character specifically and how they've changed. Sonic and Shadow bring back the high-speed platforming you've come to know and love, but tweaks have been made. Let's start with the level design, because it's the easiest to see. It's way more straightforward than it was before. I said in Sonic Adventure 1 that it felt like these levels were made the way they were to accommodate multiple characters running through them, and maybe a strong desire to expand outward because it was their first time really designing in a 3D space. But now that these hedgehogs are all alone, the focus is purely on moving forward. But that doesn't mean the levels are one-way path hallways. Side routes, little skips that reward you, and more classic-styled high-low divergences are the name of the game. Though it would be a little hard to notice them because it's typically just a punishment here, or an alternate way to go down this route there. SA1 has a stronger focus on speed and skips and when you get there, where SA2 focuses more on style and how you get there. Sonic's movement has also been modified. He's a little stiffer than the last game, his jump isn't as floaty, and the spin dash, while still effective, isn't as powerful nor as level breaking as it was before because it's finally designed the way it was meant to be. And the level design doesn't really cater to it as much as SA1. But that also doesn't mean you can't still do some cool skips and tricks with it. I think his stiffer movement also works well for these stages he runs through. He doesn't veer to the left or right as much as he did before. The homing attack is back, but this time ring boxes also have hitboxes that pop you up just like enemies. That means you can now use them to also traverse the stage. You still have to aim it, especially when the game wants you to use it on things that it doesn't home in on. Though speaking of things it does home in on, there's a cool wide springs trick that you can do in Radical Highway. I don't know if it was like this in the original adventure, but these things do also have their own momentum and angles that matter when hitting them. I think it's pretty neat. Back to more things, like I said before, they upgraded the lightspeed dash, you have a new somersault move, and Sonic gets a bounce attack. If you've noticed something with these games, it's that they take the classic mentality of having a lot of skills be used by one button, the B button in the version I'm playing. Some people think that having all of these context-sensitive buttons makes doing certain moves harder, and it does happen sometimes, but overall, only one of them will consistently kill you if you mess it up. The bounce bracelet will probably have you dropping into a pit at least once per playthrough because the lightspeed dash didn't want to register. Also the electric shield, so annoying. Also be extra careful with the lightspeed dash in and of itself. It also has some homing properties, so if you aren't lined up correctly, you might not follow the chain of ring and spaz out. But the biggest addition to the style has got to be the rail grinding mechanic. It's the most intricate it will ever be in this game, but that's what makes it cool. Someone looked at Shope's shoes and went, yeah, that's it. It just fits. So how does it work? Well, you keep your balance on the rail to keep your speed. You crouch on straightaways because turns make it harder to balance. You can quick hop from rail to rail. You do tricks. But to be brutally honest, you don't need to do any of that until Sonic's final level. Almost every rail in this game is easy enough to get through by just letting go of the control stick and letting it do its thing. But I only know that because I'm a psychopath who's been playing this game for most of his life. A first-time player will be doing their best to interact with the game, so much so they might even be going slow enough to realize you can fall off these rails. Physics and momentum come up a lot when talking about Sonic, but these rails are the first time they've been so apparent in 3D in my personal opinion. Sir, SA1 and 2 still have Sonic rolling down hills faster than running, but these rails will show you the real difference between going slow or going fast more than anything else in this game, and it's the most sensitive to player input as well. PS3 and Xbox support might have even made them even more sensitive, but that's not gonna probably be a problem if that's the first person you touch. So, because the game will eventually ask you to do some of these tricks, especially if you want to do the hard mode missions, let's go over them. Press the crouch button. Sure, you can run into any of these rails and get enough speed to get to the end of them, but crouching will give you enough speed to understand how they'll launch you depending on your momentum. Crouching is the best way to learn how turns affect your balance, but you lean into the turn. You could also stop crouching on turns to make it easier to balance, but also who cares, that's for 2-player mode. Rail switching can be finicky. It's based on tilting the stick to the rail you want to jump to and hitting the jump button, so I'd stick to doing that only on straightaways as often as you can, and never doing it when the camera starts to turn or become dynamic. But the biggest trick is to learn how to normally jump off rails. As said, if you flick the stick, Sonic will try and switch rails, and you can do this at any time, so if there isn't one next to you, you'll enter a vulnerable state and probably fall to your death. The best way to get a normal spin jump is to let go of the stick and jump first before you change your direction. You can still hold up and do it, but why would you risk that? Sure, it can be argued that Sonic is less floaty than in SA1, but he still has a great deal of aerial movement. The game even encourages this with enemies hanging around the rails in Skyrail, and Final Rush is littered with rail switching and graphics that help you with trick timing so that you can also take them back to past levels and learn how to do them there. Them being the lessons you've learned. As for how the ranking system plays into Sonic and Shadow's gameplay, the game no longer focuses purely on speed. You get extra points for stringing together homing attack chains, tricking off rails and ramps, and even just hitting springs and pulleys. You're rewarded for interacting with the enemies and the stage gimmicks, whatever they may be. Running to the highest point of the rocket, jumping through these random hoops, stuff like that. Personally, it's my favorite type of gameplay style for Sonic the Hedgehog. It's what made me love going for ranks in games point blank. Though I can understand that a pure speedrunning mentality isn't being catered to it here. Even during the timed missions, they want you to get the same amount of points as a normal run, so most of the time it's just do what you did before but faster. Which is a shame because you can just get a faster route by ignoring some of this stuff, and those time missions should have purely just been based on time. Also, they only cut back by about 1,000 points in the later ones, so why bother? But the ranking system without a doubt exemplifies the level design in this game. Doing tricks and homing attack chains will typically be the things that lead you to new areas, and those new areas will typically reward you with more points. And even then, that doesn't stop them from putting in extra routes just for the fun of it. Final Rush lets you pick one of 3 routes right from the start, and one of them only gives you an extra life, and it's a large waste of time, points, and even rings. There is no mission where going to the left will help you in that level. Even Shadow's final chase will make use of the spin dash jump if you want to get a move on, and the game also recognizes this by putting enemies on higher levels. That's where the gold beetle is for that extra 1,000 points. This is my favorite Sonic style because I've never seen every aspect of the game come together quite like this. Alternate routes require a good amount of skill and the level diversity is unmatched. I said certain bits of SA1 were like an obstacle course, but that's all of SA2 and that's why I love it the most. And continuing that love is Gamma's gameplay returning with Tails and Eggman. I find the popularity of this style with these two to be a little funny. Most people don't care for Tails and his mech and pog out for Eggman, so they do this mental gymnastic to try and find some way to justify it. Like, they run with this idea that Tails was added later into the game because he wasn't in the initial trailer like Sonic, Knuckles, Eggman, and Shadow, but if we want to use that as an example, we see Sonic and Skyrail, so who's to say what levels were made when, and then they could have also just decided to swap who goes where. You don't know. But what you do know is that the dark side missions are typically harder than our hero side missions, so I'm surprised people really enjoy Eggman that much more than Tails. I mean, I get where it comes from. In this game where every character has their own personalized level, a Tails that flies around like in the previous game would probably be pretty fun, but I'd still rather have this. But what about the actual style itself? The biggest change here is that it's no longer timered based and you just have to complete the stage. I assume that's because we have a ranking system now, so instead of being the clock, you're purely going for a high score, and I appreciate that. It's not like the timer mattered after a while, but not having to think about it and put all of my focus into logging in on enemies feels more conductive, especially when the game is literally dropping them on you. I guess they felt like it was okay because instead of using rings, these two have an actual health bar that goes down and you can refill it by collecting more rings, even your dropped ones. But it's still really annoying and makes the 100 ring missions even more difficult than they need to be, and some of them are really difficult with this style. Then you have their movement. Eggman and Tails actually feel like they have more weight to them than every other character instead of just being a taller, stiffer Sonic like Gamma, so you have to be careful how you move around, and they will constantly be putting you on precarious ledges. It's as if they understood how good the jet was in the last game because the platforming is heavily designed around it. They'll have you be jetting over pits or put you into low gravity and actually turn them into thrusters with boost. Even earlier levels before you get them put them to good use, like Eggman getting into his hidden base. With this great use, it's hard to say if these stages have more bottomless pits than Sonic and Shadow, but they definitely hit you harder, especially in later levels where you start faking you out by putting bombs in areas where you normally were meant to hit them. Sonic and Shadow can also just jump again in the air if they get hit. These levels ask for more focus and knowledge than the last style, but they keep up the pace by always giving you something to do. Also, you learn that the combo bonus counter starts with 2 consecutive kills, so it maxes out at 11 locked on targets instead of 10. Makes sense, 2 hits make a combo, but if you don't want to end up wasting a combo score, don't lock on to more than 11 enemies at once. Practice this in Weapons Bed, you'll figure it out. But we're finally at the biggest change in style, and it's the treasure hunting missions. Some people would use the word gimped or broken to describe what happened to them, but I would describe them as being more difficult because I'm not a baby or a coward. I don't think it's much of a stretch to say that SA2 on the whole is a harder game than Sonic Adventure 1, and the treasure hunting missions show this the most. No more light balls that just tell you the right way to go, and the emerald radar only picks up on 1 emerald at a time, so instead of bitching and moaning about how it is, let's think about why it is the way that it is. One of my biggest complaints with this style in the previous game was that you didn't really need to learn the level because of the aforementioned balls of light, so instead of that, this game gives you hint boxes, clues on points of interest, what the item might be in, or a specific action that might need to be taken to get to that item. You're not just finding emerald shards because of story reasons, but it's just a nice aesthetic touch because they all work the same. Then you just have an overall more thoughtful level structure. Yes, these levels are larger, but they are typically split into 3 main areas with a strong central point to get around them. This means that you have obvious landmarks to use to guide your way. Both of these things allow you to learn the level better and letting the hints help you even more. That being said, they're still just hints, so you'll probably be confused until you get a blip on your radar in the first place and you're in the room going, "Where is it?" But if you press the start button, it will scroll through your hints automatically, and if you're in mat space, they'll be backwards, sometimes literally, sometimes figuratively. It's annoying. But the biggest point of contention is the radar. You can only sense 1 item at a time. This more than anything else flat out makes the game harder and makes these larger levels take longer. But I also think this gives the player a greater focus on the item at hand instead of ping-ponging to different points on the map and losing your bearings. The hit system also wouldn't work, and with the way some of these levels are designed, neither would the balls of light from the previous game. You switch areas, it fades to black. Doing all of this, I think it feeds into the player learning the map better, and while I'm not a speedrunner, I'm still a bit of a psychopath who has a handful of these emerald locations taking up useful space in my brain. But if there's one more thing about the radar that I always wondered before doing this review, I didn't know if they made the radar proportionately stronger to the sides of the levels or not. But this playthrough has made me feel that it was just a base range increase. And at the very least, it has less proximity ratings than the last game, which gave you like 5 color changes instead of the 3 here. And to be honest, I think that would have been useful. And that's because in this playthrough, Aquatic Mine gave me every little problem that could ever happen in these level types. The second emerald was underground at the start of the level, and because this level has a lot of side areas that you can sense shards through walls, I got sidetracked for a shard that was just at the bottom of the central area. Something with more ratings probably could have helped me. But even if that level took me 9 minutes, I still wouldn't call anything in here broken. Getting readings through walls is really helpful in a lot of stages, like Security Hall that you can just run around in 10 seconds and you can get a reading, or someplace like Death Chamber or Headquarters where they will have secret paths behind hidden walls, and I hate those levels. In my personal opinion, I think the open levels are the best, even if some of them can get too big like Mad Space or Meteor Herd. And it's not like getting around them is hard, it's that you have to find game mechanics like rockets to get to one area one at a time, instead of just picking which one you want to go to. Mad Space opens up pretty well where you can pick which planet you want to go to at the start, but getting from one planet to the other is just a matter of tedium, and God forbid the emerald shards at the bottom of the stage. And while going up and down Meteor Herd is better, the radar just doesn't feel quite large enough sometimes to necessitate how big that level is, even with the higher range I think it has. But I personally hate Headquarters and Death Chamber. It's a closed circuit with some alternating paths that can lead you through certain areas to get through certain places, but it's just too closed off for my taste. But getting back to the radar itself, while it might not be able to pick up on later shard pieces, you can find any of them at any time. They all spawn on at the map at the beginning of the game. Nothing is stopping you other than not knowing where it is, and that's pretty important. Doesn't mean much for the ones that appear in walls or underground. But this is where I think it feeds into the scoring system. The faster you collect a shard, the higher your score bonus is. This resets per shard and isn't based on the stage time, so if you find one that's locked out of the radar, it's an automatic perfect bonus. Using hit monitors reduce your bonus score for that shard, so it's best not to use them, but if you do, destroying enemies can easily get you back those points you lost. And something I've only realized with this playthrough is that Animals and Chaos Drives gives you 10 points, just like picking up rings, so pick up everything that you can. If you know where a shard might be in the ground or wall, dig in that place at least once and you'll probably find an item box close around. If I had to think of a way to improve these levels, I would make the shards glow a bit to make them stand out in the actual open level, and this was an addition for the battle port, but emeralds underground and in walls give your character an exclamation point. I'd have that show up even if the radar is locked. I think keeping extra hints tied to just looking at the environment would be a fine addition and not ruin much of the hunting and searching. If you aren't playing for score and you don't have the attention span of a goldfish, who cares how long these levels take? I think the real problem is just how tricky some of these hints can be, because they can be really specific. Some of them only gain context when you've found the location of the shard at all, so I can understand how it can be really frustrating or way too much. But I think if you take your time and try to learn the level, you can easily get through them. If you're out here hunting for A ranks, you have to do everything you can to learn these levels and do everything you can in these levels. So if you're gonna hunt for golden beetles, do it here. You should always hunt for golden beetles, but especially here. Especially for the timed missions that still have random emerald placements. These missions typically ask for more points because if you're going to finish the level in 3 minutes anyway, you'd better have a higher score in the first place. Hard mode is actually the easiest one to A rank. The emeralds are in fixed locations, but those locations can be a bit hard to find. But once you know how and once you know where, it's pretty simple. And one last tidbit for the rare occasion where you might die when you're right next to an emerald. The emerald locations reset whenever the level resets. So there aren't any resetting tricks in this game, and don't die if you feel like you know where it is, because it will change. Oh, also, fighting is still just whatever for these guys. The nice thing is that you can both attack and move at the same time. It's pretty neat, but it still doesn't really matter outside of a boss fight. The developers will probably do something about that the next game though. And last but not least, let's talk about the thing that probably has the most depth in this game, the Chow Garden. And boy, has that also expanded. So first off, your Chow data is saved separately on the memory card by itself, so you get to see how original my naming was from when I was a kid or a teenager. I can't remember, I might have deleted my original save. The point is, you get to see 2 special areas unlocked right from the get-go. You may have saw them a bit in the last video, but SA2 brings you 2 new Chow forms with the Hero and Dark Chow, each with their own little areas just for the fun of it. You can get them by interacting with your Chow with a Hero or Dark character. Be nice with that type and they'll evolve in the same, but if you're mean to them, you can also turn them to the other side. Don't do that, why are you being mean to your Chow? You can now take these little guys to school where they can learn neat tricks and emotes, give them names, check up on their conditions and stats, and learn more details about how to raise them and how it works in general. A mistake I made in the last video was thinking that the system that they carried over to Sonic Adventure DX came from the original Sonic Adventure 2 on the Dreamcast, but that was actually what came from this game, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, the port to the GameCube. This includes the very helpful status screen that was only viewable on the VMU, redesigns to the Chow Gardens themselves, the inclusion of the fortune teller to name your Chow, and changing the black market from an online interface to just being in the game itself. There are a bunch of other smaller changes, but one of the bigger ones was adding a new Chow Karate minigame to this port. So let's start with that. Karate is pretty simple. Your Chow will fight against other ones in the ring. You win by either depleting the other's health or getting a ring out. There's a stamina system, and when your Chow runs out, you have to cheer them on with the A button to refill the meter. It's all stat driven like racing, so you're pretty much just a cheering manager. This mode finds a way to use all the stats, so since we're building in almost ultimate Chow once again, our bases will be covered. As for the races, it's also expanded from before, more races that make good economic use of the same cores. It proportionally expands as it gets harder or restricts itself for specialized races. They tell you exactly what type of race it will be, so using a specific Chow for a specific race can help, like swimming or running. But that doesn't mean your other stats don't help. The strength race is about flying over a gap of water to climb a wall, so a strong fly stat can give you an edge, and every race starts with a bit of running. And then the stamina stat finally comes in full swing. Stamina is used up during these races just like in karate, but you don't get it back, and you can cheer your Chow on and use a bit of it up for a burst of speed. It could very well be the gamble to win you the race, but when it runs out they're going to slow down, so be careful. There are even more special races to show off the different types of Chow you can create in this game. The Hero and Dark races are delightfully ironic, where heroes can only face devils and vice versa, but for the sake of brevity, your strong Chow will stay neutral so you can compete in both. You have to make one of each type to unlock the races, so don't forget to do that. They change when they evolve into adult, like in the last game. However, we'll be going over to the PS3 version of this game where I already have a 100% save file to talk over all of this stuff. Oh, I named them Honey! That's really sweet, considering I named the other ones by the stat I was trying to grow. And speaking of those stats, each stat on a Chow is graded to show you how adept they are at that ability. This goes from E to S. The higher the grade, the higher their stat growth. What we want to do is get as many S's as we can before we get bored. To be honest, I think a fully spec'd out A-rank Chow might be good enough to win everything. No one was a match for my sweet little Honey in any event, and they aren't even fully S'd out. But how do you get this cute little monster? It's through breeding and cheating like I did in SA1. The pick up and put down trick still works, so use it. Starting off, your Chow's grades are randomized at birth. I said in the last game that it felt like rarer Chow had better stats, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Stats work on a bell curve, with C being the most common. That means D stats are just as rare as B stats and so on, but S is its own little extra special rarity. Then to actually see the grade you have to take your Chow to the doctor. Once you figure that out, you'll generally want to develop their highest graded stat. When a Chow evolves, their most recent interacted stat will decide the type of Chow they will evolve into. That type of Chow will raise their grade by 1. This is how you get your swimming, flying, or power type Chow. This is also how you get the ultimate immortal chaos Chow as well. Have them reincarnate at least twice and give them a balanced diet of every animal, one of each being the easiest to track. It keeps them balanced and regular, and when they evolve, they should look pretty cool. It's a lot, to be honest. I've never had a Chow reincarnate. That's too much time to leave the game on for me. But back to our plan, once you have 2 adult Chow with the stats that you want to start with, then you need to give them a love fruit to get them to mate and make an egg. Crack it open and it will have randomized stats from both parents, meaning you'll be able to restart until you see their best stats show up. As long as your Chow data doesn't save, you can hard reset the game as many times as you need to before the 2 even make the egg, and through breeding, you can just breed out bad grades altogether. Or you can take the long way around and have your Chow reincarnate until it gets max S, but even I'm not that crazy. You just repeat either process until you get your desired stats and boom, there you go, a little monster that can never lose. The Chow have a highly varied and open system that's pretty easy to get your head around even with basic knowledge. I realized that I didn't fully understand everything until this video, but I still got the results I wanted in the end. I highly recommend looking at a Chow wiki just to learn all the little bits like what animal removes its legs, or what animal in SA2 lets it wear hats, because it's a different one that I can't remember right now. But speaking of more changes, because Chow Karate was introduced, they had to shuffle some emblems around for the battle port. Every race won't give you one, but they will help in unlocking the other courses, and you'll need to do all of them to get everything anyway, so while the Chow raising is the same, getting all 180 emblems in battle is technically harder, but only by a little bit, only by 1 emblem. Let's focus on that to move into fun extra stuff. Now, if you were a child when this game came out, you probably looked at the emblem results list and went, all A ranks? Aw geez, I gotta get all A ranks in every mission of the game? But if you actually read the description, it says, mission clear results of the last stage. That elusive emblem most people say for last is exclusively only for getting all A ranks in Canon's core. Significantly easier, right? I'm sure a YouTuber has already told you this before. But that's not to say that Canon's core is an easy level, but its score is a consistent 29,000 for when it matters, and the timers are pretty lenient on you if you know what you're doing. But overall, I think the hard mode missions can catch you off guard if you aren't careful. The levels are modified by having more enemies, removing platforms from pits, or making gimmicks just a bit more difficult to deal with. Like I said, Rail Canyon will make you learn how to rail switch and jump off rails. Enemies will be modified like this guy that shoots bombs but now shoots lasers. But that also means there's a higher chance to get more points, and the game typically doesn't ask for much more to get the A rank. I think they're a fun little challenge that remixes the levels a little bit. And now that I know that I don't have to get an A rank in them, I don't care how hard they are. But if you've done all of your missions, then what else is there to do? There's a boss rush for both hero and dark sides, and then a combination of the two taking you all the way up to the final hazard. Then there's kart racing, just an extra racing track and custom cars to play with, 3 more emblems, and if you finish every mission as a character, you get a secret car with boosted stats. But if you're crazy enough to get A ranks with every character, you unlock the secret skins for the Battle 2-player mode. In the original version of this game, that's how you unlocked characters like Amy or Tikal, and it seems like there were only just skins in that game. In this port, they're unlocked from the start, and they have their own moves, big quotation marks. They mostly just shuffle around effects and tweak stats. Amy and Metal Sonic seem to be the most affected. Metal Sonic doesn't get ring skills, but he has his shield, and Amy gets skills really fast, making her really annoying. The Dreamcast version has less stages, but you also were restricted to what characters you could choose. It was always Hero versus Dark, so you wouldn't be able to do something like Sonic vs Amy or Eggman versus the Dark Chow Walker. In fact, the Dark Chow Walker is new because before it was just Big and Eggman's Walker. You can go head to head in each gameplay style with some special level types like racing to the end with the mechs or doing a snowboarding race with the Hedgehogs. It's going to be in the grinding race where you find out grinding is fairly intricate when you realize you're lagging behind your opponent for some unknown reason. But I iterate once again, this game type is where it matters the most. You unlock more stages by just beating the story mode, you can set your battle settings for handicaps or set the number of rounds you do. This also works by just selecting a set of levels from the side. You can also do kart and chow racing along with karate. While not everything is here, anything you can do in this game you can pretty much do in 2-player. And with that, that's pretty much the game. Wait. I forgot to talk about what you get for getting all the emblems. For getting all 180 emblems, you unlock a 3D rendition of Green Hill Zone. It's a cute little extra level. All I can really say about it is that it's neat. It's a little more awkward than a normal stage, but like always, you can learn it and have some fun with it. Is it worth it? Now that I know I don't have to get A ranks in every level and it's just a matter of time, I think everything else is fun enough to go for it. Just take your time, go back to the Chow Garden after a couple of stages, and you'll get there sooner or later. Alright, with that over, we're finally in the home stretch, so let's do our overall wrap-up analysis. Sonic Adventure 2 is such a video game. Like I said, there technically may be less content in this game than SA1, and by that I mean areas, character models, cutscenes. But Sonic Adventure 2, and especially the battle port, has so much more to do in them. The mission mode not only shows you how much they've put into each level, but modifies all of them all at once. There are these background themes in the options. They were all remade for this port, and the ones you got as DLC are available in the black market at random for collecting more emblems. Maria's is the hardest to get. You need 180 emblems, and there's only a 10% chance for it to show up. The easiest way to get the market to change is to go into the options and just reload the game through there. And if you rotate the stick clockwise for a bit, the President's Secretary shows up. Neat. Don't know why they didn't give you the holiday stuff from the Dreamcast version, probably something to do with the updated models maybe, I don't know. The 2-player skins for the normal characters were also modified for this game, so you know, that's probably it. And yeah, I probably seen this and interacted with it in other games before. This game having a sound test with a cool graphic really made it stand out to me. I just came home from school sometimes, turned on the TV, and just played this in the background when I did my homework. You know, when I did my homework. This game just has a lot to offer, even a tutorial that updates on the upgrades that you get throughout the game. I've said this before, but I think Sonic 1 through 3 and K are the perfect example of iterative game design getting better with each sequel, and I still think that's true of Sonic Adventure 2. I think it trims the fat that needed to be trimmed, Amy, Biggs, and Tails, and improves on the mechanics it brought over, Sonic, Knuckles, and Gamma. And Big wasn't even really forgotten. They hide him around in places in the Dreamcast and PC versions. Sometimes it's funny, sometimes I hate it, but I really do find everything better. The level design, the story, the presentation, the extra content. I get it if you don't like it as much as Adventure 1, just like I get it if you like Sonic 2 more than Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I just don't agree with you. And that's fine, you're not wrong. Yet, it's just that there's a lot of opinions on this game, and some are fairer than others, some are more informed than others, some aren't even opinions and are just what that person likes and dislikes said in a very definitive way. You can agree with me, just think I've made only a few good points, or think I'm stupid, but more than anything, I want you to just actually think about this video game and think about why it is the way it is, instead of just settling on your knee-jerk instantaneous perspective. Dig deeper. I think this game is fantastic despite its small flaws. If you liked this video, please like and subscribe. If you disliked this video, please dislike and tell me why you hate me. And if you fall somewhere in between, share it with all of your friends. I'm not going to stop you. But our next Sonic game will be Sonic Heroes, something that actually changes, and I can tackle some very dumb Sonic criticism that I hate. It'll be fun. I don't end most of my videos saying, "You aren't going to get an experience like this anywhere else," just to be cute. SA2 is a special game, just like all the other games I've reviewed, but, well, it's the one I like the most, and that's not just nostalgia talking. So until then, mata'o, until we meet again, mata'o.
All of you ungrateful humans who took everything away from me will feel my loss and despair.
It all starts with this, a jewel containing the ultimate power. Maria, for the people of this planet, I promise you, revenge!
The military has mistaken me for the likes of you!
My name is Shadow. I'm the world's ultimate life form. There's no time for games. Farewell!
Let's take a look at what my grandfather was working on. A top-secret military weapon called
The Eclipse Cannon.
Do you really think it will be that easy?
Wait for me, okay, Sonic? I'm on my way.
I found you, faker!
Why do I have to find the key?
We're counting on you, buddy. Come and get some, Eggman! Just leave it to me!
It has the same wavelength and properties, but is less powerful than the real one. I won't let him down. I won't give up.
I'm sorry if I hurt you.
You just wanted to hold my hand, didn't you?
You never cease to surprise me, Blue Hedgehog.
You actually saved me, you know.
So, there's more to you than just looking like me. What are you, anyway?
What you see is what you get. Just a guy that loves adventure. I'm Sonic the Hedgehog.
Do you actually believe that you're the real Shadow?
No doubt.
Even your memories might not be real.
I plan to give you a taste of my revenge once all the 7 Chaos Emeralds are collected. Once I initiate this program, it cannot be disabled.
The colony was closed down, probably to keep the prototype from falling into the wrong hands. I found Maria's name among those who died when the ark was shut down.
Just
She
leave it
meant
to me.
everything
I'm
to
the
me.
world's fastest hedgehog.
Hey, let's get to work!
Even if my memories are not real, it's still me, Shadow.
Shadow, I beg you. Please do it for them. Give them a chance.
To be happy.
I've gotta go now. I have to keep my promise to Maria and you. Leave this one to me.
I'll take care of this while you run to get the Chaos Emerald.
Servers are the 7 Chaos. Chaos is power. Power is enriched by the heart. The controller is the one that unifies the chaos. Only you can do this.
Can both of you hear me? Atmosphere entry in about 4 minutes.
Sonic, I think I've discovered what the ultimate life form is. It might be you.
Shadow, I understand. You're unstoppable. Let's destroy this creature now. Everyone is waiting for us back on Earth.
Here I come, you creep.
Son, Shadow, you two are the only ones who can stop him now.
Sonic! Shadow!
Give it your best shot. You can do it.
Please!
Shadow, I beg of you, give them a chance.
Chaos control.
Maria, this is what you wanted, right? This is my promise I made to you.
He was what he was. A brave and heroic hedgehog.
Sayonara, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Boast YouTube, the Sega Dreamcast is dead. There's this whole bit here about the downfall of Sega and their woes of going multi-platform, but if you can grasp why making a game for 3 consoles that you don't have ownership of is harder than making one version of a game on one that you do is easier, then you can't be helped, or maybe you're a child. And then I'd have to ask, why are you here? I say bad words sometimes. Instead, have this metaphor about game design being like building blocks. Let's say Sonic Adventure is a square. Then it's safe to say Sonic Adventure 2 would also be a square, albeit a little smaller, maybe a thicker color because it's more focused. Well, what about Sonic Heroes? That game is pretty different than the last two, so coming off of SA2, let's call it a triangle. It's also a little smaller, but all of these games have the same base when it comes to high-speed platforming, so they have the same texture even if they do feel a little different. Now, there's this mentality about Sonic games that they abandon ideas and don't grow from past experiences, and they're always trying completely new things while not polishing the things that worked. I think that mentality is shallow and ignorant. You can't reuse assets the way they do without having some form of consistency. If you were ever going to watch one of my videos, do it now. I'm not trying to tell you that all of these games are the same. I'm telling you that Sonic Heroes doesn't exist in a world without Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. It doesn't exist without the classic games. Everything that made the Sonic franchise what it was up to this point is packed into that game. It had to be. It was Sega's most important multi-platform game at the time, and despite its technical shortcomings, it proved itself.
What goes up must come down. Yeah, my
Again, I don't really like going into outside circumstances of my game analysis, but I'd also like to share the fact that Sonic Adventure DX came out 6 months before this game. Sonic Team typically handles two problems that will consistently follow them throughout their development time: being spread too thin or not giving enough time to do things. Are the secret answer C, all of the above? Sonic Heroes is C. And while that's not inherently special to any video game development, Sonic is one of the biggest franchises that realized it was doing that and decided, hey man, we can't be charging full price for these video games, and cut themselves back. But it'll take a while before we get there. What about this game? What does it do? How is it different? Well, it starts off by letting us pick through one of 4 campaigns: normal mode, hard mode, easy mode, and mission mode. Why is it ordered like this? I can't tell you. I get why putting Sonic first, but why put Team Dark before Team Rose? Either way, I recommend Team Rose because it will force you to do the tutorial on startup. So Sonic Heroes is a game... right, the plot. I forgot about that. Well, Sonic Heroes is a very simple game. Team Rose is on the lookout for Sonic, who supposedly has the lost Froggy and Chocola Chow. Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles got an invitation to stop Eggman's new diabolical scheme in 3 days. Rouge is on the hunt for more treasure and unearths not only a recovered Shadow, but also awakens a deactivated E-Series robot, 123 Omega. Shadow and Omega are looking for answers and revenge, while Rouge still wants to get her hands on that treasure. Finally, the returning Chaotix are strapped for cash, and their detective agency gets a job from a mysterious client. Very simple, very straightforward, so it will be touch and go on the story as we run through the game. Honestly, I'm surprised Sonic Team decided to make a fully detailed tutorial. I guess they got tired of people not knowing how their games worked. But even without it, Seaside Hill and Ocean Palace are really cozy first levels, backed by the coast and checkerboarded for days. It really eases you into switching your characters and getting a grip on the controls, even if Sonic Heroes is slippier than SA1. Grand Metropolis and the Power Plant, however, get you up to speed with fighting enemies who now have health bars and flying. That's right, Return from Sonic Adventure is the ability to fly for a short distance. As for fighting, let's move on to Casino Park and Bingo Highway. The return of pinball is really frustrating with how this game handles collisions, but rolling down the bingo slide is pretty fun when it's not trying to kill you. And this is the first area where you run into enemies that can only be taken out with the power formation, but you'll need help with your flying type unless you can think outside the box to get some extra height. Rail Canyon and Bullet Station, however, bring back rail grinding, and you will be forced to deal with the differences of this game's engine with these levels. these rails just aren't as slick as they used to be. As a kid, I was pretty good at SA2, but when it came to this, I was always forced to a stop. But now that I know how the game works, I can get by pretty fine by just holding the B button down instead of tapping it repeatedly like I used to do. You have to really lean into these turns, even when it seems flat, unlike the last game where you got by just lightly tilting. But after this, we're halfway through the game, and thank God that last review was too long. But now that we're here, let's talk about the boss fights because they'll be repeating until we get to the final one. Also, plot rears its head for a little bit, we can talk about that too. As we run through the game, you fight Eggman and other teams. The Eggman boss fights are split between chases that are pretty fun. The Hedgehog even stops for a second to give you a chance to beat it up. Robot Carnival is pretty much a test your combat skills, and the power-up orbs are your friends here. And the Egg Albatross is a chasing 3-stage boss fight, and you can pretty much attack him however you want on the main path, but be very careful about blowing him up in the parts where the path starts to split. But the last type of boss fight is against other teams. Sonic runs into Amy, Dark runs into Chaotix, and to be honest, I hate them. They're a little annoying. SA1's character bosses are super simple and super boring. SA2 had some sauce, but these ones are a toss-up, and if they'll be as simple as one, are just flat out annoying. It's supposed to work like a game of rock, paper, scissors with the different formations, but the answer is your speed character's tornado move and praying that the other characters don't have any rings, so they'll go flying out of the stage instead of just staggering back. That also affects you, so you need to pick up rings or you'll go flying out of the stage. As for the story, we're halfway through, so now's the time to sow some seeds of intrigue. The Eggman in our last boss fight was a fake and a distraction to get his air fleet of ships off of the ground. Even if our main hero's 3 days are up, they'll still try to stop Eggman. As for Shadow and the others, there seems to be something off with their ship as well, but they still continue on their own personal search for the Doctor. Amy's team has decided Eggman is their real target, and while the Chaotix are still following orders, Vector is dialing in on what their job might really be about. Yet unknown to our first two teams, distracting them wasn't the only thing being done. Frog Forest and Lost Jungle is where the game starts to ramp up. Everything we've learned up until now is in play. Team switching, rail grinding, and an even harder enemy that can only be damaged in power formation. The good thing is that flying formation can also stun them. Team Blast is your friend. It's a screen clear that gives each team a different lasting effect as the bar depletes itself. It's really good. Some are better than others, but they're all fairly decent if used at the right time. Hang Castle and Mystic Mansion are freaky. They're so different from any level you've played in a Sonic game yet. The castle turns upside down, you have to find hidden switches and secret doors all around, and there are even invisible floors. This might be the most Sonic Adventure style level in this game by pure design alone. Strong Amy level vibes. Watch out for the stronger versions of the last super enemy though. They can only be hit in their weak spot after removing their helmet, and they're even more annoying. This is also the last level where I can mention the bobsled mechanic. You get into this device that automatically runs through the stages. Speed characters speed it up, flying characters let you jump, and power characters steer it. Earlier types let you move left and right, so losing a flying or power character pretty much you meant death depending on how far in you were on the track. But for this trolley system where you run on rails, as long as you have flight, you should be fine. It's a cute little gimmick that reminds me of the kart racing from the last game, even though it's not quite the same. And speaking of last chances to bring things up, let's talk about the Team Blast as we go through Robot Storm. It's a universal screen clear move. You build up the meter by collecting rings, destroying enemies, and just performing character actions. You can even cheat by getting the flight formation and pressing the attack button and the switch button at the same time to glitch the meter game. But what's most important is each team has their own gimmick attached to it. Team Rose is the most useful in that it levels everyone else up once, it gives you a shield, and makes you invincible. Team Dark is the most situational because it freezes time. It's perfect for Eggman boss fights, but everywhere else it can kinda get in the way because things like doors won't open, or in Robot Storm's case, the next round of enemies won't show up, but you can cancel it by pushing the button again. Team Sonic is a basic screen clear, but its extra ability is that it lets Sonic use the light attack from the last game. You just jump in the air and press the B button. Also, when Tails does Thunder Shoot with Sonic, it also works, but hitting the button again seems to cancel it when you shoot out Knuckles. But I think Team Chaotix has the most interesting mechanic. When they destroy enemies, they get ring boxes, and they continue to get them for destroying enemies as the meter goes down. That means it's really easy to build their meter back up, or outright get it again on activation if there's enough enemies around. If you aren't cheating, knowing when to use the Team Blast will be more helpful than using it willy-nilly. The game outright baits you into using it near the end of the game. And at the end of the game we are. The Egg Fleet is trying to kill you by the sheer volumes of cannons trying to gun you down, even introducing a new type of enemy even at the end. They block your attacks, it's really annoying. Baiting them into attacking is the easiest way to deal with them because they shield everything, even Thundershoot. And as for Final Fortress, it somehow makes itself even harder, but these two levels somehow manage to make you use every move in this game to its fullest, whether it be through combat or through platforming, and it's fantastic. You know, if you know what you're doing and you don't mess up your skips. And as for our final boss, Egg Emperor, he's pretty fun. He puts you through your paces, a chase that leads into a battle plateau that then rinses and repeats itself. The game is practically begging you to build up your team blast meter to deal with this guy. His attacks are annoying when he's chasing you, but if you do the team movements to level up, Thundershoot is your best friend to get past his shield and to do consistent damage. Don't worry about the speed level up, it's not worth it, and they give you the power one for free. And that's Sonic Heroes' basic story. There's more to it that we'll get into, but it's a short game that wants you to play it 4 times, and each of those times are mostly difficulty settings, so let's get back into discussing the design mentality team by team. For starters, Team Rose is the game's easy mode. You fight fewer enemies and go through about half of the level compared to the other teams. They managed to find both Froggy and Chocola, but they also seem to have had their data downloaded by the mysterious goo. Team Darkest Hard mode is where you fight the most enemies in harder combinations than anyone else, and the stages may give you an extra little bit at the end. At the end of it all, the only thing Rouge found were more Shadow clones. She tries to get things off her chest to Omega, but he just reassures her that if there are clones, then the original must exist out there somewhere, and Shadow gives you a bit of hope that he's the real deal. Team Sonic is the normal mode, and personally my favorite because it just flows the best. You switch your characters more often, and it's mostly in the service of moving forward and skipping areas you don't want to fight in. They did what they came here to do, beat Eggman. It's simple, but it's nice. As for Team Chaotix, they are a modified mission mode from our past 2 games. In fact, Sonic Adventure DX expanded its mission mode, so it being the core of this game style shouldn't really be that much of a surprise. The most interesting thing it does is add a mission where you aren't allowed to alert enemies, but everything else is your standard, find X amount of item, get X number of rings. Actually, the kill all enemy mission and blow out all the torches ones can kick rocks, but for enemies it's just the fact that you can miss them. And for torches is also the fact that you can miss them. I don't like the ones where there's a lot of things I can miss, and it's all of them, do all the thing. But most of the collection missions are fine because they give you double the amount of X item you need to finish them. It's not going to stay like this, you will be thankful looking back. But at the end of their story they found out that their client was Dr. Eggman, who was captured on his own ship. What? Why? How? Also, he can't pay, get his ass. While I have a fun enough time with each of these teams, even I understand that essentially playing the same game 4 times in a row can be exhausting. I played this game 8 times in a row because my recordings got corrupted, and I hated that second playthrough until I got back to Team Sonic again. But this design screams Sonic 3 and Knuckles to me. In that game, Sonic was normal, Tails was easy, and Knuckles was hard mode, and yeah, that game didn't force you to play as all of them. But I did. I even played as Sonic alone. Listen, I grew up on SNES games that had dead internal batteries, and a PlayStation 1 with no memory card for most of its use life. I can play this game 4 times and not be bothered. I'll admit that I'm the freak here, but each run is just about 2 hours long. Listen, my greatest piece of advice is to play this game at least 1 team a week. Split your playthrough up over a month and it will probably feel way better than just trying to force your way through it if you don't like it that much. I don't know why you're playing it if you don't like it that much, but whatever. Also, this game can be pretty frustrating, so you might need to take a break every once in a while. But let's talk about that frustration. Special stages have made their return. I like them, but oh boy, frustrating. The half pipe has turned into a full pipe, and it would be so cool if these controls actually worked. I can almost get them to work consistently, but it's only almost. You get caught on turns, you lose control, you twitch every which way, it just feels bad. But that's not a problem with the special stage, that's a problem with this video game, because we've seen them control better before this in 3D, and this one specifically afterwards in 3D. So this design of the special stage, the idea behind it, is very, very good when not in Sonic Heroes. You have to find special keys within the stages and finish a stage with it on you. If you get hit, i.e. if you lose rings, you will lose the key, and there are only about 2 or 3 keys per stage. It'd have been nice to stack keys, but no, we can't fit everything into our special pocket. If you get the key in the first stage of a zone, you get to just run through the special stage, trying to make it to the end. If you get the key in the second stage of the zone, you race for the Chaos Emerald, trying to catch up and grab it before you reach the end. I think it's really smart how you can test out the stage's layout before going for the emerald. In the first version, you have a time limit to get to the end. You collect these orbs that give you a speed boost while also putting more time on the clock. The spike balls from Sonic 2 return, but they slow you down considerably in this game and they take away your boost meter. In the first version of the special stage, there's also this choke point where there's no orbs. There's a Chow that runs along with you dropping orbs on you, but there's also a Dark Chow dropping down spike balls. It's all about getting a good run and having a good consistency. The better you do, the better your run is, the more extra lives you get for the first version. Then you take that knowledge and you go into getting the Chaos Emerald. If this game worked correctly, getting the Chaos Emerald would technically be easier than just going through the stage normally, because you don't have to go through the whole thing. That choke point in the first version of the special stage turns into a second wind in the second version, where they litter you with orbs, hoping you catch back up even if you mess up the first part. While chasing the emerald is straightforward enough, the first zone breaks things up with fun gimmicks like springs and zip lines. If I had to give advice on getting the emerald, it would be to switch the power formation character and tap the boost button. Even though holding it is better, it's just that you go a little slower so it's easier to control. They don't move as fast so it's easier to control. It's all about being easier to control. But if you can somehow find that sweet spot, whether it be power or speed formation, you will collect each of these emeralds within seconds. If I'm able to edit this while showing off everything else, I should have gotten most of them by now. I think I've gotten fairly used to these controls, but even then I can't find a sense of consistency. They expect you to use the speed character, and while they aren't the worst, that would be flying, it's still just controls very poorly. They expect you to run on the ceiling sometimes. They put orbs up there. I can hardly do a loop, and when I do run on the ceiling, it's hardly on purpose. If there's any tip that I can give you, it's move the stick gently and move into the turns. But getting all the Chaos Emeralds unlocks the last story for this video game. Don't worry about doing it in story mode, you can get them in the level select. This whole setup feels very Sonic 3 and Knuckles. It's just hanging over this video game like a warm fuzzy blanket. The game makes sure to go out of its way to tell you about these things by giving you a splash screen at the end of the credits every time you beat the story with the team. And even though you can't skip the credits, they're kinda easy to miss. If you go to the bathroom at the wrong time, it will just pass you by. Doesn't help that the final story is also off screen to the side. I know a handful of people that didn't complete their Sonic games even though they unlocked everything. This is for people like them. At the end of it all, everything comes to a head. The real mastermind reveals himself to be Metal Sonic. What? Oh, Neo Metal Sonic, my mistake. Wait, no, Metal Madness, I see. Pick a name, bro. Anyway, with all the data it's copied, Neo Metal turns into this thing. I can see a little bit of chaos in there. I see what you're going for, but all hope seems lost. If only we had all 7 Chaos Emeralds. Oh boy, they always come in right when you need them. They split the final boss fight into 2 phases. Team Sonic will go super while everyone else will buy them time. Phase 1 is fighting as each team to do some damage. You have to attack the obvious weak point with any attack that doesn't correspond to its color. If it's blue, speed won't work, yellow flying, red for power, it's easy. It's just sometimes attacks don't want to register, especially Thunder Shoot. Just because it doesn't work the first time doesn't mean it won't work, it just means that you didn't really hit it right. Sorry, I blamed you, let me blame the game. It didn't register right, the game is wrong. And then you never want to hit it with a speed type character because why jump over a bottomless pit when you have 2 safer options? Don't trust this game's funky collision detection. That being said, it's very much worth it to look around the boss arena because there are power-ups. Team Rose gets Team Blast items, and the other 2 get some free power-up orbs. The Team Blast meter even carries over to the next team, meaning meter gain is never wasted. The second phase, Metal Overlord, is a mix of both Sonic Adventure 1 and 2's final boss fights. Like SA2, you're just in this massive area to move around, but like in SA1, you have to collect your rings as you fight the boss without switching to someone else. You can't do damage to this boss, so it's all a matter of building up your Team Blast meter and matching his attacks with the right type of character. I think it's really cool how Metal uses a mix of attacks that you've seen before throughout the game, and he even pulls off Chaos Control to waste some of your time. As long as you collect your rings and deal with his attacks, you should be fine, but the balloons will run out after a while, but he should probably be on his last hit by then anyway, so I recommend using Tails to get them. Thundershoot's the best. But after that, we've beaten the game. Metal returns to normal, everyone runs off to their next adventure, and we're Sonic Heroes! Roll credits. I think overall Sonic Heroes is a fun little romp. It's the perfect type of game that needed to be made as Sonic's first big multi-platform game, something soft, easy, and a great introduction to the cast. But it's also a perfect homage to the classic style games in its presentation. To be honest, there's not a lot of story to go into, so I'm just gonna roll it into the presentation bit of my review as we move forward because I think they really mix well together. I honestly think from a design standpoint, as in playing through the game and the design of the levels and their layouts, Heroes is a nice combination of SA1 and 2, but from an artistic view, it also incorporates the classic art style the best out of almost any modern Sonic game to date. I wouldn't say the last two games cut back on the fantastical elements of the series, but instead they dialed up the realism. This game, however, dials that back down. It's brighter, there's more colors, things are more abstract than before. A palace set in the sea is a new and fun aesthetic. If you thought Pumpkin Hill was spooky, Hang Castle and Mystic Mansion take the cake. Who was it on Sonic Team that loved Halloween so much? We're gonna see it again, and I love it. I just want to know who it was. The characters outright say it this time. And that leads into something else that I love about this game that most people hate. It's how the characters interact and talk with each other. In this game, the banter can get pretty annoying if you keep dying on the same part and you have to keep hearing the same lines over and over again, but just get good. It's as simple as that. They'll comment on the things that are currently happening, stages, a bit more generic dialogue like, look at all those Eggman's robots, stuff like that. And outside of the Omochao tutorial, they are your natural tutorial that will constantly tell you how the game works, even near the end of the game, and I can't be mad because I know people that need it. I really think this diegetic way of giving us our information throughout the game is really fun and interesting. Diegetic as in, our characters are perceiving these directions the same as us, the player. In SA1 it was to call, and even if you could say that they weren't perceiving the same directions, they did perceive that ball of light. In SA2 it was Omochao, who I forgot to mention in that game because he was doing my job, and it's hard to say if he's diegetic, but characters can interact with him and throw him around and he will react to that, so I guess? But either way, I just think it's a neat way for the characters to continue to express themselves and interact in ways that we haven't seen before. And it's not just restricted to the in-game dialogue, it's also for the cutscenes, whether they be CG or in-game themselves. Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles probably express this the best, cheering each other on, pulling each other forward, and even teasing each other as they run through the levels. Team Rose, however, is a bit more peaceful, even if Amy can be a bit much. This interaction with Cream is funny because it's not localized correctly. Instead of questioning Cream as if she's clueless, the Japanese version is a lot more threatening, daring the small rabbit to finish her thought. But that's what happens when your story gets repeatedly translated back and forth like a game of telephone during the scripting process. Sonic Team is still doing this, by the way. It's fine, it's just more communication, like always. And while it may not be one-to-one, it's funny either way. Unlike SA2, where the sarcasm is just lost in that scene and there's no joke to back it up. Team Dark is a serious bunch with two no-nonsense characters being pulled along by Rouge the Bat. I like that all of these teams have their own dynamics. The speed characters are on point, but that doesn't mean they're the leader of their respective groups. Rouge is the boss, and she definitely shows that she is. While Omega is a one-tracked Eggman wrecking robot machine, he will defer to her and Shadow at their request. But as a character, Shadow would be the most interesting in this game if it decided to do anything with him, like do anything interesting in this game with him. Presumed dead, yet miraculously found alive, he now has amnesia, which is lame, to be quite honest. It's great when his past traits come out, like saving Rouge at the start of the game, but it's just a lazy retread of his secondary plot point in SA2 in my honest opinion. But while I don't care for his personal story, I do like the way he's expressed in this game, how he acts, how he talks. I think is very well done. I didn't really get to mention this in the last game, but before all of this anti-hero stuff, Shadow was just an evil Sonic. A bit more standoffish, but he's just a snarky, willful, and I guess you could replace Sonic's confidence with pride, but his pride is at a point where it really doesn't matter. There's not really that big of a difference in how they express that. I'm the fastest thing alive. I'm the one and only ultimate life form. Yes, both of you are very cool. It's just the whole, even if I don't have my memories, I'm still the ultimate life form shtick runs kinda hollow. I mean, you don't remember that. Why do you care? Rouge, how much did you gas him up? Team Chaotix is a deep cut that I didn't know about when this game came out, because who owned Knuckles Chaotix? The 5 of you who owned a Sega 32X, please put your hands down. The retooling of these characters is super fun looking back. I went and read the manual of that game, and did you know Espio was a detective, and now he's also a ninja, which is still kind of in line with his character from before? Vector's a bit gruffer, but he's just as kind as always. Charmy is a brat now, but before he was just a little guy that liked to go fast and check on flowers. Their interactions are what help them shine. Espio may be the straight man while Vector and Charmy bicker, but the Croc shows you that throughout the journey, he's the brains behind the agency. Which is weird because Espio was the one who was the detective. Whatever, that was on the fan wiki, that could be wrong. As for Metal Sonic, he's pretty good. Gone from silent copy wanting to just beat Sonic to mouthy mechanical ruler who will do anything they can to prove that they are indeed the real Sonic the Hedgehog. A bit of CD, a bit of the OVA, and a bit of Chaotix all come together to make up our Metal Overlord. The act of locking up Eggman and biding his time is just the right amount of agency to make him feel like a real good villain. And then you have their team themes, which are amazing and capture the mood of each one perfectly. Once again, each one having their own style of music to express that team's quirkiness and individuality, but the stage themes also don't slack, moving back into fitting the mood of the stage itself, then matching its character in that certain theme like SA2. Casino Park is energetic and electronic, the power plant is as mechanical as it is rhythmic, and Final Forces is your climactic final stage, making you feel both dread and eagerness at the same time. This can also be said for the final boss music as well. It fits both you, Sonic, and Metal Sonic at the same time, and if you don't like Sonic Heroes, then you're just not fun. The song. I'm talking about the song. You cannot like the game. I mean, you're probably still not as fun as you could be, but all of these callbacks make Sonic Heroes feel like not just a sequel to the adventure games, but even the classics as well. Honestly, it might just be the best 3D conversion we had, and by that I mean being an actual 3D conversion, and not just being 2D Sonic in 3D. Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles are boiled down to their basic traits, expanded on, and given a combat twist specifically for this game, so let's move on to the gameplay because I've been glossing over it long enough. Alright, while Sonic Heroes may be on a brand new engine, it's still built out the back that is Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, and by that I mean the way this game is designed, the entirety of how this game is designed. I think the level design is the best of both worlds. It's open, you can clearly see your routes, and while they are more spread out than 2, shortcuts are just as hidden and difficult to manage like in the last game as well. For example, there's this giant winding turn that leads into a boss arena. You can just skip it and go right into the fight, but as Team Sonic, you can go to the top of this turn, get a frog to make it rain, and you get a grind rail to skip it. Other characters, however, can find power-ups and goodies up there as well. Team Sonic gives you the SA2 mentality, while everyone else is getting 1s. It takes SA1's things you can find and combines it with SA2's things you can do quite a bit. And the game clearly acknowledges it. Even as early as Seaside Hill, you have these breakable blocks so you can just jump or fly over, completely ignoring them. Team Chaotix has a mission of finding hermit crabs, and one of them is sitting on top of this pillar next to these blocks. 4 teams in, the designers are expecting you to just casually skip certain bits. But they also play with that idea, so they make you hit every block anyway because there's probably a hermit crab under one of them. But for everyone else, you can find alternate routes, goodies, or just maximize skipping by learning the layout and the level like any old Sonic game. But to get through all of this level design, you have to deal with the gimmick that is Sonic Heroes, playing as 3 characters at once and fighting a bunch of enemies. Even if you can skip them sometimes, you'll be attacking again and again, and it can feel like a bit much. Enemies now have health bars, meaning that they take more than 1 hit to kill. As early as Act 2, you'll run into cases that you'll have to destroy enemies to unlock. It wants you to fight, and you will be doing it. But even then, it takes a while for the game to make you feel like you're in a true gauntlet without an exit. Locking doors with enemies isn't anything new to this series, even for Sonic-styled gameplay, but figuring out how to fight this many different types of enemies is what makes Sonic Heroes Sonic Heroes. You can alleviate this a lot by powering up your characters with ability orbs. There's one for each type, and there's a free one you get for each checkpoint, so keeping track of them throughout the stage will really help you get through it better, but dying becomes a bit worse because you lose all of them. It's nothing you need, but it definitely helps a lot. But even this fighting can be mixed with platforming, and that leads into the ability types themselves and what makes them different. First off, let's talk about power formation because that's what we'll be doing most, fighting. They do more damage than the other formations where they can take out weaker enemies in one hit, unlike their counterparts who needs to be powered up. As they level up, they get a finishing AoE attack that does high damage and lingers longer the more it's powered up. Then they can shoot their teammates for a stronger attack. Knuckles and Omega have to jump to do this while Big and Vector do it on the ground in their combo. That being said, their jump attack turns into a body slam. I kept bringing up Knuckles fighting in the last two games for a reason. Knuckles is at his best in this game in terms of being the one who fights in the group. I feel like enemies only have health bars to make this type more viable. But as for platforming, they add in Knuckles Glide into the triangle dive. Don't use it for lateral movement, it sucks. You're playing a 3D game and they very much are aware of that. No more Sonic Adventure nonsense. But it still can do damage to enemies. It's not useful in that sense, but it's funny. Overall, I like this for Knuckles and the other fighters. I think the problem this game runs into is that it becomes a bit too much, and some of the enemies themselves are a bit too much. But in terms of just the ability that these characters have, I think it's great. Flying formation is your tactical formation. In terms of movement, you do skips, you keep yourself safe in tricky areas, but when it comes to fighting, you're immobilizing your enemies for the other types to deal the finishing blow. That is until it levels up to max, then it's just as good as power formation for normal enemies, and perfect for dealing with the flying enemies that the other two have a hard time reaching. Just like gliding, flying is also dialed back and you can see it with the flight meter. Unlike SA1, you come to an almost halt when you run out of speed, which is probably why they show it to you. You'll want to learn to jump as far as you can and as high as you can before you start flying to move the furthest. As for the rest of their differences, Charmy has this mechanic with flowers where if he opens it up, it teleports them to different places, so it's just a Team Chaotix mechanic. But personally, it only shows up when each of these characters are put by themselves. Very rarely will you have a flying type character on their own, but when you do, they each get their own individual attacks. Both power and flying formations are slower than speed, but they de-incentivize flying by making it the slowest. Sure, you move around better and you will be switching to it constantly, but you'll never want to just be in it just to move forward. Unless, you know, you're on a precarious ledge. And as for fighting, once powered up, I think it's fair to compare it back to the Mech and Gamma shooting style stages, except instead of holding the button down, you toss your friends who home in on the enemies around them. And last but not least, the main attraction, speed formation. They have the most differences between them compared to the others. The homing attack returns, but because there are health bars, it doesn't kill in one hit. The trick is to hold the jump button long enough so your partners will join you in stacking the damage until you power it up. You just have to also make sure that they're all together. Each character has a tornado attack, but that's also where the differences start to show up. Shadow and Sonic will home in on their target to throw them off balance, remove a shield, or flip the enemy over so the others can do more damage. Amy sends her tornado flying forward and SBO's has theirs centered on him, but it will also turn him invisible and undetectable to enemies that haven't spotted him yet, and on the rare occasions where you run into lasers, he will also become intangible to them. Well, technically I think he'd be reflecting them, so the idea of science is in there somewhere. Everyone but Amy can do the new triangle jump where you can jump from wall to wall, with SBO being able to be stuck on the wall. Neat, but it doesn't matter much because you could just continually jump from wall to wall with Sonic or Shadow and pretty much do the same thing. Instead, Amy gets a hammer twirl when holding the jump button in the air, and you'd think it'd be useless, but if you combine it with the tornado hammer, you can do it again and get some good distance. She can even homing attack after doing all of this, so her aerial movement is still some of the best for a non-flight character. There's also the replacement for the spin dash, the Rocket Excel. The game expects you to use it like twice. It's a speed boost with the tornado properties of the level 3 homing attack, but it's like whatever. You hold B, you gather everyone around you, they push you forward. If they aren't gathered, you do a solo attack, Sonic and Shadow do a slide kick, Amy comes to a stop due to a hammer attack, and SBO will throw a shuriken. Remember that when SBO is alone, it's very useful. But yeah, Rocket Excel, Sonic and Shadow can still do the light speed dash though. Can't kill with it in this game. Not that like you needed to, it was just neat in the last game when it happened. So, how do all of these bits come together? The game will throw enemies at you relentlessly and ask you to use all of your skills to move forward as well. You punch through enemies and blocks on your path. You shoot down flying enemies and also switch formations to activate switches. Speed is nothing new you haven't done before. Homing attack chains still exist even if enemies do have health bars. And there's also light speed dash tricks for Sonic and Shadow if you lock in hard enough. Both in battle and platforming, the game will be asking you to switch quite a bit if you want to stay efficient. Yes, power types will run into enemies that will only be damaged by them, but even speed and flying types also have their fair share of enemies built for them, such as the shielded enemies, which the game recommends you use your tornado move to deal with, but your power formation is more than enough to deal with the basic and advanced enemies. It's the middle ones that are kind of annoying with their breakable shields, but even with a level 2 power type, you aren't really forced to switch, and if your speed character is level 3, well, it's GG easy, tornado property, get that shield out of my face. The flight formation enemies have the most diversity of any type of enemies in this game. In fact, the game expects you to use speed and power formation to deal with them if your flight formation isn't powered up enough, but it will also discourage or encourage depending on the type that they are. And one even shoots out spikes to discourage the use of speed formation. The game will force you to learn its mechanics, so if you aren't paying attention, you're going to have a bad time. Such as the game outright telling you that the power formation can damage the hammer enemies, so only later in my life did I even try to use Thunder Shoot and found out the basic ones can be paralyzed. As I said before, the E2000 series robots are annoying, but the hammer enemies teach you the lesson of baiting the attack. The game teaches you how to deal with these enemies, and dealing with them in these types of ways can be rewarding, or at the very least not as taxing. That being said, there is one mechanic in this game that's really annoying and works as it's mostly intended. Your teammates can be knocked out. Not like being captured by that special robot, it's just when they're hit, you can't switch to them or even use them for a bit. When you're just standing around, it's kind of annoying, and I get the idea behind punishing you for attacking with your teammates at the wrong time, but some of the enemies just have an active hitbox on at all times, like the hammer guy, so if you shoot wrong, instead of stunning him, your character will hit the hammer and you'll be able to use them for a while, and with how janky this game controls sometimes, it doesn't feel fair. Now because flight and power formation needs your teammates more than anything, they recover faster, so it's only really something you'll notice in speed formation, or if you want to switch really soon and you're just like, why isn't my button working? I get why it's in the game, it's perfect for the team boss battles, but it didn't need to be put in normal gameplay. I like switching in this game, and some enemies are flexible enough where you don't have to switch if you know how to deal with them or are leveled up enough. Some even change depending on the skills you use on them, like the witches. I think this is the best enemies with health bars has ever been used in the series, even compared to something like Frontiers, which is saying a lot because other than that unleashed in this game, I'm pretty sure everything else is way worse and a waste of time. But what might not be a waste of time is the return of extra missions. This time there are only one extra mission for each stage with each team. The different mission types from the last game are split up by team this time. Team Sonic is a race against the clock, still having to get a good score like last time. Team Dark, however, is a time-based mission where you have to kill 100 enemies in the level. Don't worry if you get to the end before you finish, just like last time, the gold ring will take you back to the start to continue your run. Team Rose has a ring-based mission where instead of 100 rings, you need to collect 200 rings. It's easy, don't worry about it. As for Team Chaotix, their extra missions are stage dependent. They are modified from their base missions. If you had a mission to find a certain number of items, this time you gotta find all of them. If the mission was to go to the end, you might have to do so undetected like in Frog Forest or Egg Fleet, and in stages where that was already the case, you get a time limit. But the most annoying is still the blow out the torches missions, because instead of the red ones, it's the blue ones, and while there may be less, it's not better. It's not better. It's not. But if there is one good thing about these collection missions, it's that even if you die, you keep the ones you found when you get back to the checkpoint. It's the fact that these are specifically called challenge missions that make swallowing the pill of having to get everything go down a bit easier, but some of these hiding spots are annoying. I'm talking about you, first hermit crab. How am I supposed to see that ledge? It's really hard. I don't care if the characters say something. How am I supposed to know they're not talking about the first easily seeable hermit crab? As for getting A-ranks in this game, it might be the fact that you have to fight so much and there are so many ways to get points, you just kind of stumble into them if you don't die in the middle of the stage. Heck, if you die early enough, you still might get it. It's this balancing act between moving fast and going out of your way to kill everything in your sight that's hard to manage. I'd prioritize fighting over going fast myself, always collect power-up orbs even if you're full because they give you points. The combo bonus now works on a timer considering flying and power types can't do consecutive hits like speed and gunner characters could in SA2, and getting A-ranks is nowhere near as hard or gimmicky like in the last game either. Everyone plays the same game, so you're always getting used to the system in the new engine. Even with the chaotics, it's just a matter of remembering where your items and enemies are. This game even introduced the rainbow ring trick points, which we still see to this day, so that's neat. But what do you get for A-ranking in this game? What do you get for poisoning the minds of people who look back on SA2 thinking they have to get all A-ranks in that game? You get super hard mode. I played through this a little bit once. I'm not doing it now because you don't get anything at the end, but it's as it says, it's super hard mode. Even just 3 stages in, you can see how sadistic some of this design is. It will fling you over pits into lightspeed dash chains, and you will have to remember to hold up because there is momentum in this game, it's just dialed back from before. Still here, but different. If you disagreed with any of my takes about the level design and how the game wants to teach you to learn different things and how to move through it, Super Hard Mode will tell you that I'm right. But for even more fun options to do, you can once again listen to the in-game music. You can actually watch the cutscenes this time, though it's just the CG ones and not the in-between stage ones. 2-player mode returns with a bunch of new, modes. The PC version is the workaround this time. You can do a bunch of different races and battles. The Sonic Heroes multiplayer scene is in fact very cold and very dead, and I've only seen these stages used in fan games more so than this one. But you can race, fight, drive a bobsled with different variations on all of those things. It does do my favorite thing in Sonic games where it changes the time of day. Seaside Hill in the sunset and the city at night look really nice, and I just want to keep changing the time of day, but like, give me the power, let me do it, let me set it. Why is Sonic R the only game that gives me what I want? But like I said at the very start of this review, this game has been pared down, so in terms of things to do, that's it. But before we get to our big overview, let me get to one big negative I've just been sprinkling in this entire review, and it's very obvious. Sonic Heroes runs on a new game engine, and this game engine is heavily based in Sonic Adventure, but where Sonic Adventure 2 was more tighter in controls, Sonic Heroes is looser than the original. But to be honest, I think that's fine. I think how they move really helps with the formations and their animations. It's the collision detection that is extra awful and what sets me off. Characters freak out on edges, they get caught on uneven geometry at high speeds. 3D Sonic games have this design where characters catch themselves before they fall off a ledge. It's still in this game. It's the worst it's ever been. I've never fallen off a ledge more in a 3D Sonic game than this one. Power formation with Knuckles and Omega is a risk sometimes, they'll just fall off. It might be the most obvious in the special stages, but it's also super obvious in the casino stages where controlling your character feels like ass. And the best way to get through them is to try and hug the edges as hard as you can because they just kinda magnetize to them and roll up them. It's weird. The way this game feels drags it down completely, especially because it's based in the adventure system. But because that's what they're trying to emulate in this new engine, you can still perform your adventure-like tricks, despite itself. You still gain speed by going down slopes, you still ramp jump like you did in the previous games. Grinding is way worse, but it still has the same principles behind it. You just have to try harder, and not succumb to the fear. Your skills will carry over, and the design is based around that at times. And speaking of flinging yourself in the air, this game, despite itself, has the best air control of any Sonic game I think I've ever played. In fact, being in the air is the safest place to be in this game. Did your lightspeed dash mess up because you clipped the ground as you reached the edge? Jump before you do it. Want to use the power formation, but it's a really tight space and you don't want to fall off? Jump. But there's something just relaxing about bouncing on an enemy to death as you let go of the control stick. It's floatier than adventure, and for this game, it's perfect. But even more perfect, at least on a design standpoint, I think out of any Sonic games, possibly even the classic ones, this is just Sonic the Hedgehog, the video game. And I'm not talking about 06. Multiple gameplay styles with their own levels? Well, now the styles are formations, and they all play at the same time. Teams are difficulty based, but that's just Sonic 3 and K. What about treasure hunting? A bit of that got moved into the chaotics. What about the mech shooting? A bit of that got moved into flight formation. What about Amy's puzzle platforming? Halloween Zone. Ah, but fishing though. I mean, technically... Listen, I said so at the start. I'm not here to tell you that these games aren't different. SA1 and 2 are different. Sonic 1, 2, and 3 are different. But it's this game that holds up the stupid mentality that Sonic games have no consistency because of the extra things these games do to fill themselves out keeps changing. You know, those things that we used to call gimmicks. I get that some gimmicks carry over and some don't, but that's how design works. You'd expect a different one per game, but because only a handful of them are similar, and they're not even all that similar to begin with if you actually deep dive into them, when things change, people's brains start to fry. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like on it letting me know how you feel. Dislike it, letting me know how you feel. Comment about it, telling me how you feel. Or share it with a friend just to get them to think about it just a little bit more. You can't just ask how your games are different. You need to think through why they're different. How does that affect the similarities? Where do those similarities come from? And how do they all affect this game? That way, you might be able to appreciate aspects that get refined or the actual new things that get added no matter how small they might be. Sonic Heroes is the culmination of everything we've had up until this point. You may not have the brevity of the classic games, but it has their aesthetic. You may not have the treasure hunting and mech stages from the last two games, but you sure do have Sonic's overall level design mentality. You may fight more than you ever had before, but our characters are still designed like they were in the last two games. And the extra content is the same as the last two games. Sonic Heroes is not a sequel to Sonic Adventure 1 and Sonic Adventure 2, but it's pretty damn close. Us YouTube, it's spin-off time with Shadow the Hedgehog for the Nintendo GameCube. You'd think this game would be more different than it is, being a spin-off, but just like the mainline games before it, it's built on the same foundation as the last one. And to be honest, this is where the cracks start to show themselves. Shadow the Hedgehog doesn't do anything particularly new, but it pushes the basic adventure design to its limits, and almost in every way to its detriment. But let's talk about why that is. I normally make my titles at the very end of the video process because these are reviews and not so much think pieces with a theme or a prompt, and I give thumbnails fun taglines that use the name of the music albums, at least when they have names. But Lost and Found is the perfect title for this video and for how this game just handles itself in general. It feels like it's looking for something or trying to prove itself in a way that it doesn't need to, and that just makes all of its flaws more apparent. And diving right in, this game opens up on a bit of foreshadowing. Shadow is pondering about who he is and why he can only remember a little girl getting shot, only for a sky hole to swirl together and drop off hordes of aliens onto an unsuspecting public. Being too good for this premise, he decides to leave until a floating jellyfish projects alien Satan in front of him. They say that the promised time has come, and for Shadow to collect the 7 Chaos Emeralds, and he thinks that by doing so, he'll finally figure out the answers of his past and who he is. We're literally dropped into our first level, Westopolis, where we find Sonic the Hedgehog fighting off the alien invaders. Our objective is to kill 45 of them. As we move through the level, we gain a Chaos Emerald, allowing us to access Chaos abilities we'll get to later. Just above, we run into Doom's Eye. They want us to take out 35 gun troops. However, near the end of the level, we see the Chaos Emerald we came here for in the first place. Shadow the Hedgehog is a mission-based platformer where every level will branch you off into a new path. Sometimes there are 3 choices, sometimes there's only 2. That means our narrative is inherently splintered, and the only way to get all of it is to play through just about every pathway. By the end of it, your shadow is shaped by the actions you as a player took. Is he good, evil, or something in between? So, to see as much as we can see, we're going from top to bottom, skipping every other ley line, and then running back to those 2 to further talk about gameplay aspects. So first off, we're going to be a really bad boy and shoot a lot of people. Doing a blank amount of things is nothing new in the Sonic series. Extra missions, Sonic Heroes, we've been here before, but it's never been this aggressive up front. You have to kill every gun soldier in the level to move on, and somehow it's worse than the Kill All Robots mission in Sonic Heroes. It's a mixture of a lot of things: how the camera is placed, how enemies decide to spawn on screen by literally just falling on you sometimes, and sometimes how big these levels can get. Yes, the game is designed around that. You have teleporters that can take you forwards and backwards, but you don't know where you missed anyone, so you're basically doing what they did in Sonic Heroes, where you run to the end and then get teleported all the way back to the front and running all the way back there until you find who you missed. And while I'd like to say Westopolis is an outlier, it's definitely not the normal, but it's pretty stable. There are levels that are better, there are levels that are worse, but we'll get to them when we get to them. Back to the story, we get a peek at how Gun is dealing with this, and it's very poorly. But also racially? What do you mean by black? The Gun commander seems to have a vendetta against Shadow, and this invasion is a good excuse to settle some unknown score. A level like Digital Circuit essentially wants you to get to the end of both Hero and Dark missions. The only difference is that the Dark mission is further along the path and wants you to blow up an objective. Just a few extra steps, but essentially the same thing. Next, we catch up on the President. It seems Gun is pushing back against the black aliens, and he won't let them get away with invading his country. Sonic and Shadow fought to the bitter end, and so will he. I wish I had a picture of Sonic and Shadow on my desk. How did he get them to take this? This and the Commander cutscenes always play out no matter what you do, so you can make them ironic really fast by being evil outright, or, later depending on how you feel. However, Cryptic Castle brings Eggman into the fold of this conflict. I mean, there's actually a cutscene that brings Eggman into this, but you don't get it on this route, and you're either hunting for lanterns to activate a defense system, or searching for Cream and Cheese who are hidden in the level. Again, not hard except for one lantern that's a bit annoying to light, and you'll find that and Cheese in the same area, and it involves looking around for something that's a bit too annoying to find either way. Also, going this way leads you into the first boss fight of our run, and I'll go into these later. Goodbye, Eggbreaker, I hate you. It seems that while we were gone, the Black Arms have marched into Central City, and it's time for us to complete the raid. The leader fills our mind with thoughts of hatred and revenge against the humans that sealed us away, so we decide to blow up the city. A maze would be too aggressive to describe this level. It's pretty straightforward if you picked left or right and keep going that way from the start. We're going right, so don't forget to blow up that bomb at the start. It will make things easier. You'll probably be overwhelmed and you will probably get lost your first time through, but it's not hard to learn, and the game does do its best to help guide you forward with objectives that stand out, be it very bright bombs or the bombs that you need to blow up having light beacons on them. But once again, first time play will be difficult because not only is this map very large and very open, there is a timer on it for both missions. With Central City down, it's time to get to the art to prepare for the Prosperity Ritual. We take out the defense systems in a Panzer Dragoon-like flying sequence. Not as cool, not as intuitive. If you want a tip, hop off near every defense system and shoot them down yourselves. Even if you're just trying to rush through the level, there are new rides near each one of them, except for the last one, obviously. But with the defense systems down, we now have access to the Eclipse Cannon and we can fire it down upon the White House. Damn, I mean, if you're going to be inspired by Independence Day, this is one of the two scenes you do take from it. But we're now at the final level, the Gun Fortress. Shadow remembers some vague words from Professor Gerald, and we destroy their systems once and for all. Sonic and the Commander stand in our way. More so, the Commander stands in our way. Sonic is a footstool for the boss fight, but with them taken out, we now have all 7 Chaos Emeralds and the answer to who we are.
I'm Shadow, the Hedgehog. I was created to bring order and justice to the humans. With the power of these emeralds, I'm going to destroy this damn planet.
Oh, no, he's drunk. He's drunk too much of the Kool-Aid. He's gone too far. This isn't what Black Doom wants. We've never learned his name. I just said it for the first time right now. Well, that was an ending. In terms of routes, I think Pure Dark is the most involved, at least gameplay-wise. You have more missions that ask more from you, especially something like Central City where you only have 2 options and they're both pretty aggressive. As a kid, I never did Pure Dark or even Pure Hero because those routes are a bother, but this is just one of 10 endings, so let's run it back right to the start. Shadow is visited by Satan's Eye, but the only thing he heard was get all the Chaos Emeralds, so that's what we do. Satan's a little unhappy with us and warps us to some ancient temple. Too bad we still don't care and run to the end to get the 3rd emerald. Then we warp to a broken down, dilapidated prison island. Shadow remembers he was captured, but that doesn't seem to keep him from his mission of collecting the Chaos Emeralds. Not even Charmy looking for secret discs can get in our way. Going through this route lets us see the fancy CG cutscene of Eggman actually mobilizing his units. Can't let the world you want to get taken over get destroyed, can you? Even though we ignored the Eyeball's request, these ruins still managed to find their way into the air. Either way, this still has nothing to do with us, so we make our way to the Doctor's main ship. Since we're here, let's talk about something new to this video game, which are vehicles. They come in all shapes and sizes, from cars, floating discs, to little megs. The idea of this is nothing new, but their implementation is. They're more so closer to your natural movement than the mini games that you've played before, or even the Panzer Dragoon sections that show up from time to time. So that means getting into these things feels more like a car or a tank in GTA. But this game is still a platformer where some of these items still have more platforming advantages, and if it doesn't have one, it's just a glorified shield, but sometimes with a gun. But also, the gun that you hold automatically gets swapped when you're in a car or something, and it's annoying. It's really annoying. I don't know why they did that, to be quite honest. But as we continue to ignore everyone until we get all of the Chaos Emeralds, we warp into Eggman's main base in Iron Jungle and discover his Shadow Android army. Payoff. Eggman asks us to destroy the gun forces on his tail, and Omega asks us to gun down Eggman's airship. We do neither. Then we have another boss fight with Eggman where he tells Shadow, the one we're playing as, he's also an android built by him. I highly doubt that because we have more polygons, but we defeat him and get our 6th Chaos Emerald. After gathering all of our clues and remembering the androids in the last game, his death in Sonic Adventure 2, Shadow concludes that he is in fact an android and he'll be sending the Doctor straight to hell for creating him. From hell. This line's funny. Must have hit their E10 quota for swears. Our final level is a lava shelter, and it'd be more compelling if I decided to do the dark mission. But to keep my apathy in check, we do the much more straightforward hero mission and confront Eggman along with Omega. The egg dealer. People think it's pretty dumb, and it is, but it's way more funny than it is dumb, and I like fighting him. But once again, that's for later. With 7 emeralds in hand, Shadow accepts that he is an android and he will take over the Eggman Empire and their robots for himself. He gives the Doctor a swift death. Well, as swift as that line retakes, but that is our neutral ending. Is Shadow truly the envoy of our jellyfish alien, or an android copy of your heroic pal from Sonic Adventure 2? This game truly is a mystery. It truly wants to be a mystery, but it's not really. I don't like that they're reusing the plot point of a fake Shadow again. It was a very small fun twist in SA2 to set up the Bio Lizard, and a very fun thought experiment and the perfect guide of wondering, I wonder if there is a true Shadow out there. But having it be connected to Eggman and building android shadows and you're playing as a fake one built by Eggman, no matter what you do, we'd still be retreading some water. At least this has more blatant setup, I guess. It doesn't make it better. But one more time, let's run it back to the start of the game to get the full picture. Shadow is visited by the Dark One's Winker, but he feels pity for these pitiful humans, or something, and kills every disgusting black creature in sight with extreme prejudice. But let's take time to talk about our hero and dark gauges. Depending on your actions during the level, you will fill up one of these 2 gauges. When full, both will give you invincibility and unlimited weapon ammo. Neat! But each of them also have a different special ability. Dark Shadow gives you access to Chaos Blast, a devastating attack that destroys everything in its path, be it friend or foe. Hero Shadow gives you access to Chaos Control, an ability that zooms you through the level straight to the goal ring. It can also destroy friend or foe, but it's not guaranteed. I think both of them are pretty cool moves, except Chaos Control sucks for most hero missions. Most hero missions are not get to the end of the level, so you won't be using it. Great for normal missions though. Anyway, Lethal Highway is really going to ask you to fill up your hero gauge and use your unlimited ammo to shoot down a fleeing airship. And for some reason it takes 2 missions for Satan to get mad at us, and even then we had to provoke him a little bit. We kill his army in the first level and he's just like,
"Hey, hurry up and let's go. Put your coat on, we're leaving."
But to punish us, we fight Black Bull, the only boss the hero gauge works well in. I'm glad the President's faith in us isn't wasted in this run. And that's 3 emeralds down, and we can finally get
that damn 4th Chaos Emerald.
Circus Park gives you the old school collect X amount of rings mission. 400. Tails, why you gotta be a hater? Stolen rings? When has that ever been a thing? They're just lying around most of the time. Whatever. Even as the goodest boy, the gun commander still wants us dead for some reason, but I guess we can still help them out in the Death Ruins, even if they still shoot at us. You know what's funny? They don't shoot at you in the first mission of this game. Only after the commander gives the command do the gun soldiers shoot at you. The aliens do it all of the time. And the funny thing about the gun soldiers, I think they have like an aggressive meter, because the further in you go, the more aggressive they get. But early on in like the hero and neutral missions, yeah, they'll shoot at you, but they'll definitely focus on the aliens more. If you're evil, they'll shoot you down way faster. But back on track, Alien Satan tells us that this invasion isn't about wiping out the human race, but we'll have to wait till tomorrow to figure that out. Did we figure that out the other time? No, we technically didn't. He just makes us fight Black Bull again for some reason, but we warp out of there and find Sonic and Tails getting ready to fly. The black creatures are going to space, and Sonic and Tails are going to Ark, so I guess that means they're going to space too. This is a joke about the translation of the game, and it's more so about back grammar. They let us hitch a ride, and to show our gratitude, Shadow decides to steal the Chaos Emerald from the two of them.
Kidding me, guys. This is like taking candy from a baby, which is fine by me.
But is punished by having a trauma flashback to a crisis that happened on the Ark. Lost Impact is one of the most annoying and largest stages in the game. Even the dark mission of just getting to the exit is a little rough. You're in this large level with multiple paths and dead ends, and everything generally looks the same, but it's designed in a way that if you decide to pay attention even a little bit, you're probably not going to get lost. That doesn't mean you won't miss one of the enemies for the hero missions, but you shouldn't get lost. The stage is built into sections, each one separated by an on-rails turret sequence. If you check out all of your options before you hop onto a turret, you won't get lost. Also, you can speed up the turrets by holding the A button. You guys really need to hit those hint orbs more often. But after that, we finished our flashback with the ejection scene from SA2, and Shadow gets a feeling that he'll find his answers on the Black Comet. Final Han is a pretty straightforward level, but it also asks you to solve some puzzles is a strong word, but there are some level-based obstacles that get in your way. Hold on to the suck gun for as long as you can. Getting to the end is easy enough, but make sure you don't activate the defense system for the dark mission, or you will have to run back and unlock whichever one you hit to finish the hero side. Which one did you hit? I don't know. Which teleporter spot will get you to the right place? Who's to say? And at the end of it all, we finally come face to face with Black Doom himself. I'm pretty sure this is our first time hearing his name in the game. Anyway, he congratulates us on getting this far. I know the boss dialogue never accounts for your actions throughout the routes, but you'd think he wouldn't say things like this after doing the hero mission in this level.
Congratulations for not doing what I asked. No, I'm not being sarcastic.
Either way, same old, how dare you betray me, blah blah blah, I haven't been finished, blah blah blah, but Shadow ends this route pretty much as he was at the end of SA2. Makes sense why they pushed this as the canonical route, but we still have 2 more routes to go. And yet, suddenly the bit of constantly starting over has already run thin for me, so instead we'll be running these last 2 routes at the same time, and I'll bring up something if I find it interesting. Okay, let's do this one last time. Satan's Butthole, find the Chaos Emerald, good and evil again, and finally Apathy until we reach the end. Oh wait, here's a pretty annoying level. The Doom is the most maze-like level in the game, but not the most maze-like mission. I'm talking about you, Mad Matrix Dark Mission. You suck, you and your horrible camera. Good thing I'm not doing that. The Doom is Lost Impact if everything was actually connected, and both hero and dark missions want you to hunt down every little person you can find in them. Honestly, I can't give you any tips other than to pay attention to your surroundings, because you and the game will be blowing up walls to progress, and they'll be leading you back to old areas and dead ends at the same time. If you start unlocking doors and your numbers aren't over half, you probably missed some guys. But you know what? Mad Matrix is a great place to talk about another element in this game that most people don't. That is the 5 secret keys that unlock the special door in each level. These doors can have things from weapons, vehicles, or even shortcuts to the goal ring. Sometimes with level design, sometimes with just plain warp points, sometimes both. Getting a key saves when you get it. I think it does, but they at least save when you finish the level, and boy howdy you need to get them, because sometimes the path to get to the key just exits itself out and you're just gonna have to restart the whole level again. Yay. If I'm honest, while the designed shortcuts are pretty cool, most of the doors are worthless. For example, Westopolis gives you an armored car for the last bit before the goal ring, but the normal car that the level gives you is just as good. Lost Impact also gives you an armored car, you know, the ones with the turrets. And while those shortcuts are cool, they're only good for the neutral mission. I'd probably have to say the Doom gives you the best shortcut though, especially for how long that stage is, even in the neutral mission. To be honest, These keys are very weird, and I understand why people don't talk about them. You don't need them to 100% this game, and the things that they give you aren't the best. They make like 5 levels more bearable at most, so we'll be getting back to them when that needs to happen. But back to our semi-dark route, we need to not commit terrorism, and then the best thing for any neutral mission on the bottom route, wait for a timer to run out so we can keep Sonic's ego in check. But now it's time for our final levels. On the upper route, Shadow has collected most of the Chaos Emeralds and can't wait for Black Doom to tell him the truth about his past. I want it to be known that Black Doom never promised that at the start of this game, and yet we take the dark mission anyway, and it's only when we're a little evil do we decide to lick his boots and promise him our allegiance. But back to the semi-hero route, we get actual plot that matters to this game, right now, everything going on, not just for this stupid little route we found ourselves on. The commander comes face to face with Shadow and tells him that he was also on the Ark 50 years ago. As a small child, he witnessed the deal between Black Doom and Gerald and blames Shadow for the tragedy that killed Maria and his family on the Ark. He fires off his gun, but Shadow can't die now. If what the commander is saying is true, then he will atone, but he needs to find out the whole truth before that can happen. The final level here is a race to the goal, but the hero mission takes you through the entire level to get to the computer room, and the special locked door is built specifically for that mission. I can't tell you how many times I fell off those breakable walls and fell into the dark mission goal as a kid. I cursed up a storm. Did Shadow proud that day. But this ending once again puts us face to face with Black Doom, who tells us the same thing he told us at the start of the game. I want it to be known that I'm pretty sure Black Doom hasn't lied to us once during this entire game. But after once again confirming Shadow's origins, Shadow feels responsible for every bad thing that's happened and thinks he shouldn't have been born in the first place. But Vector tells him that that might not be all there is to the story. This is also a side of Shadow that we've seen before in Sonic Battle, but a little sadder and less compelling. Now, in my honest opinion, these 5 endings that I got are the ones that matter the most, and one that doesn't matter at all, to be quite honest. So 4 of these endings matter a lot. The other ones are some small variation on world domination, android acceptance, sad boy hours, or my favorite, beating up Sonic just because he can. It's sad that it's the only joke ending in this game, because if some of the other ones were funny, I'd be way more compelled to get them. I mean, it's just, I've had it up to here with these video game references, Sonic. Who would have guessed I'd be the final boss?
No, but why though?
In terms of pure plot, this game's pretty weak. It's spread out, it's thin, it's meandering, but this narrative is more so to flesh out Shadow as a character than make anything coherent. But much like how ancient ships will still manage to get in the air even if we don't do that mission, events do happen even if we aren't there to witness them. I'm pretty sure all of our nice CG cutscenes happen. Eggman tells Shadow he's an android, Shadow probably talks to the commander, the Chaotix hack Eggman's computer, get those secret discs, and find a computer room on the Ark, stuff like that. And after you get all 10 of these endings, you unlock the last story like every other 3D Sonic game up until this point. Except it takes a longer time and it's more annoying and more repetitive. Even more than Sonic Heroes. For our last story, Shadow is on the Black Comet with all 7 Chaos Emeralds, and Black Doom comes to congratulate him while the others tell him not to give him the gemstones. Because this story is fragmented, we need to run through and clarify some previous plot points that have already been told to us. Black Doom clarifies that he's not trying to destroy the Earth. He wants to enslave humanity to use them as a resource. His whole prosperity ritual was gathering the 7 Chaos Emeralds to transport the comet to the surface of the Earth because it couldn't break through the atmosphere. Wait, then how did he get those temples on Earth? That doesn't matter. Also, once again, Black Doom states that he helped create Shadow. You know, that thing we heard about in the last route that we did? But because the comet has reached Earth, it gives off this paralysis gas that affects everyone but Shadow. Shadow thinks back through all of his experiences through this game and decides that he's not going to let any of this happen, and Black Doom hits him with the classic,
I brought you into this world, and I can take you out.
So we have one last level, the Last Way. And it's pretty simple, pretty similar to most Black Comet levels, but this time you're forced to use Chaos Control to progress through certain parts of the level. Want a tip? Wait until you get to the choke point before you use it, or you might not go as far as you think you will. But at the end of the level, we get a few more revelations that could be easily inferred, such as Black Doom's blood was used to create Shadow himself, so I guess that means he's part alien, but more so he's a part of the Black Arm's hive mind, meaning Black Doom has a mental connection with Shadow as well and stops him in his tracks. Meanwhile, aboard the Ark, the Chaotix are putting their detective work throughout this game to work and uploading their found data that projects itself all over the world. I know they're trying to pull an SA2 here, but come on, I've had enough. Why is it in the alien ship on the comet? I guess those aliens literally hacked themselves into the CIA database, so I guess it works both ways. Anyway, it's an old recording of Professor Gerald right before the Ark raid, and he left this message to Shadow. Shadow is the only one who can stop Black Doom, and he created the Eclipse Cannon to be used to destroy the comet. That's a little rough. That's at least what I'm inferring from this game and what it's trying to say. Shadow is humanity's hope, and in hearing those words from him and Maria, Shadow finds the strength to resist Black Doom's control, but the alien manages to warp outside for one final battle, and Shadow transforms into his super form to take the fight to him. This final boss, Devil Doom, is annoying. Ooh, big surprise. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it could control way better. First off, you have to chase this guy down and shoot him in his eye to do damage at all, but that eye keeps swapping sides every time you shoot it. So you have to charge your Chaos Spear to do the most damage, but the homing on the shot is pretty bad, or pretty strong, it's hard to say. The game is very aware of it, and it puts things in your way to make it unnecessarily difficult. Here's another tip, clear out as much debris as you can, and when you want to shoot for his eye, dash right at him and get as close as you possibly can to keep your aim as straight as it can be. But the problem with that debris is that it not only gets in your way, it also forces Shadow downward, or upward, it depends on how you hit it, but you can't control your elevation like you can in SA2, so you're just forced to wait. The easiest way to get rid of this is to rush into him, which forces him to teleport, and then as you go on to his new area, you'll naturally rise or fall as much as you need to. Doing this will also spawn ring balloons, because he does that every time he teleports, and you're going to want those. Oh, also, Eggman tells you that you're the true original Shadow after like 6 minutes. I couldn't get this to show up after spending around 15 minutes and 3 lives on this boss fight. Does it matter? Kinda. Does it matter in the story that we're actually participating in? Not really. But we kill Devil Doom, teleport the comet inside of the Eclipse Cannon, and blast it to pieces. Everyone celebrates, rethinks actions taken in the past, and we get the clunkiest end of a character arc for the sake of a cool shot and a line callback, but mostly for the sake of this game's very existence. Yet all in all, that is Shadow the Hedgehog, a mess of a game, a story, and a character piece. This game came out when I would be the perfect age to indulge in this type of edgy aesthetic, swearing, guns, violence, anger, and confusion at everything around me. But just like when I was a teenager, I think all of this is lame. Not completely off-putting, I did buy and beat this game when it came out though. But if you take away its thin layer of posturing, what you're left with is a game that's still built on top of the adventure formula like every 3D game before it. Multiple campaign runs, mission-based levels, platforming, even guns aren't anything special other than their realism for a fourth of them. This try-hard, edgy little video game can be endearing in a childish, I'm a big kid kind of way, but this game is taking itself seriously most of the time. They were aiming for a T rating. E10 had just came out and they were able to not fully alienate their demographic. I mean, you can still see the hell on Shadow's lips as they used an alternate line read, and as much as I want to cut through that veneer layer of edge, it just kind of permeates everything. The best example for this is when Shadow steals the emerald in the pure hero route. It feels tone deaf just for the sake of making him feel like a renegade. They could have swapped out the tone of that scene with the one in the semi-hero route on the ship, and it would have been better. I mean, he still would have been an asshole, but like pure hero Shadow is still that bad. And also, he like never talks back to Black Doom at all in the Dark Route, so what are you doing really? I'm Shadow the Hedgehog, I can only be mean to my friends when they're being nice to me. This is who I am, Baka. And Black Doom all in all is kind of a weak villain, right? Shadow doesn't really bite back when it matters. He always feels in control when he clearly isn't, and he's just so boringly evil. Because of the way the game presents itself, he's so sure in everything he does when Shadow's clearly disobeying him, even at the end of a hero route, so it feels like he's completely unconnected to everything, so his unwavering confidence also feels unconnected and bland. For a villain who's evil for evil's sake, you really gotta let him dig into the hero of the story and have a good playful banter back and forth. And because Shadow isn't your traditional hero, he should be playing off other characters like the Gun Commander or Sonic and his friends, but he doesn't care about them, so plot device is going to plot device, but the person who stands up slightly above that is the Gun Commander. Now he has motivation from the get-go. He wants you dead no matter how much good we do, it's never enough, and it makes sense he feels the way he does. Now this is a character that should be referencing SA2. Sure, you saved the world, but you were just waiting for your alien friends to show up. Give him some good lines like that to round him out. He does nothing for Shadow's story overall, but I don't hate it like everything else. Eggman's not doing his best in this game, and it's sad because there's a lot dedicated to him. The previous game set him up. He's related to Gerald. He's a fun third-party idea that can be implemented in this game from gameplay to story, but he's just mostly relegated to red herrings and being in a bunch of endings for the sake of padding out the game. For a game that basically tells you everything you need to know in the first couple of cutscenes, I don't need it to actively lie to me, especially using a small plot point in SA2 to hold up its mystery of Black Doom helped create Shadow, and not even really help. I just gave him my blood and Gerald did all the work himself, so nothing's really different. Shadow's part alien, who cares? He's a hedgehog in a world full of humans, who cares? And then the whole copy Shadow idea is extremely undercooked. They're in 2 levels? Black Doom should have took control of them in the last story. Make him do something. And continuing with characters, Sonic and his friends are fine, I guess. Their roles are as fleshed out as they need to be, but the way Sonic stands out is weird. He's going to remind you that you're playing a video game. People say we're seeing him from Shadow's point of view, so that's why Sonic is kind of annoying, but it's a bit too meta for that. It's almost funny, but I don't know if I'm laughing with him or at him. I need to start coming up with more phrases. Everyone's interactions feel a bit one-sided though. They all know who Shadow is and depend on him, but when you help them, he's always focused on the mission and hardly pays them any mind. He doesn't get any back and forth with them at all through the levels, and I honestly think that's a shame, even with Black Doom or Eggman as well. And as much as he helps them out, they don't really help him out all that much. Sonic gives him a ride. The Chaotix put in some work. I like how SVO tells Shadow not to listen to Eggman's nonsense, but their whole plot thread feels more incidental than active. I wonder who paid them this time. It just feels weird that Shadow's on this hunt for information and everyone who could ever tell him anything, Rouge, is right there. But whatever. And last but not least, what about the titular character Shadow the Hedgehog? This is the hardest part to write because the game is saying a lot, but none of it is insightful or interesting, and if it's new, it's just for the sake of its own existence. A generous reading of this game's character writing is that it's giving you an insight of the many different facets of Shadow the Hedgehog. A bringer of ruin, a loyal man-made servant, a copy of an original being, an experiment doomed to solitude, or a hero of justice. Shadow could be any of these things, except Shadow was already all of these things in the game he debuted in. So I guess the question is, why do it again? You could say they want people to have a better understanding of how the character was compared to where they'll be taking him moving forward, especially considering their next game is a bit of a soft reboot or whatever they wanted that to be. But this game starts with a mystery, especially from the last game, and the last story, which should clear up everything, doesn't really do that. The mystery is, who is Shadow the Hedgehog, and there's an actual physical mystery going on, and the answer is he is the ultimate life form created by Professor Gerald. Our new information is that he has alien blood in him. Does that change anything that we knew before this game? No, but that's just Shadow. What about the Professor? The game is trying to present him as a scientist who will discard humanity for the sake of his own research, but that's not true. In fact, I think this game just makes the Professor more sympathetic because he truly was a man broken by tragedy, but I could also play Sonic Battle for that. What about Maria? No. Maria's a good girl, she always will be. So any character in the past hasn't been recontextualized or expanded on in any meaningful characterizing way. But clearly during this game, Shadow goes through an arc, right? Kind of. Amnesia as a plot point is a real strong 50-50 when it comes to writing, because your character is pretty much either going to do the thing they were meant to do or do the opposite. It's there to hide the plot in our actual characterization of the character, but we already know who Shadow is, and the plot itself is painfully straightforward that you know how it's going to end from the minute that it starts. And even for the character himself, is there really a big change from beginning to end? He starts off going, "No one tells me what to do," and pretty much ends on, "No one tells me what to do." Sure, you can say there's a change from "I'll do anything to learn about my past, I'll do anything anyone says if it gets me a Chaos Emerald," to "It doesn't matter, I'll put my past behind me now." But then that turns it into a game about motivation, and we have to question how we got here. And it's hard to talk about that with a game that is written and designed the way it is when you don't exactly know how you got to this point at the end. We can only judge Shadow by the things he says and not what he does, because the game chooses to obfuscate them by the end because we as the player get to choose what he does. When you take the meta-narrative of a player making choices out of it, I think Shadow's hero actions are the most compelling. Black Doom needs those Chaos Emeralds, so when he chooses to work for him, he's at least guaranteeing that he's going to get them. Sonic and friends are just out there trying to save the day, so when he makes that choice, you'd think he's choosing the good over what he wants and what he needs. Those theoretically give him the most agency, but again, it's just an action that you, the player, had taken. You don't know what he thinks on the situation or how he feels about any of the things that actually happen, because ultimately they don't matter. And it's not just because going from blowing up an alien spaceship to blowing up Air Force One makes no narrative sense. It's really lame when a game that is purely based on the actions you take tells you that they don't matter, because by the end everything poofs into the nether. The only thing that matters is what Shadow knows. He knows he's man-made, he knows that he was on the Ark, he knows he died, so when it comes to standing up to Black Doom, the same thing that motivates him in SA2 motivates him again, Maria and Gerald. And at the end of it all, he says that he's putting his past behind him and throws away their pictures, saying goodbye to Shadow the Hedgehog. But what is the game trying to say if our actions didn't matter and Shadow's no different than the ending of SA2? A lot of people think he's saying goodbye to them, to the Shadow the Hedgehog they knew, to the ultimate life form that was created with the help of Black Doom. And at the time of this game's creation, maybe a bit of that was true. Just because he wasn't the Shadow they knew any longer doesn't mean he can't still be motivated by them. But I think it's less literal, especially in hindsight. I think he was saying goodbye to the Shadow at the start of this game, the one who would do anything to figure out his past, who couldn't do anything on his own, who couldn't think for himself. He's saying goodbye to the very idea and concept of this game, and moving forward we will be dealing with his current life and new conflicts that present themselves. That might sound deep, but it's not. It's just saying that this game doesn't matter. It exists solely for itself, and it doesn't do anything to elevate or expand on the plot points that it's taking from to hold itself up. Honestly, this just makes me appreciate Sonic Battle more than anything. It's still the best interpretation of that character since SA2, in my honest opinion. It actually has him think about the actions he's taken and the actions other people have taken against him to get him to where he is in the present, and how he lives in the present and deals with it with the people currently around him. So ultimately, what does it matter that this game gives him a character arc when he has amnesia and his character can't fully express himself, even though this game's character writing hinges on things that happened previously? But in this game, he's being hunted down for something that he didn't do. He's being recruited for something that he was never actually going to be a part of in the first place. It's really easy to get over your baggage when it's not yours to begin with. And yet you still hold up the ones you were given to begin with, so what are we doing? I feel like I just talked around in a bunch of circles, but basically what I'm saying is, in terms of character development, expression, or anything resembling an arc, you can remove this game and effectively you lose nothing of substance. Man, I spent so much time talking about the plot and characters, but I guess that's just because the game is mid. Let's talk about game design. Mission-based gameplay is nothing new, but it's never been more upfront than it is here, even compared to Heroes. But these missions are hardly anything new either. I think the collect the bombs mission is the newest thing this game has done. Like I said way earlier, the main problem with some of these missions is that they ask you to do an all of X mission goal, and very few of them give you more than whatever number they want you to get. It's as if you're running through a Sonic Adventure styled Sonic level, but it wants you to look around as if you are Knuckles. An apt comparison because Sonic runs through Knuckles parts, and it does get as wide as those parts. But you run into the problem of a game constantly trying to push you forward while wanting you to look through it as thoroughly as you can. Which is why the transport system kind of feels a bit off. Maybe if you're being very delicate and you're moving backwards knowing that you felt like you missed something, then waiting to the end to run through all at once again. I think it only really works that well if you're picking up something small like the 5 secret discs in Prison Island. I don't know how I feel about being able to choose any mission during the route that you take, because it feels very nice when I know what I'm doing, or on your first run when you can't really pick anything and you don't really care where you go. But the more objectives that you try to fill out for yourself on purpose, it might feel a bit distracting to have all of this going on, or to accidentally fall into an objective and get the wrong ending. And as a kid who couldn't do certain missions because I thought they were too hard, all that did was turn a already repetitive game into an even more repetitive one. But that's not really the fault of the open mission structure, that's just a symptom of it. But these open missions do make me hate the Sonic camera as much as normies complain about it, because I'm actually forced to look for something. There's no Emerald Radar in this game, though that would be great for some kill all the enemy missions. But to further keep this game in line with our previous titles, it takes their core idea and stretches it as thin as it can with the branching path runs to give you comparable content for less work. I think this was the first time I really noticed the reuse of assets as a kid, because it didn't have the narrative surrounding it like SA1, or it wasn't as clever with its uses as SA2. Other than the fantastic combination of levels that is Glyphic Canyon to Sky Troops, it's just Arc Level 1 or Arc Level 2. And the branching paths that is this game don't help with that feeling. And as an adult, I can appreciate the different level design between these similar levels. I find it weird that the handful of the one and done level themes in this game are Eggman levels. He needs something to help him stand out. The saving grace is that the mission structure does shake up things sometimes, and a lot of the levels do have their own unique gimmicks. I like the flying bat enemies, even if they're nothing new to this game either. And that's it. Yeah, that's the only one I really like, but those gimmicks are there. As I said before, the best levels are the ones that make different routes for both hero and dark paths. Ones as small as the gun base where you run over the dark objective are as dynamic as Lava Shelter that gets wild changes depending on if you do the dark mission or not. The level floods with lava and you have to do completely different platforming challenges, and Lava Shelter forces the change, unlike Gun Fortress where it's technically optional, but I do like that both design choices are in this game. Zooming into Shadow himself, man, every time I turn on this game, I get whiplashed by how this black little rodent controls. He's on skates, so he should be a little loose, but also he's on skates, so he's not making as tight a turn as in any other Sonic game if he's going too fast. It's not the worst he's ever controlled, we'll get there, but you'd think it would control like Sonic Heroes from the way it looks, but it doesn't. It's worse somehow. He's both too loose and also too stiff at the same time. And this game being closer designed to Heroes makes you miss the little things from that game. But one big change is the rail grinding. It's way more automated now with a dedicated rail switching button, so there's no more flinging yourself into the abyss. You know, unless you press the speed up button at the wrong time and you jump over a spring. Oops. But if I'm purely honest, it just makes rail grinding boring. There's hardly any loops or interesting ways that these rails move. The only level that tries really hard is one where you can chaos control past them anyway. Another big change you'll notice is that when Shadow gets hit, he only loses 10 rings. A very interesting change, probably done for the time you'll be spending in these levels. Really helps out with Circus Park, and only Circus Park to be quite honest. Now this next one is small in the sense of you'll only notice this when it happens to you, and then it will become a very big and annoying problem. Shadow can't re-jump after he gets hit in the air, unlike every other 3D Sonic game before him. It was a very nice consideration for all of the bottomless pits that are in these games that's gone for some reason. But speaking of ledges, you can now grab onto them, which is nice if you mess up a jump, but not something you'll be using unless the game forces you to do it. The Lightspeed Dash returns as jank as it's always been, and even if it is mapped to a different button, something else is still mapped to that button, and while very rarely, it can still be a problem. However, because this game is built to be run through forwards, backwards, and then forwards again, mandatory ring paths get these ghost rings that allow you to dash through them multiple times, meaning that even if you do mess up your Lightspeed Dash, there's a chance you can try again and save yourself. So I'll gladly take a consideration through happenstance, considering they took another run from us through negligence. Or maybe someone really liked Castlevania and wanted to make the game harder for no reason, who knows. The homing attack in this game is a little weird. I feel like it's a bit more aggressive, but it's also kinda limp at the same time. That's probably because air dashing is a fully realized mechanic in this game. If you input a direction while tapping the jump button again in the air, Shadow will dash in that direction. That takes precedence over the homing attack. But if you hold the stick in the direction of an enemy, he'll more often than not go for them, so it makes hitting enemies off screen way easier. That being said, the air control in this game is garbage coming off of Sonic Heroes. A lot of enemies put you in an awkward position while attacking them, especially bosses. The homing attack will sometimes just stop working. You can see this in places like Lethal Highway with the airship, but with the Egg Dealer, it will chase its slots down to the end of the earth if you time it well. But I'm assuming some of this weirdness is for the sake of the newest addition to this video game, weapons. It took me so long to actually bring up the cornerstone of this video game because I don't care. I don't care that this 4'0" Hedgehog is running around with a rocket launcher. How about he learns how to use one first? Like, is it funny that Shadow is pumping an automatic rifle? Yes. Have guns been in this series before? Also yes. I never thought this was cool, but they are your go-to for dealing damage against enemies and are most likely the reason health bars decided to stay for this game. That clip I showed earlier aside, the guns in this game are fine. Sometimes it can be dumb like the bazooka, but all you have to do is get in the right angle, fire, and call it a day. They absolutely trivialize most bosses, so let's talk about those. Say it with me now, the bosses in this game range from being really easy to being really annoying. You generally have two types of boss areas, one with lots of ammo or one with limited ammo. This is basically a race to find the most common gun around or to fill one of your meters with the homing attack so you can use the limited guns in the area to unleash unlimited ammo at your boss. During these fights, Chaos Blast works the same, but Chaos Control turns into Time Stop. I know it sounds broken, but trust me, it's not. Time will resume once you deplete half of the boss's health because of an automatic cutscene. Black Doom and Devil Doom outright disappear in the stopped time, wasting it. I think the Blue Falcon might be the only really interesting boss fight in this game. You have to hit off some of its homing rockets to use against it. If I have tips, guns appear in the Egg Dealer and about halfway through the fight, but you don't really need them to get the A rank. Black Doom doesn't necessarily become vulnerable again when the transition of his health hits, but he doesn't disappear, which means you can lay into him a lot faster than before. And as for Diablon, you really have to homing attack off of Sonic or he won't become vulnerable in the first half of that boss fight. And as for the Eggbreaker, he's not really all that hard, I just hate him. No notes, he just kinda sucks. But now that we got all of that story and gameplay out of the way, we can dive into the depths of this game. What is most of the content that it gives you, and what does it take to 100% all of it? Well, unlike every other Sonic game, everything's laid pretty bare. You just go to the level select, pick the level, and do the mission that you didn't do. I guess the difference is if you skip the level, it won't show up in there. You can't really do that in other Sonic games, but if you played the way I did in the video, you'll be just fine. Just like our previous games, this one keeps track of your A ranks, but how do A ranks work in this game? Well, it's pretty interesting on the surface. When you complete a hero or dark mission, it subtracts the other side's points and then adds the normal points and the time bonus. For the normal missions, it just gives you your normal score and time bonus. On the outside, it looks like it's rewarding precision and focused play, but actually subtracting really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. You see, unlike previous Sonic games, this one isn't particularly a score attack based game because the damage that you do to enemies only affects one side of the counter and the other side subtracts from it. So when you do a normal mission, what points do you have left to get? Rings, I think health boxes give you points, but it's mostly just time score, and because of that, I think that heavily affects the other two scores as well. For example, in Digital Circuit, I died at the very last possible checkpoint for the dark mission, but within just killing a few gun robots, my time bonus was high enough to get me the A rank. That is a stark contrast to the two previous 3D games that would give you an easy E for doing that. That means the most surefire way to get an A rank in any mission is to complete it as fast as you can. You don't have to worry about combos or doing tricks. And sure, you can't just go around willy-nilly killing other enemies and pushing your points into a negative, but that's something that you'd have to go out of your way to do in the first place. Honestly, the kill all enemy missions are probably the hardest one to do because they have a strong baseline. That's me guessing. I could do basic math, but I'm not really in the mood to do that. But some of these levels are hard and long and have very arduous tasks, but don't worry, this game also has some nice in-game secrets for replaying these levels and getting these A ranks. Every time you finish a route, you get a special weapon, and then if you finish the corresponding ending, that special weapon levels up. More damage, more ammo, or both. From a katana that shoots sword slashes to an orbital laser, they're all pretty fun, but what you want for speed is the Shadow Rifle, given for beating the true ending. It's a weapon that kills most enemies in one shot. It's so powerful it makes the secret door gatlings in Lethal Highway a waste of time, taking out the enemy airship in only 17 shots. But even with something so busted, there's still reasons to use other weapons like the Omochao gun in tight quarters, or the heal gun for the Doom, or the egg vacuum that comes in handy for a reward for getting all A ranks. Once again, just like Sonic Heroes, this has a super hard mode. Shadow has an expert mode. You run through all of the levels modified to be harder, with your only objective being to get to the end. For some people, this might sound like a dream, the perfect way to experience Shadow the Hedgehog in the way that it should have been, yet even at the end of it all, this game finds a way to spread itself even thinner to me. I like playing through most of the neutral missions. My ignorance has purpose there, but when it's laid on a plate in front of me, I'm aware of how empty it is. There's no real purpose to the length of Lethal Highway or the winding space of Mad Matrix. Even a level like Central City still has to bend its rules to be completed. Sure, there are more difficult areas and platforming thrown in, and trust me, this game's control doesn't make them easy, but that doesn't change the lack of direction some of these levels just inherently have. Anyway, just like super hard mode, you have to beat this mode without getting a game over, but you can still take breaks like before. The egg vacuum will give you 3 lives once it's used up, and it's great for taking out most enemies as well, so go suck like it's nobody's business. But I think the best thing about expert mode is that it gives the keys their best use. I'm pretty sure in Westopolis, the card that's normally there isn't, so getting the armored one is actually a good move, and all those shortcuts are way worth it. Oh, and also, I dug around some of the boxes that I had and found my other GameCube controller so we can actually try out 2-player mode. I wrote pending in bold underlined text in my script because I hadn't done it yet and I went to write about the presentation of the game, but that didn't matter. This 2-player mode doesn't matter. It's just a battle mode where you pick your favorite shadow and fight to the death in only 3 areas. Sure, I didn't play with it with anybody, but I don't know. It's not like SA2 where you ran through levels or you got super abilities. Like, there's some special weapons locked somewhere, but why bother when you can just try and homing attack the other guy to death? Ooh, but what is fun is that during the game you can control the other characters that are with Shadow and do stuff with them with the other controller. That's pretty neat. But overall, I think the multiplayer aspect in this game is kind of weak. I'd say they should have put their time and effort into something else, but I don't see much time or effort coming from this. Maybe they could have remembered to put in some re-jumping. In terms of this game's presentation, while it isn't to my taste, I can't say it failed in getting their aesthetic right. The imagery is striking, and while once completely cringe, it can be a bit endearing if slightly nodded to in today's landscape. I find it funny that Shadow's iconic bike isn't technically in this game. You see something close to it in the intro, but the one in-game looks nothing like it, and I'm pretty sure only shows up once. The intro is dumb fun in and of itself, but I don't think any previous game's intro has gaslit you more than this one. The fire that burns in his eyes in the option screens, the gunshots that fire off every time you pick an option. It's funny, I'm laughing at it, and if that's the joke, good job. But also in terms of options, there's a gallery mode that you can go back to, and it's made by each different path that you run through in the game. There are over 300 and they named them all. Most of the names are dumb, but you can look past that. When you go back and you start looking at them, you can press start to skip through them or B just to exit out. I think that's a very nice feature. The only problem is that the load times are way too much and way too long. And to continue praising this game as much as I can, the level themes are varied like I said before, but I think the standout thing in this game to me is the lighting. It's like they have their saturation and bloom set to match. Because everything else is this dingy, dirty brown or gray, it allows the lights to really pop and bleed into the scenery in a way that I kinda like. Sure, it can be a little aggressive in some of the digital levels where lights are blaring in very dark backgrounds, but for levels like Airfleet, the sunset is this really nice shade of orange, especially when it filters into the ship itself, and it creates a nice contrast. I mean, look at this final stretch in the gun fortress. Only very few levels look as nice as this skybox. You can see it a lot in the Ark levels. I think Space Gadget is the best looking out of all of them when it comes to the outside skybox, with the shooting stars and the little wisp of lights near the end next to the Chaos Emerald. It's fantastic. Word of warning, I'm playing on real hardware. If you choose to play this game on an emulator and bump up its internal resolution, the bits where it was already too much become even more blinding than they already are, so you better put your shades on in Circus Park or you might go blind. And the most consistent part of any Sonic game, say it with me once again, the soundtrack is still fantastic. While this game is pushing an even harder rock chord than the last 2 games, that doesn't mean it's any less varied with its musical stylings, techno, acoustics, even hip-hop. I love the Ark. I also like most of the vocal tracks. 2 of them. 2 of them go too far for me. Try to guess which ones though. Alright, it's time to wrap everything up and compartmentalize everything that I've said, which is also still very hard. I find it funny because I've also forgot to mention a bunch of little things that don't really matter, but sometimes I want to just talk about it. It doesn't matter now, but this is also the new voice cast that came from Sonic X for the first time in the games.
Shadow, give me the Chaos Emeralds!
Do not give the emeralds to Black Doom, Shadow.
They're planning to destroy the planet.
As someone who watched Sonic X at the time, I didn't care. It was weird. I mean, Ryan Drummond and those guys are still my favorite, but whatever, I like these guys too. At the start, I talked about this game looking for something, finding a reason to exist, but nothing needs a reason to exist. Trust me, I'm here. But the great thing about video games is that you just need a fun idea that makes them play interesting. This game has its own way of play, even if it's based in something that we've had before, but it's brought about by ideas like, I want to see Sonic with a gun, I want to see Shadow the Hedgehog back. But that doesn't mean I'm going to assess this game in a vacuum. I'm going to compare it to the games that came before it, to its contemporaries if I feel the need, and well, Gamma also existed because some people wanted to see Sonic with a gun. But even then, it's not just the gunplay. Even the core design of this game is thrown out scraps. The idea of picking your next levels in the action of the current one was an idea from Sonic Adventure 2 in pre-production. Once again, the idea of a real Shadow that was just in some notes of a perfect guide was used to tease this game in Sonic Heroes, which turned out to be nothing in the actual game that came out. And while I can understand the thematic ties to agency for a character arc, I think giving a morality system to an established character is awful when you especially want to give them a character arc about agency. Because in a choose your own adventure type setting, their actions can't matter that much and they can't think about the things that they're doing as much, while trying not to clash with their established character writing that you've already done previously. And I think all of this leads into this idea of validation. What am I trying to find? You're trying to find Shadow the Hedgehog. You're trying to make him stand out from Sonic the Hedgehog as much as you can, with a game that asks, who is he? But all of his answers are things you've already known. Shadow's an alien, big whoop. He's also a 3-foot talking hedgehog. I don't care. Black Doom is why he's so good at using chaos control. Also still don't care. But I get why they did it this way, because the difference between Sonic and Shadow isn't that Shadow is surly and would use a gun. It's his narrative that gives him a different motivation than Sonic. This might be a hot take, but without that narrative and premise, Shadow the Hedgehog is just a black Sonic the Hedgehog, because as long as the voice inside tells me to run and fight, it doesn't matter who is wrong or who is right, and no one tells me what to do.
No one tells me what to do. No one tells me what to do. No one can tell me what to do. No one can tell me what to do now.
But Shadow's narrative does give him a voice inside to tell him what is wrong and what is right, and the game actively takes that away at the start of this game. But it's given right back to him by the end of this game. So what is the point of this journey? The only answer I can give you is they wanted to make a video game for Shadow the Hedgehog, and that's about it. Sonic Team used everything they knew to give you a game about Shadow the Hedgehog, from split paths to mission-based gameplay to weapons to flying sections to repeated playthroughs, and they wrapped it all up in a high-speed platforming video game bow like they always have. The thing that Shadow the Hedgehog lost was any sense of restraint, and what they found was the same gameplay they've been serving you for the past 5 years of its release. Until we meet again, matao. Until we meet again. Os YouTube, Sonic 06 is a bad video game. Yep, that's how I'm going to start this video after I've been sick and then tired. Meaning I was sick and tired, but you can fix that by subscribing to my content and liking this video so you can get more free content. Yeah, that's it. That's I'm gonna play the intro and get this over with.
Sega.
You know, if I have one through line with all these Sonic videos, or if I at least want to have a through line, it's that they all aren't as different as a lot of people make them out to be. But this game is the most similar to a previous one out of all the sequels that we've gone through up until now, because they just made Sonic Adventure again. I guess it's bigger this time. The other real difference is that they have 3 extra games worth of mechanics to stuff in here as well. The only thing original to this game are the Mach speed sections and Silver, to be honest. We've done everything else this game has to offer in previous entries, but this is a review to see how this game handles them because, as I said, even if they are made up of the same parts, the quality is different. Today we'll be playing this on my PS3, so please pray for it as it still has 2 more Sonic games to play through. We open up on a festival held by a kingdom by the sea. We see the princess waving to her people before she gets a horrible vision of her kingdom being engulfed in flames by a large beast, but before she can fully shrug it off, she's attacked by Eggman. No wonder they got Jim Carrey to play him in the movies. Realistic Eggman can't hurt me anymore. But like always, Sonic comes to save the day, even if our princess is still having visions. Or is she? That's a bit for way later and has no relation to Sonic the Hedgehog at all. It hardly has a relationship to her. But for how impressive that CG cutscene was, Eggman just comes and kidnaps her anyway. I get wanting to have a cool cutscene, but how about you don't undermine yourself in the very next scene that happens? This is a warning sign for things to come. But now the game can start proper with the return of the adventure fields. It's not called that, but it's the same thing. From here we'll go to our stages, but this time there are challenges and missions to move the story along as well. After hooking up with Tails, our first mission is to just move around and get a feel for the controls. And they're bad, it's just really rough. The game's just so sensitive, yet it also feels slow and sluggish at the same time. Even after playing as much as I have for this review, I can't say that I've gotten used to it, a first in the series for me. But what is familiar is the return of upgrades. However, this time you have to buy them from a shop in the hub world, so we get the Lightspeed Dash and make our way to our first stage, Wave Ocean. Alright, this is the Sonic I remember. Green hills close by the coast, swing bars, jumping from place to place, dash pads, except it might be a bit too familiar. I just can't put my finger on what's so... It feels like, have I been here before? Jokes aside, for the most part, Sonic's kit is pretty standard. You'll be running through loops and homing attacking enemies like always, except the homing attack can actually aim upward in this game. It's definitely designed around it. One of the things that doesn't bother me that technically gets carried forward, nowhere near as aggressive as this game though. The abilities that are unique to this game take a while to actually unlock, and they feel like extra abilities more than something needed to progress, which is nice in its own sense, but the spin dash somehow managed to be even worse. I kind of forgot to mention this in the Shadow review, but the spin dash has been bad or outright absent after SA2. You can at least still do some skips with it in Shadow, and the Rocket Excel, it's okay, but somehow they made it worthless in this game. You at least need to use the Rocket Excel sometimes in Sonic Heroes. Maybe there's some speedrun tech somewhere, but for normal people this thing is trash. You start running normally if you move the stick, for crying out loud. But back to the stage and overall gameplay itself, there being only 3 playable stories in this game, if you aren't a Hedgehog, you're relegated to being an assist for one of them. Tails gets a section in Wave Ocean all to himself while Sonic is preoccupied, and I have to wonder why they decided to base Tails off of his Sonic Heroes version than the Adventure one. He's throwing around dummy rings and it's a really annoying way to attack. A tail swipe shouldn't be that hard considering some of the other characters that you get to play with in this game. Well, we can just ignore the enemies and make our way to the newest thing this game brought to the franchise, Mach speed sections. Well, they'll be different later, but it's the same idea. During these sections, Sonic speeds up and runs at his fastest to catch up or outrun an obstacle. This also controls like trash, but at least it looks cool. I get that he's running at supersonic speeds, but it's very brave of the developers to decide that running into anything at all would be a death sentence. I get it. it's a hazard, but also I lose all of my rings when I slightly brush the side of a guardrail. I think that's a bit excessive when there is a mechanic in this game to lose only a few rings at a time when being shot by machine gun bullets. You should have put that here. Anyway, we don't save the princess and have to run around town to find clues on where to go. Unlike Sonic Adventure, where there's an obvious hint mechanic, this time you have to talk to the NPCs that normally populate the world. They have markers that tell you how useful they are. Yellow means not at all, orange means they'll try to point you in the right direction, and blue means they have a mission for you. But this time we just have to buy the slide ability and save a little girl on the roof. They should really get rid of these springs in the city. Why do they keep them here? That's not for normal people. But with that, we found out that Elise is in the desert and we managed to break her out. But Eggman is still up for the chase and we get a boss fight and another level. The boss fight is nothing to write home about, nothing to write home about, nothing to write home about. How many times have I said this in these reviews? Go figure. But hanging around Elise allows Sonic to use his special meter. Press the R1 button to bring out a protective shield, walk over ground hazards, and run into enemies. Don't get used to this meter for Sonic. This is the only time it works correctly, with Elise. And as the two make their escape, Elise fills us in on some lore. The people of Soliana honor the sun god Solaris. It is said that he would destroy the world with the flames of disaster. It almost happened 10 years ago, and the princess seems to be the key to unlocking it somehow. It seems her responsibilities are getting to her, remembering someone telling her to not cry no matter what. Sonic notices this and takes her for a run, telling her that worrying about it won't do her any good. Nothing starts until you take action. If you have time to worry, then run. That's pretty good advice, but now that I've explained his mentality, I will now make a joke about it like everyone else. Things you cannot run from. Grizzly bears, a speeding car, taxes, the existential crisis that is my own existence. But putting my own fears aside, we're suddenly accosted by that new hedgehog from the opening cutscene, Silver. We get another boss fight where Elise is captured. Again, 0 for 2, not looking good for you, Sonic. This is where the town missions start getting a little annoying. There aren't many strong markers, so you kinda just wander around until you find the right person to point you in the right direction. And then the game wants to be cute by giving you a logic puzzle before letting you get to the next area. Who's the captain? It's you! You're the captain! Get out of my way. I'm starting to miss just putting keys in holes. We meet up with Knuckles, who lets us in on where we need to go next. We have to trade a Chaos Emerald for Elise at White Acropolis. I know I said this was a return to the adventure style of the gameplay, but I thought it'd be a little better than this. Snowboarding is also atrocious. You only move when you hold the stick forward, making camera cuts awkward. The sensitive controls don't do it any favors either. Jumping off ramps is not only finicky, but also very necessary for some reason. And then the final area is a really large open space that you have to make your way around. It's not bad, but it feels so empty and wasted. I sure do hope another character has more to do here than we do. Foreshadowing. Either way, we make our way to Eggman, but it was a trap. He uses his machine to fling us through time. This is the reason he wants the power of the Flames of Disaster, to complete his time machine. Don't know why he's trying so hard when he could just go to Little Planet and find the Time Stones? Man, this joke was funnier when Sonic Generations Shadow was out. Oh. Anyway, Sonic and the gang are in the future and they find Shadow and Rouge here for some reason. Well, there's no hub world and it's just cutscenes and gameplay, and we're right back to another garbage boarding section and a really annoying Mach speed section. If you're going to force me to jump, give me air control, please. As we look through these ruins, we find the hedgehog that attacked us and a cat from a game I maybe should have reviewed before this one, hanging out with someone that looks like Shadow. Looks like Shadow. Doing this again for the third time, huh? Alright. Well, that's got nothing to do with Sonic. Those guys go back into the past through their own power, while Sonic and the others figure out exactly where they are in the future. And in relation to what they were doing before, it seems like Elise bidded 2 days after the festival, so we gotta get back and try to stop that from happening. We meet back up with Shadow and find a clue on where we can find the second Chaos Emerald. With 2 of them, we should be able to open up our own portal, and we do just that. I hate Flame Core, I hate Iblis Worm, we're skipping them. We return home and run around the second hub world area to find out that Eggman is on a radical train, and we have to make sure it doesn't blow up as we run through the level. Why would Eggman let it blow up? We save Elise once more, but once again we are stopped by Silver and she is captured by Eggman. Once again. But this time we have Shadow backing us up, letting us go to run off to save Elise once again. Elise takes a chance on Sonic and the two make their escape through the jungle. I really want to say something about the jungle being here, but why should I let this game bother me more than the other ones? I need to be a bigger person. But once again, as these two make their escape, Sonic takes another detour to check out the scenery. Elise expresses that it's been fun running around, even if she has just been getting captured the whole time. It takes her minds off of her responsibilities as a princess, and lets her just be a girl. Alright, I'm not letting this one go. That kind of line is safe for plots where the princess sneaks away from the castle herself and, just has a normal day out about town. She got snatched frame 1, where's this coming from? I mean, I kinda know where this is coming from, but it feels like an insert scene to make this scene feel better, and it's in another character's story, so... As of now, it feels like I'm supposed to buy into this just because she's a princess, you know what I mean? Either way, Sonic takes Elise back home just for Eggman to pull up and request she returns to him or he'll blow up the city. There's no joke this time, I'm just tired and numb to it all already. But for a change of pace, we get to play as Tails trying to figure out Eggman's destination by going through Wave Ocean again. Sure man, it's barely any different, but sure, pad your game out, I don't care. I do care, I'm tired. Eggman is near the old castle, so we go and do more town missions to make our way there. But first, let's race Sonic, man. You no good punk. Keep this up and your ass is gonna get sued. Alright, now that I've gotten that out of my system, we make our way to the old castle and do a final set of 3 tests, so let's take this time to talk about Sonic's special abilities. Now, Sonic is the only character that has a bunch of normal abilities that don't use his meter, except for Shadow. Shadow also gets the Lightspeed Dash, but like the Bounce Bracelet, the Slide. But all of these characters get special abilities that do use their meter. Difference is, Sonic's meter is broken, so you can just use them all for free if you get them. Neat. They range from a worthless tornado kick to an ability to slow down time. One of the best ones is a purple gem that makes you small for some reason, but gives you the ability to jump infinitely, meaning some of these skills just become broken because his meter is also broken. The problem is that you will in no way have enough rings to buy all of these skills before you end the game, so I recommend getting the red and purple gems. The time stop works wonders for the no-hit challenge, and an infinite jump is just nice to have. But after we've proven ourselves, we run off to Kingdom Valley. Alone. Where'd you go, Tails? Oh well. Silver is here, and it seems he's had a change of heart and is willing to help us. Kingdom Valley is probably the stage they worked on the most in this game, and it shows. It looks great, the routing makes sense, most of the time it has some really cool gimmicks. Also, speaking on our extra character this time, because Sonic and Shadow don't do a stage together for some reason, when you do play as another Hedgehog, you basically get a demo for some of their skills and abilities for the future playthrough. They aren't maxed out, but they have more than what they start with in their stories. But the best thing about Kingdom Valley would have to be that the Mach Speed section is legitimately cool and flashy. It asks you to make reasonable jumps that don't last too long and with just enough space. This is the best thing in this game, hands down. But alas, once again, Sonic is not fast enough, and this time the consequences are deathly. But this isn't the end. Silver reveals that he has a Chaos Emerald, and the two make their own time portal. Before he leaves, Sonic hands off his emerald to Silver, hoping it will help him solve his problems, and the two part ways. We arrive just a bit before the egg carrier takes off, and we have to run around town one last time to figure out where Eggman might be hiding it. We come to find that it was right under our nose the whole time, in a secret science facility under Soliana. We make our way into the aquatic base, my second least favorite level in this game. I just don't like levels where you have to run around in a centralized area opening up multiple doors. Unless it's Zelda. And even then. Also, this is where Tails and Knuckles were while we were doing Kingdom Valley, I guess. Darn time shenanigans. But after getting past an awkward balancing ball act, we make our way to the egg carrier and have a final battle with the Egg Wyvern. Why would the two of them die in a crash when he asked this? Did Eggman leave her to die? But why would he do that? Why would she do that? I'm just going to stop thinking about it, I guess. But while this boss fight does remind me of the Egg Viper, it isn't just a repurposed boss fight. This is a good kind of callback, very light references mixed in with something new. That something new still controls like trash, and I hate it here. But with that finished, we get our nice big cutscene that I probably used bits of in the opening, and we're done with Sonic's story. So, what did we experience? What did we learn? When it comes to story, you have plot, characters, themes, more words you probably learned in middle school. I personally like to separate the plot from the narrative and how I like to analyze text. For me, plot is a basic synopsis and itemized list of the things that happened, and narrative is the connecting tissue on how you connect those things together, be it the characters, the storytelling. It's like cooking, right? All of your items are your plot, and how you cook them is your narrative. Did you pan fry that steak? Did you broil that steak? Did you bake that steak? Did you do all three, you freak? The most basic plot of this story is that Sonic saves the princess again and again and again. And that's fine. I don't really hate that it's that simple, but I do kinda hate that it is that repetitive. But I think the most problematic thing about it is that the characters and themes don't really do a good job of connecting this repetitive plot together. Let's start with Sonic. He's pretty standard, a free spirit who hates seeing people being terrorized. As static as always, but that's to emphasize Elise's character, a princess who has to repress her feelings in fear of releasing an ancient fire god. Do we know that's how that happens yet? It doesn't matter. The problem is that she is repressed. But the problem with that is that we don't really get to see that in this narrative because she's too busy being kidnapped in the first place. Yes, being strong in the face of adversity seems to be taking some sort of mental toll on her, but it doesn't seem to be special in any way, shape, or form than any other princess in any other situation of being kidnapped. And I only bring this up because the game dives into it itself as Sonic is this thing that is abnormal in her life, but we never get to see the normal of her life. I don't know how she's repressed as a normal princess, as a normal person, and this idea of holding back doesn't really work when you don't have much agency to begin with. At least his character arc is a very mental and personal one, but it doesn't work because there's nothing to contrast it with from start to finish. Things don't start until you take action. If you have time to worry, then run. The closest we get to her embracing this new ideology is her agreeing to be kidnapped by Eggman, but I don't believe the Elise from the start of the story would do anything differently, to be honest. The only real difference now is that she has a smile on her face while doing it and going through harrowing situations, but you could attribute that more so to Sonic than the mentality that he gave her. I don't know how hot of a take this is, but if you want a better story where Sonic falls into a character's life unexpectedly, just watch Sonic X. Let's take a little intermission to flesh out this review. It's been a while, so I kind of cut my intro a little short than I normally did, but let's talk about Sonic 06 overall. It's supposed to be a new clean slate for our Blue Hedgehog, or at least that's what it was supposed to be, I think. A soft reboot, if you will. Each game in the series can stand alone, but they do have continuity to each other. Connected endings, openings, small references are Shadow the Hedgehog's entire existence. The Hedgehog, the game, all of the above. But that got wrapped up last time, so this game being a new clean slate makes sense. It's just I kinda hate when things rename themselves the same as the first stuff, especially if it's a soft reboot that are actually just sequels. If you aren't Freaky Friday teaching white women generational lessons once a decade, you should probably put a subtitle on it. But back to Shadow the Hedgehog. In this game, not the game with his name, his story is just as straightforward as Sonic's. We open up on him infiltrating Eggman's base in White Acropolis. He has to meet up with Rouge, who is taking her time with the mission. But in terms of stages, White Acropolis is one of the few that really show off the adventure level design mentality seeping through in this game. Shadow runs down Sonic's snowboarding section for some godforsaken reason, and it is as awkward as it sounds. But Rouge takes over the Tails section that Sonic had in White Acropolis, and it just kinda sticks out awkwardly for her. I'm not really feeling it, but the final area was clearly built for Shadow because the stage win condition is to destroy all of the searchlights. Just a pinch of Shadow the Hedgehog 05 for spice. But even that and the original adventure had a bit more cohesion than this, and this level isn't even the worst about it. We meet up with Rouge, who has a weird scepter, and we find out that Eggman's base leads to some area in Soliana. Well, that's good for us because Rouge's drop-off point is in Kingdom Valley. Now, I know I said that in my Sonic Heroes review that game felt like the most Sonic the Hedgehog game of all time, but 06 is really trying to throw everything in here at once, and in my opinion, it's to its detriment. Kingdom Valley has Rouge looking for keys with no type of hint system, and Shadow has an assortment of vehicles from an automatic glider section to a car or this dumb finicky hovercraft thing. It's really picky. I don't ever like to tease it off the ledge or you'll flip over instantly, just go full throttle. Oh, and all of them have guns on them, just so you don't forget how cool Shadow is, because you know. But as we arrive at the rendezvous point, we're surrounded by Eggman, who wants his scepter back, but unluckily for all of them, it breaks in the middle of the conflict. This black shadow erupts from the scepter and then takes form of Shadow's own Shadow, and it seems to know him. Mephiles the Dark then creates a field that transports Shadow and Rouge to some unknown place. Well, unknown to them, but we know. But let's see if they give us a new perspective on this trip to the future. As we run through Crisis City, not a lot. We already knew Shadow and Rouge were the ones to get the Chaos Emerald for this level. Sonic really ran through here just to catch a glimpse of Silver and Mephiles. And why is this car here? It's worse than running on foot. But as the two are wandering around the ruins, they run into a dusty Omega. He's in standby mode, but that's all they can figure out, so they leave him be and meet back up with Sonic and the others. And now we have to run through Flamecore again. Still hate Flamecore and its picky wall running and the dumb dark room with the orbs that run on timers. And Iblis Worm, why do you fight the worst bosses multiple times in these adventure games? This time, however, I remembered the quick kill strategy, which isn't that quick and you have to be pretty careful. Keep track of your spacing, remember the attack patterns, and reading the tells, and you should be fine. Alright, that was probably the best advice that I've ever given in one of these reviews. Pay attention to the boss. But for real, jump into lava, you homing attack up, get a ring back, do something. But unlike last time where we left on Shadow and Rouge turning back to look at something, we get to see what he actually saw. It was Mephiles, and he gave chase as Rouge went back to the past alone with the Chaos Emerald. Understanding this is a desperate situation and thinking on the fly, Rouge goes off to find Omega and gives him the Chaos Emerald and sets him in standby mode so he can wake up in the future to give it to Shadow. Oh, I see. Clever video game. Time travel. I gotcha. Back to the future, Shadow confronts Mephiles about all of this ruin and chaos. Instead of saying anything of worth, he goes off on this tangent about how Shadow is blamed for the release of Iblis and is being confined because he's too powerful and dangerous. Mephiles asks Shadow to join him in destroying humanity, but we've already done this before, and Shadow shrugs him off, saying that he'll determine his own destiny. They fight a little bit, Shadow gets overwhelmed, Omega shows up for an assist, Mephiles runs away to the past, and they get their chance to go home. But now the chase is on, and not just for Mephiles. Shadow will hunt down Eggman to get clues on him and the Scepter, while Rouge and Omega will keep track on the Enigma itself. Radical Train's really pushing everybody to their limits. Don't blow up the train, make up your mind, video game. Wait, is Shadow the one blowing up the train in the Mach Speed section? That's needlessly obtuse. Wait, why was Eggman threatening to blow up the train in the first place? That doesn't make any— Shadow has to talk with Eggman. He tells him that Mephiles is related to Solaris, and it'd be best to look into the Solaris project from 10 years ago to get more information. He then saves Sonic and kicks Silver in the back of the head. While they continue to fight, the two then use Chaos Control to create another time portal. Shadow hears Silver out, but he tells him what Mephiles is really planning, and the two to take a chance to actually find out what happened 10 years ago for themselves. Putting on my nerd glasses, I'm assuming the portal is what takes you where you need to go, because I don't know why both of them inducing Chaos Control would send him here. But the king does seem to be busy with his science project, but it ends horrifically for everyone there. They see the birth of Iblis and Mephiles as they both seem to have split from Solaris. They both follow their own target through Aquatic Base, and by both follow, I mean we switch between them for half a second. You know, the car being in the future kinda makes sense, but why is this bike in the past, in this science building? Who brought this here? we find Mephiles, and with the power of the scepter and the Chaos Emerald, we finally understand what he was talking about at the start of the game. We meet back up with Silver and leave the scepter with Elise to continue the stable time loop bit, but I want you to notice Silver right before we go back into the portal. Now when we come back to this again as Silver, it won't be important, but I will be annoying about it. When Shadow gets back, he meets up with Rouge, who tells us Omega is currently tracking Mephiles, and we head to the Wave Ocean. Head to Wave Ocean. When Shadow gets back, we meet up with Rouge, who tells us Omega is currently tracking Mephiles, and we head to Wave Ocean to back him up. Wave Ocean is once again another very large and open level just for Shadow, but there's no weird mission-like objective, so it's kind of awkward for no reason. We cut to Mephiles saying that Omega was the one who took out Shadow in the future, and implies that it wasn't because of human interference, and Omega also confirms this as well. That questioning tone wasn't supposed to be that aggressive, something got caught in my throat. This is where the time travel falls apart a little bit for me, not so much in a mechanics type of way, but a character type of way, but we'll get back to that in a bit. But speaking of character moments, Rouge tells Shadow that it doesn't matter what the truth is, she won't turn her back on him. It's very sweet, very nice, and just in time, the team finds out that Mephiles has been sighted at the desert looking for a Chaos Emerald. It seems he needs one to combine with Divalis. Oh man, this is the end of the game. Wait, I didn't even mention how Shadow plays this game because it's so painfully straightforward and slightly similar to Sonic. Shadow is the best character in this game, hands down. He's designed to fight large amount of enemies because when he homing attacks, he sticks close and he does a combo that shreds through their health, and if you're lucky, you send one flying into another. I mean, the others can do this as well. Silver is literally built around it, but Sonic's homing attack is a bit too aggressive and sometimes it misses, and Silver, you gotta put in a lot of work to just even get there in the first place. It's just not the same. However, unlike Sonic, Shadow only has a few upgrades that mostly just make him stronger. The best are the memory chips that allow you to quickly warp to enemies by just holding the jump button, but making your Chaos Spear an actual attack instead of just stunning enemies is pretty nice too. And while Chaos Blast is powerful, your basic combo can't be beat after the first upgrade. Just be careful with the teleportation. If you end up over a pit, you can still save yourself though. Now back to the story and the levels themselves. We confront Mephiles one last time because Dusty Desert is annoying and I don't want to talk about it right now. Or possibly ever. It still has a stupid hover car in it. Omega is broken, he can fly basically, good for him. Mephiles once again asks Shadow to join him, however our black hedgehog calls out his lust for revenge as one of pure destruction of time itself and declines. The Mephiles boss fights are pretty interesting in theory, but not so much in practice. You need to defeat enemies to increase Shadow's special meter to gain access to his chaos abilities. Once you pop off, you can attack Mephiles directly. The waiting feels like a bit too much, but it's not the worst thing in this game. But either way, we beat his ass and seal him into the scepter. Except, it seems being formed from Shadow's shadow has made him stronger than the last time. He asks Shadow why he's trying so hard for people who would persecute him, and Shadow gives the best line in this game.
The world chooses to become my enemy. I will fight like I always have.
And he keeps fighting until we fade to black. Wow, the uncertainty, the drama. I guess after pulling a true ending 4 games in a row, they decided to stop pretending everything's okay in the end. You know what? Fair. I'll let him have that. But with that, Shadow's story is all wrapped up. People seem to really like this one, and I get it. Heck, they really like how Shadow is handled in this game overall. He's definitely nowhere near as edgy as the last time we saw him. And to be honest, one of the faults I had was combining 05 Shadow with this one in 06 in my mind until I went back a couple of years ago myself. But even with all that, I don't know. I think he's a little dry. My personal problem with this is the clash between Shadow's characterization and the internal conflict they try to give him. I say want to because there's really no internal conflict to be had. Shadow is just as static as Sonic. He starts this game and ends this game the same way, but Shadow's story wants you to believe in the conflict of him being betrayed in the future and then turning on humanity because of it, and I don't buy that, not for a second. And I also find it weird that the narrative seems to treat this as a truth, especially when I think Mephiles is being portrayed as a lying manipulator, especially with the future stuff with Silver that we'll get into. I mean, every time he gives a vision to anyone, it has this very smoke and mirrors aspect to it all. He just doesn't have that Chad Black Doom energy, right? Both of them will manipulate you, but Black Doom will 100% always tell you the truth. Uh-oh, is the secret hot take of this video that I think Mephiles is written worse than Black Doom? Maybe. You can either be mid or die under the weight of your own ambition and inadequacies. But back to the whole truth and lying thing, even the bit with Omega where it tries to shuffle around the no external commands can be issued line, but then say you were programmed by humans, but you, yourself, like what is it trying to imply there? I guess I have to believe it because Omega says so himself, but Omega was all, I believe in you, Shadow, as well. Kind of, basically. The main point is, why would Omega wake up just to imprison Shadow after, declaring that he would stand by him, just to then go back into standby mode to wait for him? It's a character thing that bothers me more than anything, right? You can cut the no external commands, you can cut the you yourself, and it doesn't matter what language it is. It's always weird. But cut that, and then take all of the onus of capturing Shadow off of Omega, and then his character is fine. That's all I care about. I don't care about the time travel in this game. It can be weird, it cannot make sense. I don't care. Just write the characters in character and don't compromise them in weird ways just so you can have a weird plot. That doesn't mean I'm not going to make fun of this time travel later or just anything in this game because I think it's funny. But getting back to characters, I do like the dynamic Team Dark has in this game. For as quiet and straightforward as Shadow is, he plays off Rouge and Omega well enough. This feels like a proper continuation of their dynamic after Heroes, so it's nice to see it. They all show how much they care for each other, with Shadow saving Rouge instead of the Scepter at the start, Rouge telling Shadow that she'll always be on his side, and Omega shooting the hell out of Mephiles every chance he gets. And if that's not friendship, then I don't know what is. But let's dig into Mephiles for real this time. It's just kind of boring, so we're not going to dig too deep. He wants to destroy time, I guess. I don't know why he wants that. He hates humans, I think. Is it about the experiments? His motivation is lacking and there's no real theme to carry it along. People shouldn't play God, perhaps? The weirdness of his intentions I feel aside, what is his deal with wanting Shadow in this game? I can get wanting to destroy him, but did all of that time in the future endear him to the Hedgehog? Is this just a shallow, the opposite of hate is love situation? Either way, their dynamic doesn't work because, as I said before, Shadow is static and doesn't give him an inch no matter how much the game shows him hanging his head or slow transitions from a shocked expression it does. For the conflict to specifically be about Shadow getting revenge on humans, there's not a lot of fighting humans in this video game. He only meets the kind people of Soliana. What are you doing? It's literally this fact alone why I think Shadow the Hedgehog is better written than this whole storyline. Sorry, I laughed too much. Then again, and that's not a high bar, I'm not praising either of these games' storytelling. Like, the narrative of this game is better, the theming of Shadow the Hedgehog is better. And to be honest even more, the stories are basically the same. Like, it's the same theme, except Shadow the Hedgehog has an extra layer of amnesia, so it does a little more. It's repetitive. I hate that. I've said it before. But just like Sonic, for this game specifically, they created a very weak character for Shadow to bounce off of. Also, his stoicism is way too high for me in this game. I get it, keeping him different than Sonic, but he's just too dry for my liking. He doesn't have the snark and bite he used to have. He only has 3 cool zines. And not once did he say he was the ultimate life form. Yeah, he's off his game just a little bit here. And to not pad this video out more than I need to, let's talk about Silver the Hedgehog and get a move on, our last character story for this game, and I think it starts off pretty strong. A destroyed city with only 2 lone heroes ready to fight back against the one who made it happen. Too bad the gameplay is not as cool. Nowhere near, the gaslighting is back in full force. Damn cutscene boost. I really do feel like I glaze over Shadow's gameplay because he's just an easier Sonic, but Silver, he's the newest thing in this game and it shows. Silver is a psychic who has telekinetic abilities. He lifts things with his mind and throws them at enemies. It's pretty cool early on, but later in the game when health bars start to get bigger, it loses every sense of charm it could have had. I never really noticed how different some of these enemies are until I started to pay attention with them as Silver. Some of them have weak points, but it doesn't do more damage, it's just to open them up to take damage in the first place, so you have this order of operations that you have to go through that just kind of pads out the gameplay a little bit. And then it doesn't also help that some of them just get back up if you don't kill them fast enough because you're being overwhelmed, and again, padding. And this overall difference in playstyle makes his levels feel slower paced and more methodical than the other two. You have to launch yourself off I-beams and make platforms that move around and break objects to proceed. There's a lot going on, and it would be fun if the game wasn't dying the whole time trying to render and physics out everything. I haven't really mentioned the frame rate at all because I assume all of you are watching this video, right? But Silver tanks it the worst out of the 3 of these characters. Oh, and Blaze is also here. She's Sonic, but no, that's it. She's just a copy of Sonic. She has a spin attack, I guess. Her homing attack is also a little weird, but it's just Sonic again. Hello, Blaze. But getting myself back in order and back to the story, after Crisis City, we get this personalized boss fight with Iblis. It's okay. It really shows off Silver's abilities, and it is built fairly well for him. Probably the best personalized boss fight in the game. Oh, but be careful with throwing stuff. Silver throws things in the order in which he picked them up, meaning you can pick up something later and it's covering your previous item. It will hit that item in front of you and it will either deflect it or just destroy it, and that's annoying. But even after we fight back against Iblis, it's a futile battle that will never end until we run into this mysterious black hedgehog. Oh, it's Mephiles. I skipped this last time, so I guess we gotta pay attention. What's he talking about? Look into my emerald and kill the blue rat. Off to the past they go. Silver and Blaze are split up, but our little hedgehog is amazed at the greenery around him. He's so amazed he runs off to the jungle for no godforsaken reason. If this game does one thing, it makes me appreciate the prior games a bit more. In the original adventure, if a character didn't have to go to a level, they didn't go most of the time. Also, this section of the level is too big and maze-like for no good reason. I hate it here, Silver. It's hard to tell where I need to go, these turtles are a waste of time, and this ball hitting mechanic is cheeks. Not the last time I'm going to say that this playthrough. Blaze, on the other hand, runs through Wave Ocean. Sees Sonic. We've done this before. Moving on. Silver has found the Iblis trigger, but he loses track of him because Amy still can't see. I give Amy a lot of slack, but even for me, doing this joke again feels a little so we have to try and find Sonic again, and seeing how he went to the desert, we do too. Didn't find him, spent 17 minutes here doing this dog water ball puzzle, still got a time bonus. That says a lot. But we finally found Sonic, and I got a lot of pent-up aggression I need to fight off. Here's another little special cutscene change. In Sonic's version, Silver gets the upper hand when Sonic lets his guard down when he checks in on him. Here he's just already on the ground. It's not that big of a difference, but it is nice, and I need to remind you that they are there. But just like we saw the last time, Elise gets kidnapped again, Amy stops us, and we're just left with these weird feelings. Blaze meets back up with Silver and he asks her if it's okay to kill someone to save the world. She doesn't know, but tells him that he has to take this chance to do something to save his future, so the two decide to head off to Eggman to find clues on what's going on. And for all of their efforts, they find a Chaos Emerald. That's it. We're really being dragged around by the plot. But meanwhile, unbeknownst to our heroes, Amy deals with the plot and saves Elise all by herself. This is that hidden kidnapping I was talking about in Sonic's story. He can't even do his own plot by himself. But because Elise got kidnapped again, she gets kidnapped again, and it's Silver's turn to, He's not doing anything to the train. He's just going through Radical Highway at the request of Mephiles to get him back to the plot. Alright, time to plot. And we fast forward until right here.
Chaos control!
Alright, keep going. He and Shadow go to the past, they split up. I have to walk on this stupid ball again. I didn't show you it last time because it just ran by, but I really don't like walking on these balls. A lot of balls with Silver. I wonder what they're trying to say. But he does manage to track down baby Iblis, and he holds it down long enough for the king to transfer it into Elise. And this is why she literally cannot cry throughout the story. The old man dies, we meet back up with Shadow, and we get to find out why Silver was acting weird after Shadow left. He turned around and gave Elise the blue Chaos Emerald. You know, the one she has in the opening cutscene and gives to Sonic. Closed time loop, all that jazz, same as Omega, but how would she get the blue Chaos Emerald if all the previous games happened beforehand? Because it would always have to be in this never-ending loop of going to the past, going to the future. It doesn't matter. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's stupid, just like how this scene is stupid, because why in the Shadow cutscene did they show Silver jumping through with the emerald, but here he has this whole bit? I think they just forgot. Just fade out like that Shadow cutscene when he stays in the future. It's really easy, you already did it. Putting my nitpicking aside, Silver returns to the past with a new understanding of the situation and is ready to do what he considers to be the right thing. First up, save Elise with Sonic to prevent the flames of disaster from awakening. Check. Oh, right, we failed. Oops, time to leave that to Sonic while we deal with the future. A future that hasn't changed. I guess Sonic was wrong, getting some real Dragon Ball Z time travel rules from this video game. Oh well, the future can be saved by Silver and Blaze. Wait, Blaze doesn't get a section in Flame Core? Oh brother, Silver runs through Flame Core, still hate it here, and Iblis gets an upgraded boss fight from the first one, which is a cool interaction. You're also on a timer because if he breaks your platform, you're just dead. Brave of this game to kill you outright like this. It has no right being this punishing, but it's brave nonetheless. And at the end of it all, Silver combines everything he's learned from his journey to the past to try and instill Iblis within himself, just like the king did with Elise. But even with the power of 2 Chaos Emeralds, it's not enough. However, Blaze, who already has a fire type, gives it a try, and it seems to have worked out, but at the cost of her life in the process. What a bittersweet way to end this story. That's weird, especially considering Blaze isn't that important. Man, these endings really do keep getting sadder. I didn't do much justice with the overview, but the game also doesn't do itself any favors with its needless padding. Silver is just running around for no rhyme or reason for most of these levels, a lot of setting up for the plot, and his character story is not as straightforward as it should be considering the level of writing for the past Sonic games. And that's not to say that the previous stories are bad, right? Sonic at its best is straightforward and sincere, but the subtlety with Silver and Blaze that is trying to play here with this naive Hedgehog and this cat that's very determined doesn't really play well. It clearly says what it wants to express out loud, but not its resolution, which is really weird when you compare it to Sonic and Shadow's story. The core of Silver's story is that he's tasked with saving the future at the expense of someone else. In fact, you could say that's the thematic through line for the whole story with all of our characters. The expense of Elise, the expense of Shadow. Someone is being held accountable for something that they probably shouldn't be, but they take on that responsibility nonetheless. And in Silver's case, when there's a bad guy that's clearly the problem, you can just go out and take him out. It's pretty simple. Most people would agree with that. But after coming to the present and seeing how nice it is and how nice the people are, he starts to rethink his plan. Amy's nice and she would die or kill for the Iblis Trigger? He can't be that bad, can he? The Iblis Trigger also went to go save the princess without a second thought. Is he really evil? But his mission is still resolute. If he can take out Sonic, he can save the world, so he rushes through Radical Train. But because he's so indecisive about it, he's willing to listen to and follow Shadow, and after finding another way to deal with his problems and figuring out Mephiles' true nature, he comes up with a new plan for himself. Silver's story is built around the question of, would you kill someone to save the world? And I personally think that's a pretty loaded question. Even some of the nicest people you'd meet would say yes because it's just so pragmatic. But beyond right and wrong, Silver gives an answer to a more selfless question. Would you kill yourself to save the world? Way less people would even pretend to say yes to that. Now, with the sealing technique we saw, he wouldn't strictly be giving up his life, but instead of killing Sonic, he put his own life at risk, and at the end of the story, you can clearly see that he'd have rather been the one to be sacrificed than Blaze, which makes his ending all the more tragic. That being said, like I said before, Blaze is kinda undercooked in this game. She's around, but a bit too aloof to give off a stronger personality than thoughtful friend. But even her thoughtfulness is a bunch of half sentences that don't really lead anywhere. I feel like a lot of wannabe read between the lines writing was just waiting for the plot to give you an actual answer of the Chaos Emeralds fixing the problem of killing Sonic the Hedgehog. But I don't think that takes away from Silver's story. He took action to find his answer, and he did go through his own little arc. It's not well told, but at least I think it's better than the milquetoast repetitive plot with Sonic and the just boring repetitive themes with Shadow. I feel like understanding this mindset, or at least me going in with my current mindset, really endeared me to Silver a whole lot, but it's not like I can thank this playthrough for that. I came up with this personal reading a while ago. To wrap up the gameplay, as I said earlier, it's a bit too slow in plotting for its own good. They implemented the use of the Havoc physics engine, and I can't tell what came first, the want to use the engine or the want of Silver the Hedgehog to be psychic. Seeing how this game was made off of a game engine that was already in production for something else that got cancelled, that's a good 50-50. These two engines don't really feel like they feed into each other unless you're catching projectiles with Silver. And then all of this psychic stuff uses up his meter, and unlike Sonic's, who is broken, and Shadow, who just has to fill his up, Silver's has to recharge over time. Sure, it gets the most use out of the three, but being used for all of your abilities means that you're in this kind of waiting game until you're able to take any action again. It makes me wonder why destroying enemies doesn't fill it up while you're using it like Shadow's does. It honestly makes me not want to fight enemies and skip everything, which is an overall mentality that permeates this game. I never really felt this with a Sonic game before, and I mean, the only thing it will give me is a high score, but ranks don't do anything in this game, so let's move on to the last story, shall we? Do they even call that in this game? Last episode, same difference. So, the day is saved and all of the bad guys have been defeated, right? Wrong. Mephiles is still alive, and it's not the one that you think it is. This was alluded to in Shadow's story. The him of this time was still around, as they said, which makes sense. We see future Mephiles return to the past, so two of them running around isn't too crazy. What is crazy is that he just kills Sonic the Hedgehog. Well, I'd cry too if I was Elise, and Iblis is released. He and Iblis fuse into Solaris, and they wipe out as much of time and space as they can. Why? I don't know why they do this, that's just what they do. Either way, everyone is dragged into this time distortion, and they have to bring Sonic back to life, because who else could take out a trans-dimensional being like Solaris? They also need to get the 7 Chaos Emeralds, so they're just knocking out 2 birds with 1 stone. Well, more like 7 stones if you know what I mean. It pulls a Cannon's Core where you run through the game with all of our playable characters to pick up one of the each emeralds while dodging instant death, time suck off orbs, and ones that throw boxes at you. It's annoying, but not too bad. You just have to keep your eye open on the spots they appear. It's nothing special, to be honest, because most of these characters don't have any interesting mechanics to really make it special in the first place. But they all get a Chaos Emerald and come back to Sonic and Elise, who was pinning his soul to his body. That's not a metaphor. She felt him in the wind, and then she puts the wind back into his sails. That was a metaphor for literally kissing him into transforming. Sonic gives power to the other 2 leading hedgehogs, and oh look, they don't go into bubbles, they get to have super forms, I see how it is. And the 3 of them go off to fight Solaris. Yes, to fight Solaris in a completely awful, unfun final boss fight. I've never seen one be this bad before. I reviewed other boss fights where I thought the difficulty was too high and it annoyed and frustrated me, but I don't know what's going on in this boss fight. Its conveyance is really bad. So you swap through your 3 boys and Solaris is only really vulnerable to one of them at a time, but he's not really because some of them kind of do damage, but they don't. He has this blue shielding effect so that like, I'm not being damaged right now, but you're still kind of technically attacking his armor, which opens him up for more attacks, but it's stupid. You just end up switching to whatever hedgehog you need to save up rings for whatever hedgehog you think you will need next. It's just really padded out and unfun. Shadow's the best one, Silver's worthless, and Sonic is a good ring gatherer, holder. 2 phases, like they're proud of themselves. Oh brother. Anyway, we beat him and then time sends us back to Solaris as a little baby flame. I don't know where we're supposed to be, but we see little Elise with her father. He tells her that what they have is a flame of hope, and it will allow their people to go back in time and undo mistakes and see their lost loved ones. But we know what we have to do, right? Right? Hey, just smile. Alright, we do the right thing, blow out the flame, and the intro replays, but without Solaris, there's no need for Sonic and the princess to meet, and the game fades to black. I have so many feelings, and it seems I have written them out. I am reading my script, but yet it doesn't seem like I have fully expressed them. This game leaves me confused and a little emotionally constipated, I guess. It just feels like I haven't gotten everything out, or it's not out in the way that I truly want it to be, but that's what recording is for, to revise the things I wrote on the fly. So let's get back to the start and burn through it as fast as we can to not pad this out anymore. A lot of people would use the word ambitious to describe this game, to describe its narrative, but the story just kind of happens. I mean, you can say that about any story, but this story wants to play itself out as a split but connective narrative, and that's just not the case most of the time. The main thing that should be connecting all of these pieces should be our villain, Mephiles. He's constantly in the background making plans and moving characters around, and it wants to feel like he's this big mastermind, but I don't really get that feeling from him. Sure, you can say he's moved the plot through with Shadow and Silver, but all of those feels like a means to an end, right? A plot contrivance to make the plot a bit tighter, even though it's not that tight in the first place. My real problem is that he doesn't feel like a through line between all of their narratives, right? Silver feels like an afterthought. He doesn't really feel like he's manipulating Shadow to distract him while his other self kills Sonic, and then with Sonic, there's nothing in that storyline. Sonic sees him once and goes, "What was that guy that looks like Shadow? Like, what are you doing?" In Sonic Adventure, the through line was chaos, but also the story of the Echidna tribe. Those two things tied everyone together, even if they weren't dealing with chaos directly, and they just had a Chaos Emerald that needed gathering. As opposed to this game where everyone's doing their own thing, and when they cross over it doesn't feel as natural a lot of the time. Even the three-way meetup feels forced because Mephiles sends Silver over himself. It doesn't get in the way, but it also doesn't really help him unless it's still focusing on the closed time loop theory where he needs to make sure Shadow goes to the past with Silver, but even the idea of how time works gets thrown out the window by the end of the game. I just really like thinking of that line of Sonic going, "If I save Elise, that should save your future too, right?" And hard cut to the future still being burnt to ash. You can make an argument about split timelines, but the aspect of the past and future connecting only really work for Omega. But again, time stuff is besides the point. It doesn't make sense and I don't care. My problem is that Mephiles isn't really that much of a character, and he definitely stops being one in the final story. Once again, comparing him to Chaos, who is just a monster, there's still more narrative to him after the fact than anything you can give Mephiles. He is just a big monster. Even the Bio Lizard has more to him than that, because the Bio Lizard at least relates back to Gerald and Shadow. Who does Mephiles relate to? He spends this whole game trying to relate to Shadow, but the whole point is that he doesn't. But narratively, honestly, he should probably relate back to Elise, you know, the one holding his other half. And when I start thinking of it like that, it's still hard for me to find a correlation between the two of them. Loneliness? Is that why they both attach themselves to hedgehogs they just meet as hard as they can? That's weak, but it's better than nothing. But let's also move on to the princess. She's Sonic's lifeline at the end of the game because she's used to holding in a spirit inside of her. I guess that's sure. Give her something that doesn't have backhanded consequences. Please let her help. I think the kiss is a bit too much because the romance aspect is pretty weak, to be honest. But then after defeating Solorius, we're brought back to the past to undo every wrong. But once again, it feels disconnected to me. In the middle of this story, we come to understand how Solorius was tampered with, splitting him into Iblis and Mephiles, and that seems to have given him its evil inclination, I guess. Maybe it's a bit of humans shouldn't play God or something. I really don't know what's going on, to be quite honest, and I don't know what it's trying to say, but I feel like we should have pivoted to a princess trying to fix her father's mistakes than a girl giving up her relationship with the guy she just met. And it's not like it's the relationship that's also half-baked. Elise herself is also pretty half-baked. I know it's unfair to compare 1/3 of a video game to an entire series of an anime, but when I compare Elise to Chris Thorndike from the Sonic X anime, she just doesn't compete. The narrative of Sonic X slowly pulls back the layers of Chris's life, and you understand why he would get so attached to someone like Sonic. Elise doesn't have that luxury in this game. We don't know what her home life is like, her real responsibilities as a princess, or even how much she understands the meaning of not being able to cry. So at the end of it all, when she busts out a "I don't care what happens to the world," it doesn't hit as hard as when Chris did it. Or Amy, for that matter. When a story writes itself out of existence, you are telling me, the reader, that the journey means more than the conclusion. But if the journey doesn't teach you anything new or express anything new or isn't even fun, then why did I go on it? I didn't learn anything new about Sonic. I didn't learn anything new about Shadow. Silver is brand new and there's an aspect to him that I really enjoy, but his story is still subpar. Elise is a repetitive mess and Mephiles is a shallow villain without any real desire or purpose than being evil. If there is something here, then well, I can't see it, and even if I could, I probably would think that it's been done better somewhere else. Oh boy, that was a lot, and now I have to talk about the gameplay that also messed me up. This game's so complicated and how bad I think it is. There's so much wrong with it, but there is one thing that I kind of disagree with. This game is full of glitches, whether you do them on purpose or whether they happen by accident. But to be quite honest, it's not the worst thing that I have ever played. You can easily get to the end. It's just going to be frustrating because the controls are fundamentally poor, glitch or not. In fact, most of the glitches that you see people do have to actively be done. Not to say that the other stuff isn't real, it's just most of them are just funny or playing with how the game is scripted in a way that's supposed to not look that way when going fast. And it really doesn't help that this game isn't doing anything new, so poor control on a game that people already know and understand and already criticize a little bit doesn't really help its case. Oh, but if there's one bad thing that bothers me the most, it's the camera. Alright YouTube, this is a rare live Hawk moment where I talk about the cameras because, well, it's just easier that way. So, a lot of people think the camera in Sonic 06 is inverted. It's not. When you look up, the camera looks up. And when you look down, the camera looks down. The problem is, this camera gets caught on the ground, right? You can't move it all the way up. But you can, however, if you get some distance and move it around like this. And when I hit the up button, look at that. I can look all the way up. When I look down, I can look all the way down. The real problem is that the left and right axis is inverted. When I hold right, I look left. When I hold left, I look right. I don't know anyone who ever plays any video game like this normally, but this just messes everyone up. And then the whole getting caught on things, that's normal, that's been in Sonic, I've talked about that before. But the problem is that it can't even look up on the ground. Most cameras zoom in, get under the butt, and look up into the sky, giving you an almost first person view aspect. I don't know why this game is like this. When I think of bad camera in video games, I think of this, and then this being inverted. No one does this. Who let this happen? But whatever, that's what happens when you rush your game out, I guess. Anyway, back to game design, and I guess we're talking about level design this time. Why is everything so big and empty? Soliana is the only area with any type of design given to it, but it's so bland that I still get lost from time to time. Doors that lead to new areas are open arbitrarily, don't really stand out in any way, shape, or form. The hub itself does nothing to endear me to its world or even the people in it. And also, none of the people in this town are as interesting as the ones in Station Square. I mean, where's my gambling addicted mom at? And then you have town missions, and there's some of the most bastardized versions of extra missions from any Sonic game. They're like bad adventure DX missions on crack. You'll be running through rings, hitting targets, counting boxes, and many more random BS that they can throw at you. It's these missions that will make you hate the long loading times more than anything else. Sure, they're long, but it's the amount of them that's really gonna get to you. You talk to a person and accept their mission, the game loads, then they tell you more about the mission, and then the game loads, then you beat the mission, the game loads, and then they go, wow, I can't believe you beat the mission, and then you get your results screen, and the game loads one last time. Why does it do that? Especially when it looks like the game loads in the mission the first time. What are they doing? And don't get me started on missions that have to load within the mission. I'm looking at you, Boxman. And then on top of it all, the missions just aren't fun. Sonic Man is a joke. Any mission where you have to run across the whole map looking for little blips is awful. The mini-map is ass. Jokes about pigeons and dogs are lost on me. I met a ghost. His mission was boring too. Sure, some are there to teach you how to play the game or control your character, but there's no good sense of flow or length to really get your moves down. But my most hated thing about the world design, the game design, the overworld, is that you can't go back to past levels in story mode. You might be asking, what's the problem with that? Well, it's only really a problem with Sonic. You see, because you buy your upgrades in this game, you can only really get rings from stages and bosses and town missions in story mode. Shadow and Silver can buy all of their stuff pretty easily, but Sonic gems are crazy expensive. You don't need them, but they cost more than what your average playthrough is going to give you. So that means when you get to the end of the game and you still have 3 or 4 more things to buy, the only way to get rings is to do the last stage and boss again on repeat, which means you're constantly cutting through credits and skipping cutscenes and wasting your time. And I just gotta sit here and go, why can't I go back to open areas? Why are they locked off? What are you doing? What's wrong with you? But let's use this to springboard into the level design, you know, the normal stages. The ranking system is boring. The reason I kept 100%ing all of those old games was to try and learn as much as I could about them, and they also gave me stuff. And what I learned from that is that a game's ranking system will tell you a lot about the design mentality of that game. The simplicity of adventure, to the more frantic interactions of SA2 and Heroes, to the pure speed mentality of Shadow. They all have a different flavor to themselves. This game doesn't really have that. You can die at the end of a level and still get a C rank if they give you enough enemies to kill at the end. You can spend over 10 minutes on a level and you will still get a time bonus. And your incentive to do this is to get bonus rings to buy stuff easier, but as stated, that only really matters with Sonic, and it's mostly for your own self-gratification. And that's not really too different than any other game with a ranking system. It's just that this game doesn't give you anything for getting all S ranks, so why should I care? And that lack of caring is really prominent throughout the game, and I think it comes from its lack of identity for me. For example, the level design is fairly open compared to our previous games. Sonic Adventure felt open because there were a bunch of secrets to be found. SA2 was open for only one type of play. Heroes was a bit more open, but it let you move around in a straightforward Sonic-styled stage in a more dynamic way, and depending on what kind of mission you had, Shadow could be as open as some of this game, but definitely on a smaller scale. And I feel like 06 takes a bit from all of those elements, but it throws them together haphazardly. If, like me, you hated skipping level design as Tails and Adventure, well, the level design just isn't even here to be skipped in the first place, to be quite honest. The super open levels that Shadow gets are needlessly big because they still play like a normal Sonic speed level stage except for one of them. And when things do get tight, you only get good skips from what feels like design oversights. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't alternative paths and such in this game, but ones that feel carefully designed are few and far between. The best one you get are some routes in Dusty Desert as Sonic and in Kingdom Valley as Sonic, but those skips still don't feel like they feed into the scoring system like it does in SA2. And also being like SA2 but not feeling quite like it, we have extra characters. All of them are just the worst versions of what they used to be, so when they actively call back to aspects of those past games, it just feels extra bad. Why do Tails and Rouge throw bombs? Is it because it takes 5 years for Knuckles and Amy to do a single attack after I press a button? Blaze is the only one who's halfway decent because she controls almost the same as Sonic, but I still think her homing attack is weird. But I think the biggest sin of all is that all of these characters are not in this game long enough to justify wasting time on any of them. And I guess that's not fair, this game was rushed, they probably didn't have time, but at that point I ask, why bother? As for extra content, there are hard mode versions of each stage. Some have hard mode DLC that I don't have and will not buy. Their idea of difficulty is throwing spikes around, which is a step above of removing platforms from the previous games, but don't worry, they have that too. But the act of playing on a harder version of this stage with these controls makes me upset. Though I did think it was cute that in White Acropolis in the Rouge section they changed it from finding a switch to finding a key, but same difference, break wall, get item. And moving into presentation, this game sure does look like an early PS3 game, derogatory. It just looks so bland. People speak to how big this game is, but it's so empty. The character models all look very basic, but just detailed enough that my imagination can't do anything to spruce it up. The realism twist to the art style is too aggressive and off-putting for me. Honestly, I think Eggman is the worst looking person in this game. Humans should be catered towards his design philosophies. Basically, there's a lack of style here. But if I have to praise it on one thing, I like that all the Sonic characters have little fangs. I don't like it on all of them a lot, like it's a stylistic thing. If I saw someone draw this, I'd be into it, but not in the main games, not for all of them. As for the ways the levels look, they're fine, nothing to write home about. I'm not going to blame the game for not coming up with new level aesthetics. Sonic's been around the block by now, but none of them have anything to make themselves stand out visually other than Kingdom Valley. You have a few set pieces here or there that are pretty cool, but again, outside of Kingdom Valley, they aren't all that special. And now it's time for my favorite part of the review, where I could just put in old audio, but I'll say it once more. The music is really good. For as much as I hate playing through Flamecore, its music helps me get through it. This is also the game where the music team dipped their feet into having more orchestral sounding tracks. You really feel it in the final boss fights. Egg Wyvern though is probably my favorite, aside from the obvious hype that is the final boss version of his world. But one thing I do find cute though is that they brought back Dreams Come True to do a new rendition of Sweet Dreams. and it features Akon for some reason, but whatever, it's good, I like it. Sonic 06 is a mess in every way, shape, and form, and it's no one's fault? No, it's Sega's fault. Yeah, they wanted a game out by Sonic's anniversary no matter what, after the project has been kneecapped in many ways 2 times. People have been split to make another game, people walked out when Yuji Naka left the company. It's a really bad state to make a video game in and then to rush it out the door. But I also think that this game didn't really have a strong vision to begin with. With all the ambition people talk about, I really don't see it. For me, this game is a bigger Sonic adventure, and it's worse in every way, shape, and form. They had a very clear blueprint that they were obviously working off of, and they didn't understand what it was truly trying to say and truly trying to do, in my honest opinion. They had no vision of what they wanted to do on their own, to be quite honest. And I think it's that little spark that holds 06 back compared to something like Heroes or even Shadow. The thing I wanted to talk about most with Sonic the Hedgehog is how all of these games connect back to each other, and Sonic 06 is this biggest connection that has released since Sonic Adventure on the Dreamcast. So it really bumps me out that this true sequel that we all have, that we all recognize as Sonic Adventure 3, is bad. This title showed me that names don't matter. You can call it whatever you want, but if it's made like something else, then it's the sequel to that thing. There's a connection that you want me to see, and naming can help with that, but I think game design gets to that feeling on a much deeper level than a name could ever. And you might be going, Hawk, that's super obvious, duh, I'm not an idiot, and you're probably not, but I keep hearing people go, Sonic games keep changing and they never pick one thing to do, when Sonic 06 is literally the last 8 years of the Hedgehog's game design being stuffed into one game. So when people say things like, I really like Sonic 06 and Sonic 06 had something to it, I'm like, yeah, of course, I played that game. It's called Sonic Adventure. It's called Sonic Adventure 2. It's called Sonic Heroes. It's called Shadow the Hedgehog even. I know all of its good points because they're there. So that means I'll also know when they're being handled poorly. I get it if you like this game. Well, I get it if you're nostalgic for this game, but who am I to tell you what to like, right? I review things and I base things on what I like and what I think is good. But if you're just going to tell me you like something, I'm not going to poo-poo on that. I may be poo-pooing on this video game, but I am not trying to poo-poo on your feelings. I've been around a baby a lot recently, so it's just kind of, bear with me. I get where everyone falls on this game is personal to them, and for me, this is just a step in proving that Sonic has a very solid core in this adventure style that's been slightly mixed over the years, and that will be going away in the future games to come, but that DNA is still slightly there, so I hope that you will stay with me as I continue to go through this franchise that I enjoy so much. So if you somehow managed to make it all the way through to the end, congratulations, you're pretty crazy, but you're also pretty cool, and if you really did make it here, why not sub? All of these are just fun gimmicks, so which one did you like the best and which one do you kind of want to see the most? Because to be perfectly honest, a New Frontiers could easily use all of these mechanics and it would be fine. It would be the most unnoticeable, easy thing to do. But until we meet again, mata ao, until we meet again.